We're in the midst of a total psychotic breakdown.
More has happened, by the way, since the promo.
Jermageddon. Jermageddon is here, buddy. Because yesterday, Jer up once again. The OPSEC is a disaster. There is no
what OPSEC. Yeah, what OPSEC?
This guy, what's crazy,
What
what's crazy to me, okay,
Go.
with Jer is he would be so much better off if he didn't live stream. Because the live streams do nothing for him now. So there's no Rumble contract. So there's no monthly payout. He streams live and makes less than $20 a day.
Oh!
If you average it out, like he makes like maybe a couple $100 a week, maybe, streaming 5 days a week. And all he's doing during his streams, by the way, is just recording the videos for the week.
Yeah.
So in exchange for a couple $100 a week, what he's doing is exposing himself to massive OPSEC risk because he's too high on oxys and Zans by his own admission to make sure that he's doing his background work on a second monitor, or he's not just like exposing his private intimate details on stream. It's insane. Not to mention the fact that he's getting constantly felted on by the chat, baited into crashing out and oversharing even more. But just so you guys know what happened, if you didn't catch up on Don Flurgandy 404 News, the king.
Killing it.
Or you didn't see Luther's video, if you're living under a rock,
or Twitter,
or you only have
enough
time to watch Keno Casino 24 hours a week and fucking, you know, you can't catch all of the other programs online.
Every
40
hours of content
out there. But the hot off the presses news, Jer leaked the location of the coffee factory. And he doesn't go in. He pulled up the shipping labels for the coffee. It turns out that Jer's coffee is made by Java Taza, which is some sort of weird Spanish Mennonite community. I wasn't aware there was such a thing as a Spanish Mennonite, but apparently they exist, and Jer's coffee is made by them because they were the cheapest option possible. So it turns out the deal that he has, okay, not only are they the ones producing the coffee, so Jer doesn't have his own factory, he doesn't have his own K-Cup machine. That was all a scam. It was all a lie. When he begged the audience for $80,000 for the K-Cup machine, and he said that he was $300,000 in debt, it was true that he was $300,000 in debt, but he lied. He never purchased the K-Cup machine. It was a total fraud, total scam.
Not
it's
allegedly,
exposed.
By the way, fully
it's a total
proven.
scam.
Yeah.
And by the way, it was, you know, not only like that was a scam, but the scrub, the coffee scrub that he promised at that time was never delivered either. But at least with that, he could cope and be like, oh, well, we couldn't get the formula right. Listen, either you bought the K-Cup machine or you didn't. And you didn't buy it. And his excuse now is, oh, it didn't make business sense. So he just pocketed the money. Now, God only knows. The real mystery now is what was the $300,000 home equity loan spent on? Because it wasn't the coffee factory. It wasn't the equipment. It wasn't the K-Cup machine. What, did he go $300,000 in debt just to buy Rolex watches?
Gambling, bro.
Is it the gambling?
It's the gambling.
Honestly, like it might be the simplest answer. It's he just took it all to the casino.
He's got the VIP. He's got the fucking
or
VIP.
Or maybe it was he was in debt. I don't know, and he took out a loan to pay a different. I don't know what happened.
To pay the
here.
bull.
I don't know. So it's this like Pennsylvania-based Mennonite Mexican coffee company that's making all of his. Now, not only are they roasting all the, they're packaging all the too. So the packages you'll notice from Java Taza are the exact same as the coffee brand coffee packages. The flavors are the exact same.
He's so stupid.
And not only that, but they don't even ship the coffee to Jer and then Jer ships it to Amazon. They ship it straight to Amazon. So the only part of the process that Jeremy Hambley is involved in is swiping his credit card. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's all that he's involved in. Now today, despite Jeremy's claims over and over again with Coffee Brand Coffee that he was the sole owner and proprietor of the company from the beginning, Jer has now revealed that he had partners all along, that there were other interests in the business that have prevented him from going into Walmart. So the excuse as to why he can't get into Walmart is that his business partners on the paperwork have... Now remember, he promised us that by the end of this month, he would be in every Walmart nationwide. Now we knew it was impossible when he said it. Okay, but now we're getting the cope. So the silent part, the other partners who you can only assume is like Meta PC or whatever, stop this. So Jer now claims that he's bought out his previous partners that he claimed never existed. So he's now taken, I don't know where the money came from for this, but apparently in the last month, Jer has bought out all of his partners in the business. So like just the amount of lies upon lies upon lies that are compounding and none of it makes any sense. And then, then today he's like, oh, well, I don't know why people keep looking into the coffee. I don't know why they're so obsessed with the coffee, because you keep lying.
Yes.
Because you can't just tell people the truth. And here's the thing. And by the way, he like throws Tim Pool under the bus. He's like, Tim Pool's coffee is drop ship garbage and mine isn't, when he's doing literally the exact same shit as Tim Pool. And all of this, by the way, all of this expose, not only was it completely preventable by just practicing the most basic of OPSEC and not being high
or not opening your receipt labels during your live show.
It came on the heels of his entire Wednesday show was based on owning everybody about the coffee, about how glorious it was, about how he owned the factory, how glorious the factory was, how all of his haters had been debunked and been disproven. The very next day, he leaks the truth that it's a Pennsylvania Mexican Mennonite factory. So today, the cope was insane. He's lashing out at Yellow Flash, saying Yellow Flash is a... Mind you, he refused to debate Yellow Flash, turned tail and ran, and has never addressed any of this since then because he's scared, because he knows he'll be blown out. And the thing is, the more time passes, the worse it's going to be for him when he finally has to have the showdown. He would have been better off having the showdown with Yellow Flash months ago before all of the additional evidence has come out against him. Because at that time, he would have just had to take the Feltoning for flagging down the clip channel. Okay. Now, it's a whole lot more than that. Now, he's a scam artist. He lied to everybody about the coffee. It's proven he lied to everybody about the coffee. There's no escape now. So now Jer has to do revisionist history. And it's honestly psychotic, the level of gaslighting that he's doing during this live stream today. Like, I was rattled, bro. I never told you guys I owned a factory. I never told you.
Okay, dude.
I never told you guys there was a vertical integration. I never told you guys I made my own K-Cups. I never told you guys.
How do you like? How does he? Who's he trying to trick?
But it's crazy is he's simultaneously at various points today holding two contradictory positions. Okay?
Yeah.
So position one is the coffee is brewed, packaged, and shipped to Amazon by this company, but it's never been drop shipped, right? Okay. And then position two is he owns the factory and does it all himself still. And he could give us a tour of the factory, but he doesn't need to because he already did. How he can still tell us he has a coffee factory, like a Coffee Brand Coffee factory, but also admit that everything is done by these guys, but it's also not white label or drop shipped. But it is. It's Java Taz's coffee. That's what's being sent out. He literally has no part in it. Maybe it's okay, he picks the flavors from their selection. Like, that's it. That's his involvement in the business. Why is
he still lying?
I don't know. It's honestly like all he has to do is honestly, this is the thing too. He doesn't even have to do anything. He doesn't even have to confess. He just has to stop lying and gaslighting everybody and like smugly chuckling about how he's owned everybody and he's doing better than ever.
Where's the
and he's
ownage?
winning.
Where?
It's actually psychotic. Like, he's completely disconnected from reality. And I don't know if it's just like the pills, like the additional pills he's on,
Probably,
or what the it is. But people are saying it's like pathological. Like, he just can't either admit the truth or just shut the up.
Even
because
before
all he has
this,
to do is just shut the up, but he won't.
Even before this situation, though, he was caught lying about everything. He lies about things you don't need to lie about. So it's like,
I know,
dude, just stop
somebody
lying.
in the chat says, so he's basically a glorified middleman that just receives a very small cut. Yeah, all that he's doing. So, guys, this is what's crazy about how bad his business is. So Jeremy Hambly is taking all of the risk on this, fronting hundreds of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars to buy coffee that if he doesn't sell it, it's at a massive loss. And if he does sell it, he's making pennies on the bag because it's all white label drop ship and fulfilled through Amazon. So he has no part in roasting it. He has no part in packaging it. He has no part in shipping it. He has no part in fulfilling it. He has no part in any of it other than he swipes his credit card, takes all of the risk. There's no risk to the Java Taza people. They're like, woohoo, we just got paid. The stupid money mark is just filling our boots. They're taking all of the profit. All of the profit belongs to them. Then whatever else is left, which is not a lot after the white label, 30% goes to Amazon. So Jer is sitting there fulfilling, if he's to be believed about how much he's selling, thousands and thousands of bags of coffee to make zero money.
And 50 cents a bag. 50 cents a bag.
And this whole, like, it's going to be in Walmart. It's going to be in World Market.
He said still today it's going to be in Walmart.
But how? Like, it's this crazy. It's white label coffee. It's not going to be anywhere. This is ridiculous. And the thing is, had Jer just, like, not been such a awful piece of shit, he could have got away with this scam pretty much forever. But he keeps challenging people. And again today, he challenged everybody to prove, like, it's already been proven.
What? You prove what?
Like, but he directly uses the words, I challenge the internet. Like, that's what he said. He challenges the internet. Why is he doing this? And then the whole time he's like crying about people are going through his garbage. People showed up to the coffee factory. So you're telling me that you leaked the location of the factory. Within 24 hours, people are there with pitchforks and torches. There's no evidence of this. He claims, by the way, he has people on camera going through his trash.
Prove it.
Prove it. Show the video. Show the video. Maybe it is true. But until we see some evidence of this, you know what it actually is? Some 60-year-old schizophrenic man on Twitter told Bering, this guy lives like thousands of miles away from Jer, that he was going to drive across the country to go through Jer's garbage because he's a lunatic. Did he actually go? No. But Jer then takes that and goes, see, people, I have them on video going through my garbage.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
It's just actually insane.
Okay, let's just say there is someone who went through his trash. Let's just say did this. Does that, like, make the scam okay?
Well, it's the thing. It's like constant deflection to something else, and he's harassed.
I could scam everyone because some guy who's a schizophrenic that no one avows, by the way.
Yeah.
What the fuck is
nobody
wrong with him?
supports that?
No.
You know,
like, it's retarded.
It's just crazy.
He's such a retard.
This vlog channel, I actually don't know what he's thinking. I guess he wants to win Lolcow of the Year, and like he's campaigning for it aggressively or something, because this channel makes no sense. It's not going to make any money. It's getting a few thousand views, pretty much entirely from A-logs. Yeah. The first video is about him being in a wheelchair, mobility scooter, 2 for mobilities, insane, sharing his personal health information and stuff like that, like classic lolcow shit. Now the second video is about flexing his wealth and showing you his mansion. And by the way, another quartering lie was exposed in this vlog. Remember the shipping container?
Yeah.
Remember how Jer told us he flipped the shipping container for a massive profit?
It's not there.
It's there.
No, what
It's
the
there.
fuck? How did
It's
he
there.
lie? Like,
It's still,
see,
it's
that's what I'm
still
saying.
on his property
He
in the
lies?
background of the video. And then he films himself, like, exposing the lie
But
in 4K.
But he didn't have to lie about that. Why add that lie? Like that doesn't make you look good. It doesn't make you look smart. It doesn't do anything. It's just like we
to the
find out
point
later, we're
where
like, you're a liar.
You watch Luther's video, and Luther almost feels bad for Jer at a certain
know?
point because the guy is lying like he's a child. Like the kid who tells you, oh, I didn't eat all the cookies, and you see the chocolate chips smeared all over his mouth, the crumbs on his shirt.
But even that kid eventually would be like, okay, yeah, you.
Well, he would learn.
You know,
he would learn to wipe his mouth and blame it on his sister. Oh no, it was Jess that ate the cookies.
Exactly.
No, this is so dumb. He's so stupid.
How is this
It's insane.
real? Like, it's unbelievable.
I'm not kidding. I know people are, oh, fuck the Jer segment. They're so long. They're so long.
There's like two
Listen,
guys who care. Like, no, everyone wants this.
This Jer segment is going to be long today.
I want Jared's segments to be 8 hours, is my truth. Okay, folks?
It's actually insane. And now it's gearing up into overdrive because next week, Chrissy's going to be there, apparently. Chrissy Mayer is coming in with her, forces to save the program. And I don't know. So Friday Night Tights today formally announced, and we'll go there in a minute, that they have fired Chrissy Mayer. If you click on that link I sent you, Andy, it should
let me grab
take us right there. By the way, they had Sargon on today.
Sargon! Wow.
More salt in the wound for Jer.
Oh my God, you're right. Wait, they announced
the man that Jer drank Sargon's fucking semen.
They announced his her firing on the day he's on?
Yes, with Sargon there.
That's unhinged,
the fire,
bro.
yeah. Oh,
That's
no!
And we'll read super chats here. We have some big ones here, but 1 second. Let's watch this first.
Okay. So let's have a look here.
Go.
This is the moment where Friday Night Tights officially on the back of the super chat announces Chrissy Mayer's departure, which is setting the stage for Chrissy Mayer and her forces to come in as the cavalry charge to save Jer's show next week. In reality, what that means is that Jer will be out another $2,000 a week, but probably Chrissy agreed to do it for like $300 a week. Let's be real. Or less. Let's have a look.
Garfield's Bizarre Adventure for $50. What's up, dude?
Let's go!
Oh, it finally gets brought up. Okay.
He's like, he was waiting. He's like, finally.
He's been waiting.
Finally,
like,
someone's...
why have none of the Casino Bros super chatted about this? Because we forgot that Chrissy even existed.
We moved on really fast.
Yeah, honestly, she's so boring. And I'm really not looking forward to having to listen to her. And maybe that's Jer's strategy, is to like break my will to clip it by forcing me to listen to that bitch. But anyway,
Ash, you're going to be hearing Mel and Chrissy interacting the entire time.
I don't know what I'm going to do. It might honestly be enough to break my will. I'm not going to lie.
Looks like Chrissy is still seething that she got the boot from FNT, and now she is doing the rounds claiming she got canceled.
I like how everyone is holding the straightest face you could hold. Eh? Like everyone's like, they're all like,
yes.
She dressed up as Frost so many times. She's claiming she got canceled. She dressed up as Frost so many times she became her. The house always wins. Well, thank you, Garfield. Chrissy is no longer on the show. I think that's
yes! You're fired! Chrissy Mayer fired for being Frost. Tough Soulful Chrissy. All right, let's continue here.
Shout out
to a lot of people. And listen, I'm not gonna pile on Chrissy. I don't know what she's saying. Whatever.
He's like, I don't give a. I mean, dude, it's Chrissy.
Like,
I will
the thing is, like, he's busy like Scrooge McDuck diving into a pile of money.
I mean?
You know what I mean? He doesn't give a
Oh no!
Whatever.
Anyway,
say I wish her the best. Truly wish her the best in her future endeavors.
Oh, he said it. In your
you're
future
not a right
endeavors.
fit anymore.
Hold that out, Chrissy. Enjoy your time on the quartering show, bitch. You used to be on a show that had thousands and thousands and thousands of real viewers and thousands of real dollars. Now you get to be on a show with 1,000 fake viewers and less than $20.
And a lot more haters. A lot of haters.
You know, in Chrissy's mind, it's okay because she found the one ultimate pay pig simp in Jer who will pay her way through life, at least until he declares bankruptcy and he can no longer front the cash advances from his credit card. Then Chrissy will be die in the gutter. But until then, she made it. So,
and appreciate her time here.
No one
was great.
does.
But,
No one's happy.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's about it.
Not going to get embroiled in all that.
Soulful Chrissy.
No one
Soulful bit. No
on the
one
panel said anything.
No one raised their hand. Like, oh, you know, I really miss Chrissy. We're gonna miss
She was great.
her. Remember these great moments? Like all they have is, yeah, I guess she dressed up as Frosk one time. The impersonation was okay, I guess. You know.
Yo, this guy, which is let me put on my my.
They all hated her.
Look,
Gary needs to embroil himself.
He's pretending like nothing happened. He's acting like
they all are.
He's on Twitter right now.
They
you know?
basically memory
Look at Fake
hold
Wizard.
her.
He's like
he's
falling asleep. Fake Wizard's falling asleep.
Muscovi's on point. The truth is, the audience was tired of her anyways, and they wanted to get rid of her. No doubt, buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
no doubt.
They were probably like, "Thank God, this is our out." You know, this is our out.
So,
it's like.
We got Sergeant Sabotage for 1,000 kicks. Thank you for the entertainment, Jen. Storm Wanderer says, lurking for years, catching you live now.
Wow,
Yay.
thanks.
Dude, bro, guy, pal, for 10 subs. Oz Cobb with a sub. Gunter Taker. Shuttle Keela for 5 subs. Gator for a sub. Kino Grove for 25 subs.
Fucking let's raid Jer tonight.
We got Brass Creations Foundry for 5 subs. Your Cyril says Jer is jumping out of a crashing plane with a solid gold parachute. Frickin' ass clown. Love you, sick fucks. Jer needs to be put out of his misery. Tough Bottom says no need to worry, boys. As soon as the coffee rub comes out, all will be saved. Brass Creations Foundry says he lies because in his mind, the whole situation is under control and containment wasn't breached. Something, it's not May 4th yet. Tundra Squirrel for 10 subs! Jer Biden says, why does the coffee brand coffee site still claim that each order is roasted to order? That would mean he has no inventory except because it's a lie. It's a lie. We have Brad Cool says, Brad Coffee is roasted by me. Get in now on the ground floor. We got Forziak says, total felt down. He can't stop himself. No doubt. Holy lots of subs coming in. We got Roland McDolan for 5 subs. One Dirty Turtle for 10 subs. Severine says Jer's disgusting. Reverse Hollow Charmander for 10 subs. Kevin Minnesota. We got Mid Evil Spawn for 10 subs. DPR with a sub. DSP Uncanny Forehead Real Storm Wanderer for 10 subs. Buzz CJC Random Kino Hydra, Jack Madoff, Sean Sandwich Sundering for 5 subs. Demon Psychiatrist, Just Call Me Rope, Scrimp and Kick for 5 subs. Squishy G says Freebird. Carnivaxis for 5 subs. Slumerican X for 10 subs. Triforce Tony says the Red Bar curse lives on through Kino Casino. Whoa, buddy! Explosion sound effect.
Jules?
Cthulhu, Jabba Taza, Blue blueberry crumble 12-ounce bag, $12.50. Coffee brand coffee 12-ounce bag, $19.99. $5.50 markup minus 50% equals $3.85. May very well be. We got Jay for 10 subs! Kickaholic says, every time you say something that ends with something that sounds like bull, I laugh so hard. Demon Psychiatrist is Jer some kind of elaborate performance artist like Andy Kaufman. Going back up to the top here, got Chair Rattler Reel, Iron Belly, Strike XX Freedom for 5 subs, False Flag Down for 5 subs, ESP Dirty Shitty Pamper says Jer and DSP better die, be cremated when they die, or I'm making a pilgrimage to piss on both of their graves. Kino Heretic for 5 subs, Buster MF Brown for a sub, D49s for 10 subs! 8 o'clock says, I'd like to congratulate Chrissy's career from going to the thousands to the hundreds. Also, does this mean we can all white label Coffee Brand Coffee? I'm thinking about contacting Job Ponza and just white labeling like the blueberry coffee is ours.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
Let's do it.
We could, honestly. Like Felton brand coffee, like we may have to at this point because anyone can do it. We got Viva La Raza for 10 subs.
Woo!
Then we got
Thank you, Viva La
Blargity
Raza
for 10
Blargity!
subs. Dev Knoll says, I'm kind of bummed that Ethan Ralph, the Scott Steiner, is going to kick the bucket soon. No more moles. He's never going to die. Don't worry. We got good old Lady Rose says, North Carolina. Not sure my last rage quit came through. I'll be passing a certain small town down the road as I head home next week. Okay. Godzilla Balls for 5 subs.
Let's go. Big support.
And we got Melodramatic. Pull String Mel says, yeah. Nice. Awesome.
Wow.
Funny.
Ow. That hurt my throat.
I think that's every one of her phrases. She does sound like a dying cat, dude. Holy shit.
Wow.
Okay, let's get into our whoa buddies.
Okay, here we go. All right, guys, we got a great show.
We're starting off here with Do Americans Really?
Oh.
So we've heard do Americans are washing their chicken. Okay, they be washing their chicken. But I've not heard of this before. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Hold on, what are you doing?
I'm cleaning the greens.
No, you ain't cleaning the greens with that. We clean our greens with this, baby.
No!
Oh, wait, what?
No! You told fish! No!
Are you fucking kidding? No way.
No, buddy.
You gotta clean your
What about Do Americans Really? The segment.
Americans Really?
It's just black people doing. Oh.
greens.
I know.
These are
Like
Americans.
Okay? Vinegar and salt don't clean no greens. You don't get all the pesticides and all that stuff.
Don't clean no greens. No, you gotta use the darn
how
fish
clear that
soap
water
on
is?
them greens.
See
I know
that
that's the joke. I'm just
Clean your
making it
greens like you
obvious.
clean your ass with soap and water.
Well, subtlety was never the strong suit of this
No,
program.
it's called Do Basketball Americans Really?
Oh, no, buddy. All right, here we have a situation here. Let's take a look.
All right, let's check it out.
Male supremacism must die. White supremacism must die.
Seattle's
Capitalist
not doing so
imperialism
good.
must die. This is the United States of America, where we have a Bill of Rights and habeas corpus.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, here we have another Do Americans Really? So you guys all remember the big trend last month was the Costco pineapple spears with Kool-Aid. Well, it didn't work out for Americans when it came to this. This poor guy, he's lost everything. He invested it all in the pineapple Kool-Aid. and it's done. Let's have a look.
But look what he did here. He put the black fist with the fire on it.
The white man had to destroy Black Wall Street. You know?
My inventory, y'all. Don't like how this shit came out. So I'm throwing this shit in the
inventory.
His
was
inventory.
real?
He really thought this shit expired, bro. It was no good. He couldn't sell it. He had to throw it all in the bin. It's tough, buddy. It's tough.
My shit, man. Y'all said my shit was trash. I guess it is, because that's where it's going at. My shit fucked up, man. Get what? Can't play with these people.
He had a fucking AI label as well. Look at this. It looks like it's like a pineapple with the sunglasses.
Listen, that be business and shit. It's his business, Waskin.
And look, he put this emoji.
Why is he having to post his L like this online? No, this is tough.
So I ain't gonna never play with y'all. So this shit in the trash. We're gonna remake some new dope, and we're gonna get.
He's trying again.
He's trying again.
He's gonna, bro. Let it go, bro. It's over. It's over, bro.
What is wrong with him?
I don't give a fuck. I don't like how it tastes. I don't like how it look. I ain't with it.
Wait, he doesn't like how
he ain't even fucking with it. Apparently, the batch didn't turn out right. I don't fucking know.
Oh,
okay, so here we have a whoa buddy from the land down under. So you can see here, this fellow in the newspaper, he took out an ad. And it says no Asians. Whoa.
Wait, what?
This Highgate isn't the one in London. It's a suburb of Adelaide. But it's the advert's last sentence that brought out a local TV reporter's crusading instincts.
I'd just like to ask you a few questions about the house you've got for sale.
Well, I'd rather not answer it.
Why not?
Because I don't want to. I'm not going to spell my business to anybody over there. Yeah, no.
Well, I'm not interested in how much you want for the house. I'm just interested in why you don't want any Asians to buy it and move in.
Well, because the simple reason they're turtle Asian.
Why don't you want Asians moving into your house?
Because I don't like the Asians, that's all right.
You don't like them.
He doesn't like him, buddy. Let's hear him out.
Hey, well, here's his reasoning.
They're just a mob of crooks, that's all they are.
And that there's a law
They're
against
a bunch of crooks. They're a bunch of crooks is what they are.
What the fuck?
No crown, sire.
No one has told me that, and I mean to say even the Asians...
You think it's wrong?
Even the Asians himself, you said I can have...
Even the Asians don't want the Asians.
They don't want themselves around.
Probably get a buyer, I can sell it.
But you won't sell it to an Asian person.
If they come up with a buyer, yes. All they're interested about is just to put the sign up.
This guy's hair is insane. Is it his hair?
No, it is, bro.
It's like the tuft, but then bald, but then hair.
Yeah.
Like a cartoon.
That's all.
The chair line.
The chair line.
Agents, I haven't knocked them back.
What would... Oh, no, agents. Did you know what
So he meant to put agents. But when he was calling it in over the phone because of the way he says agents with his accent, buddy in the newspaper put no Asians.
Asians, I'm sorry. Well, that's a bad expression.
Is that what you say, no Asians?
No.
You say no agents.
Agents, sorry.
That's hilarious.
All right, really so here we have Andy next time he gets pulled over at a traffic stop.
Okay.
This is the next step of AI psychosis. Let's take a look.
All right.
Okay, here's your 5 summonses.
5 summonses?
5 summonses.
Grok, I just got pulled over by the cops. You are now my legal attorney, okay?
Got it. I'm your attorney. Keep your hands on the wheel, stay calm, and say nothing. 2 officers, no problem. Same rules.
The AI's going 2 officers as he wants. That's hilarious.
What is this?
This is a traffic stop. They're probably going to ask for your license, registration, and insurance.
What's the rush?
You stay silent. I've got this.
You stay
silent. I've got this.
I'm gonna use this.
listen, this is my attorney. You gotta speak to my attorney,
That's
officer.
so funny.
Attorney,
Sir,
you're
my
on.
client is invoking their right to remain silent.
It's so good.
We won't be answering
That's not
any
an
questions.
attorney, that's
What's the
AI.
reason for the
No!
Officer, my client is invoking their right to remain
Yo, the AI fucking snapped back. It's like, officer.
silent.
Officer, my client is maintaining his right to remain silent, officer. You're gonna have to talk to me. I'm Grok, okay?
I'm their attorney. What's the reason for the stop?
Let me see your registration and insurance card.
Please state the reason for the stop.
Let me see your registration and insurance card. I pulled you over because you went through a red light and you're speeding.
Did he speed and go through the red light on
I think
purpose
so.
for the video?
I think so. Yes. Just so he could do this video with Grok as his attorney. It's gonna cost him like $1,000, probably. You know?
That's so funny.
So just give me a few minutes.
Can you imagine doing this? It's just funny when Ralph has
He's on
Grok as
stake.
the co-host.
He's on stake
He's
at the same
gambling.
time.
Wait a minute. This is a gambling ad? Base.
Checking on Rainbet. I have a 15 against a 6. What do I do in this situation before I get a ticket?
Stay on 16 or higher.
Okay, yo, now the AI's helping him play.
Hit on everything under 12. On 15
I just
and
fucking lost.
you stay. Tough break.
Tough break.
Here's your paperwork back. Okay. Next time you have to give me the right registration that doesn't go to this call.
That was the. I'm gonna do that next time I'm
What?
pulled
The
over.
king, he got away with it, I guess.
What a legend.
Okay, we're going to check back in on Sandra Bullock on Wednesday. We first learned of the Sandra Bullock lore where she's tormenting this poor woman, but we have a little bit of an update in the situation. Let's have a listen.
The homeless shelter, all that stuff. Yeah.
Hey, it's me, Stacey Kennison. Had to put some of my lip balm that's tinted a little bit higher because I have some chapped lips.
Wow.
Okay. Listen, I'm still being victimized by the witchcraft crime ring. Sandra Bullock and Jenny Mercer and a lot of people, Carmen Diaz and some other famous people involved in
Carmen
it.
Diaz.
You mean Cameron Diaz?
Yeah, I was like,
or is it Carmen San Diego?
Where in the world is
Whoa!
Carmen Diaz?
The witchcraft crime ring. What are they up to this time, bitch?
Okay.
Let's find out.
All giving orders. And the latest thing is blowing up my phalanges in my feet when I walk. So that
No! Blown phalanges alert! Blown phalanges alert! Her phalanges are under attack by Sandra Bullock, Carmen Diaz, and the witchcraft crime ring, buddy. We gotta do something to stop it, bro.
my foot breaks over, that I'm in pain, or that my foot collapses or is injured, or so that I can't walk and get away. And Sandy Bullock
keep getting away with this.
has managed with Bonadonna De Niro, and I don't know if it was the African American family Brown gay person. They put a demon, dislocated my left hip. The demon I was possessed with, and it
has dislocated her left hip
because the black people did a curse.
What? When will these fucking horrors cease? Apparently, a black family that goes by the name of Brown cast a demon into her hip that dislocated it.
Or did she say they were black or brown? I'm pretty sure she said they're black or brown.
It got into my bone marrow. And my
not the bone marrow.
My left hip is kind of dislocated, and it hurts when I walk. So I won't be able to run probably very well anymore. And
it's over.
She cracked my ankles.
Canadian.
Sandy Bullock did.
Not the ankles. Oh my God! So it's like the hip's been taken out, the phalanges are taken out.
She's Jermaxed.
Yeah, she's getting Jermaxed, buddy.
When I was in Omaha, Nebraska, a couple years ago, and she bothers my Romanian cousin, and he has some kind of satanic power, and I have
the satanic power. Now, bitch, it could just be that you're old, you know, but it's more likely Sandra Bullock's demonic witchcraft ring of black people and Cameron Diaz that did it.
Exactly.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Have trouble with my hips, my knees, and my ankles. walking and breaking over and bending, and to the point where I had to stop a couple times in my tracks because I thought the bone on the outside of my knee was going to.
Okay.
Now her knees are under attack.
Yeah.
Likely fucking story.
Oh, yo, guys,
Wes Watson. So those of you who don't remember, we were covering Wes Watson on and off over the last couple of years. Wes Watson was this guy. He told all of his stories in prison of being in the Aryan Brotherhood and putting in work and being a shot caller.
Wow.
Well, it turned out that pretty much all of his stories were lies, that he was like in protective custody and a total bitch and all of this stuff, right? And, over the years, he's kept getting embarrassed. He basically became a lolcow, lashing out all the time. Then somebody challenged him to a fight. Wes told him to show up at the gym. He was this 7 foot tall, mentally challenged guy, showed up to the gym.
Black guy.
Yeah, I know. This giant 7 foot tall, mentally challenged
Down
black
syndrome
man.
black guy.
Yeah, showed up to the gym. And then Wes and his boys beat the out of him.
They hit him with a dumbbell or something.
Yeah, they dropped a weight on his head. It was basically attempted, right? And so now Wes is going down for that. He's had to plead guilty.
He beat his girl too, remember? He beat his girl.
Yeah, so he's facing those charges as well. So Wes Watson has pled guilty. He's been sentenced to 21 months in the penitentiary for the beatdown on the 7 foot tall monster. And now he's facing additional charges, as many as 5 years he may get for the domestic violence attack on his girlfriend.
He deserves every year he gets because that was a monstrous move what he did.
42-year-old Watson is charged with aggravated battery and felony battery from a fight last December at an Elevation Fitness in Miami-Dade County. In this incident, arrest documents say Watson told...
How's Johnny Bravo? Is Johnny Bravo going,
Johnny's over the moon.
Son of a bitch.
You could watch it. He did it. We could pull up his video on Peg Watson.
Peg Watson, son of a bitch.
Officers, he was working out when the victim approached him saying
eating pieces.
Wanted to fight. Documents say Watson was caught on CCTV beating the victim with his weightlifting belt. Watson is accused.
He took his belt off and he started whipping this black guy with his weightlifting belt.
Disramuta.
Convicted felon and also faces several separate charges, criminal charges out of Broward County, including felony battery, aggravated assault, witness tampering, and accusations related to domestic violence involving his girlfriend. In Thursday's court appearance, Watson pleaded guilty to aggravated battery in that December gym incident. The state offered a...
So, by the way, the lawyers so felt it.
December gym incident.
Oh, no! That's a Felton thing. Well, so they were planning on fighting the charges, right? But what ended up happening is Wes Watson was on the prison phone to his buddy, and he basically confessed to everything on the prison phone.
What?
And they have the recording of it. You'd think he would know better, but he basically compromised his whole case on the prison phone, so they had no choice but to take the plea deal, which I'm surprised they didn't pull the plea deal.
The state offered a sentence of 21 months, including time served, and 7 years.
It looks like he has tits here, eh? Doesn't he?
Well, because he does have bitch tits, buddy. Peg Watson.
Look at this Schwarmuta cocksucker.
Probation and mental health treatment. Here's what his
From
attorney
the
had to
Roys.
say.
Yeah.
There's been a lot that's been argued in this case. We've done stand your ground. What this case...
Stand your ground.
Stand your ground.
They beat him to almost death.
The thing was, right, the lawyer does have a point here, but you can't do what they did. You can't drop a dumbbell on the head in a 5-on-1 beatdown, and not call the cops. It was insane.
It's unique is you have an alleged victim that sought somebody out.
Alleged victim.
Because of his presence online. This guy bought a plane ticket or however he got here, came
plane ticket. He drove like it was like in the same
I love
city.
how like apparently he doesn't even know the facts of the case enough to definitively say whether or not he flew out or drove in. He's like, I don't know. It's like, haven't you been on this case for a year now, sire? Like, what the
from New Jersey, showed up at the gym for the sole purpose of confronting Mr. Watson. It then turned into something else.
Watson must return to court on July 27th for his sentencing.
He's fucked. He's fucking fouled.
He's going down for years. And they're going to by the way, because he pled guilty in the criminal case, he's getting sued by the 7-foot monster too. So he's basically going to be a guaranteed slam dunk lawsuit. So that fucking mental retard is going to take everything that Wes has.
Well,
when Wes gets out,
Wes Watson had so many chances to clean up, right? Wes Watson, he got so lucky so many times, and now it's over. like, dude.
Yes.
Oh my God.
On the bright side, at least he'll have a bunch of new, fresh prison stories for when he gets out.
Yeah, new YouTube.
Can do the whole redemption arc and stuff. This time he's finally learned his lesson not to be a violent, psychotic animal. Okay, Styx. So Styx has decided he has made this video about 50 times now, and he's become exceedingly efficient at this video. The video title is "He is not normal."
Don't grow up, right? Don't be an adult, right? Is that what it's about?
Yes. It's about how he's not normal. It's called "I'm Not Normal." And it's him defending the fact that he's in the head.
Styx. Does he know he's done this video?
I think, well, the thing is, right? Like, he'll talk about how much he doesn't care and how, he doesn't care what they think. But obviously that's not true, because he's really defensive about this and really insecure about it to the point where he has to remake this video every couple weeks until the end of time to justify the fact that he doesn't want to take a shower. I mean, just look at him, man.
He looks beyond haggard. I mean, like, the word haggard doesn't even begin to... This is the most unkempt person since, I don't know. I
don't know, like Cyrax,
like Andy.
It's
Ditch.
like it's horror cow level.
Yeah. No, he's hitting that level.
Really is.
Yes, horror cow.
And there's no reason for it to be like this. Like, I'm sure there's one running water in this apartment, Taro. Like, just take a shower, man. Comb your hair or chop it the off or do something, man. This ain't it, bro. And cover your arms. He's like a scarecrow.
I know.
He looks like he went to Auschwitz. I'm not even kidding. Like, in all seriousness, this guy needs help. And maybe he does need to go to prison, because at this point, he obviously can't take care of himself. So he should probably surrender himself over to the state. And I bet you he'd probably get better nutrition in a jail cell than he's getting right now.
Well,
in all seriousness. And like, the other inmates will make him shower or they'll beat the out of him. So he'll have to shower there.
I think the people at Auschwitz were better taken care of than him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he beats the... okay, anyway, let's...
Gabe's gonna you for that, buddy.
Sorry, Gabe. I'm just kidding. Am I, though? But look at this. This is the most ugly...
Man, this is like Charles Manson in prison is maxed, isn't it? Like, he just looks insane. Like, he's fucked.
This scares me, dude.
All right.
Whoa. That's going to be loud.
All right, everyone. It's time for the first video of the day. Yes, indeed. Talking about how I am not normal.
Yeah, ring it up.
We know.
Stixed up. We can tell just by looking at you, you fucking freak. Holy
Dude,
shit.
He is fucked, bro. This is actually scary to look at.
Nor do I intend to be. Nor do I want to be. For instance, there are people that are low functioning or retarded. I don't really
like you. Like you. I mean, I may as well just ring the bell for the entire thing.
Yeah, just hold it.
So I don't know. There's people that are low functioning and like you. Like, this is the definition of low functioning. Like, regardless of whether you're actually mentally disabled or not, which at this point, I think the alcoholism has made him mentally, and he's in like a massive cognitive decline. This is low functioning, bro. Look at your hair. Look at you. We can smell you through the screen, man.
Want to be normal. I don't want to be a dullard. I'd rather they're simply boring.
Not
okay.
Being disgusting and taking a shower is boring.
Apparently, like cleaning yourself,
brushing
working
your
a normal
teeth,
job, taking care of your living space, cleaning up after yourself. Apparently, that makes you a dullard. No, that actually makes you a functional member of society, right? But unless you're willing to be like a toothless alcoholic bum, sponging off of government benefits or mentally women in apartments, apparently you're a dullard and a sucker because you aren't a YouTuber like Tarl. Whereas Tarl's not even on YouTube anymore, by the way. Like, he forgot how to log in. He forgot his password. So now he's just on Rumble. He has no viewership to speak of. It's over. It's over.
I don't want to be boring. The hell would I want to live my life like that for? That doesn't.
Well, look at how you're living.
Oh, dude.
Like, no, how you're living makes no. But he
God.
actually thinks he can look down on people who work 9-to-5 white collar jobs. Like, he thinks that people who went to school, people who actually applied themselves in life, made something of themselves, are fools. People who had families, didn't abandon their children like Tarl did, see their kids every day. You know, those are the fools, right? It's like, no, Tarl, you're the fool. And I hate the fact that he's out there trying to encourage other people to live like him. Nobody should want to live like this. And thank God I don't think anybody will. Because if you judge a tree by its fruits, look at how it's going. Look at him.
This is a warning to all. When you're an addict, you're drinking, this is the spiral. This is the end, okay? This is the end of what it looks like. Insane.
Any sense at all.
Again, we've seen the before pictures. He looks like a different person. And how long?
Exactly,
what, 3 years?
Lady Snowblood. And this is the thing. His need for attention is boring. Because his whole thing here is he's going to talk about how he's special and he's unique, and he's not like every.
Yeah. Oh,
you're such a special boy, Tarl. No, you're not. There are millions of teenage boys around the world that act and think the exact same way as you do. You are not unique. You are not special. You are a loser. You're a criminal that's on the run from the law. You're an alcoholic. You're living and sponging off of a mentally disabled woman. It's time to stop, bro. It's time to turn yourself in. Stop coping. And stop trying to poison the minds of the youth with your...
Well, no one's watching. So
it's time to grow up, Tarl.
I don't think he'll poison anyone's mind. I don't think anyone's watching him anymore.
I'd rather live a short, eccentric life than drag on and be...
This isn't even like cool addict behavior where you're partying with people and you're like out on the town and
like
raving.
You're at the club
doing
and
fucking bitches. And
it's not like that.
No.
He's just sitting inside all day rotting, drinking himself to death, stinking like a bum. It's pathetic.
Boring and eventually get Alzheimer's, probably.
You already have Alzheimer's and dementia, you fucking idiot. But I love how in his mind the worst case scenario is living a long, full, stable life where you retire and you go to a home. I feel like that should kind of be the goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, ideally you'd have like a family that maybe that takes care of you and you don't have to go to the old folks home. But it's actually a blessing to get to go there because it means you got to live a full life and you didn't die, you know, and you're early in your 30s or 40s, like it's going to happen.
You've had a life. Yeah. You had a full life.
In the old
But, you know, he's saying this stuff, right? About like, oh, my life. I don't want to. But you have a kid. It's not all about you. It's not like, this is the thing. Once you decide to have a kid, everything changes because it's no longer just about you. There's somebody that's now dependent on you, and that kid needs you. to be their father, to help provide for them and raise them. And instead, you've just decided to throw it all by the wayside and drink yourself to death like a bum. And then you wonder why people question your life choices. Like, you.
I am never going to be normal. I've been abnormal since I was a child. It's funny. A lot of people are criticizing me lightly for,
Lightly or lately? Is that because you don't have front teeth anymore? Because Nikki knocked them the out, you little bitch? Got your ass beaten by Nikki? She knocked your teeth down your throat? Good.
They think that I've gone insane or something like
that.
You
have. Yes, you have.
The thing is, I was already insane when I was in elementary school.
Oh,
cringe alert! Cringe alert! Cringe! Look at him. That face is exactly how I feel about that. Look, zoom in on that face, man. I am the darkness. I've been crazy since I was 5 years old. I'm insane. And he's so edgy. He's such an edgy, special snowflake boy. Like, look at you, buddy. Look at you, bud. Oh, man. Is that a sticker? Like,
no. Listen, this guy's going to be the way of the dodo soon. Like, let's be real, dude.
Back then, when I was a little kid, I've been doing this my entire life. One of my hallmarks is destroying ICQ by troll rating and stuff like that on 4chan.
Oh yeah, he's a Eben 4chan troll, guys. He's so everybody's just triggered as he's burning his life down to the ground. He's Eben trolled all of us
ICQ,
by getting too arrested.
The first messenger system, what the fuck?
It's so lame, Tarl, bro. It really is.
It is.
Part of my lifestyle. I have never been normal.
He's a Me More veteran.
And I can never be normal. And I've come to terms with the fact that I can never be normal as well. And it does not bother me. I do not care. Now, I was nuts before. You keep
saying that. The thing is, he keeps saying he doesn't care, it doesn't bother him, but then why bring it up? And it's not just that you brought it up, you bring it up again and again and again and again. Every 2 weeks, sometimes every week, he makes this exact same video where he's like, I don't want to be, you can't make me work an office job, man. And it's like, you are insecure about it.
No one wants you there.
He's such a loser. It's a pathetic cope. He has to rationalize his life choices. And sometimes it's just like, you have to just admit that you're wrong. That what you're doing is and change your behavior. But no, he's just decided to ride it out to the end.
Some of you were born. Haha, isn't that great?
It's cringe. It's cringe. Okay, speaking of fossils that should have disappeared a long time ago, we have JF Garepi.
Thank you,
guys.
yes, Ashton.
So
Ashton
for
left
Andy,
the intro. Thank you.
Because Andy loves this AI intro. I'm presenting it to everybody again because I watched it. I'm like, this truly is.
It's the craziest intro ever. It's crazy that it exists.
So it's all right so far, right? But then it's just immediately like, why is he biting the wood? Like, why is he eating the wood? He's like a beaver, I guess. Like, it's that he's Canadian or something. But it's just so unhinged.
Yo, this far
for the fish.
Look at his face here.
Oh my god. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Like, he's wrapping the microphone in fish or like shedding the scales onto the microphone stand because it's like compiling up on on the mic.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Like,
wait, let me see it again. It's like, yeah, it's like the mic stand is a jar.
Yeah.
If there's content that's border
and then this like
line, that's content that we basically will not.
There is no second best. There's no second best crypto asset.
Okay, so it's his new book, White People Food.
I respect you and I have a great deal.
It's Coach Red Pill for no fucking reason at all. Gonzalo Lira appeared. By the way, Gonzo was banned from Twitter this week, even though he's dead.
Yo!
So, I don't know. Maybe it's proof he was alive. Who knows?
Yeah.
So that appreciation to you, JF.
Richard, that doesn't even look like him at all. The Richard Spencer AI, probably because it won't make Richard Spencer. Like it's
censored. Yeah, TLO.
Yeah, it's like you can't make anything with Kiwi Farms in it. Like it tells you no.
Yeah,
so I imagine it might be similar with old Spencer. I love this smooth saxophone.
This is crazy.
It's like a pipe dream.
That's when you take the peyote, the peyote mushroom.
Yes,
the fucking some sort of acid tablet.
Hello, everyone.
Buddy, he looks terrible. Oh my god,
he does.
And welcome.
He got skinny, too fast. Because he's looking bad here.
To JFG tonight. And you won't believe it. But I won't
believe it.
Speak Scarlett.
Okay, so JF is now claiming that not only does he mog Scarlett Johansson, but he mogs prime Scarlett Johansson. That he's more attractive sexually than Scarlett Johansson.
This guy's a...
Like, first of all, like, you're comparing yourself to a woman anyway, which is fucking bizarre. You know what I mean? Because, like, any guy is obviously going to her. You know what I mean? Like, you're saying, like, to lesbian women, you mog Scarlett Johansson? I'm pressing X to doubt on that, too. Are you saying that gay men would rather your ass than Scarlett Johansson? I don't even know. I think a gay man would rather Scarlett and pretend it's a man than...
Wait, I didn't mean to answer that question so fast. Sorry.
Whoa, hey! Never beating the allegations, are you there?
I shouldn't have said anything. Sorry. All right.
Johansson. This right here is a more successful evolutionary unit.
No!
What the? Is he
an evolutionary unit?
How does he have 33 retweets here? I hope they're all quote tweets with the insult.
Dunking on him.
That can't be like
what the
this. If you are, let's say if you are the father of a...
He is actually a psychopath, like beyond.
Hear this.
Okay.
You're going to love this.
Okay.
Boy and a daughter. And I'm giving you the opportunity for your boy to be breathing with this, or for your daughter to be breathing with this. Believe it or not, because most people would say, "Oh, I want my boy to get Scarlett."
Yeah. That's the most logical answer. There was, well, you know, I don't want my daughter to get murdered by a psychopathic serial killer like JF, and you know, my son would get to breed with ScarJu, so it'd be fire.
Right?
We're in the tribe, and you know, and she's hot as. But no, apparently the better option is JF. There.
This is actually twisted.
I'm giving peak Scarlett Johansson.
He's laughing because he knows it's not true.
No, he thinks it is. Okay, so his argument, just so you guys know, so we're not straw manning his intellectual prowess. He says because she only had 2 kids and JF had 6 kids that he abandoned, that he's evolutionarily more successful. And so therefore you should choose him as the mate for your daughter. Like it's cuckoo.
He's
son to my boy. But believe it or not, you're making an error. You are just wrong. You are objectively wrong. You know, maybe
you're objectively
is he not? No.
Honestly, he is definitely beyond.
Maybe one day I can make a show about if you're a woman, what not to do during.
What?
Holy shit! It's a
what
different.
What a take! So JF is gonna make a series on tips for what women should do during. so that they don't turn off their partner. But it's like, why would you get with some bitch anyway?
Yeah, what the fuck?
If you find the bitch, why are you her in the first place? Like, I don't know.
Because there's lots of things that if a woman does it, I am so annoyed.
What?
As if JF has all these options to where, oh my god.
You're Chad, sir.
You're Chad, sire. He's intimately familiar with ugly bitches because it's the only thing he can get. My point is, like, where is his frame of reference? Like, what hot bitches did he get with?
Exactly.
Like, it's crazy.
Ooh. Generally, I'm extremely annoyed when women show excitement at this and demand this. A very, very beautiful woman can be like, "Oh yeah, JF, I want you to f me so hard."
This never happened. Did this ever happen?
No.
Oh, JF, please. Come on.
He's like, imagine though if it did happen.
So creepy.
Imagine.
Bro.
It would be awesome, bro.
But when the ugly woman says this, I get the hick. I get the ick.
That's the hick.
The hick.
The hick.
It becomes it's a turn off. Somehow, self-pleasure in the woman is unacceptable when she's...
What?
I am looking to
So women
develop...
aren't allowed to have pleasure if they're according to JF? Okay.
Is he wrong? I'm just kidding.
A founder edition. There will only be 5 signed.
Hear this? Okay. So he's got his new book coming out, White People Food, right? So he's planning on creating the special founder edition, Andy, that he's going to autograph. Now, you and Chad, how much do you think that JF is going to charge for the special founder edition?
Wait, how much is the regular book? How much is the regular one? So we have
it's
reference.
like $20.
$50. 100.
No.
500.
Yes.
Oh my god. No.
Who the f is going to pay this?
What? Nobody.
Edition. There will only be 5 signed founder edition of White People Food.
Because he knows he only has 5 viewers.
Yeah, only 5 viewers left. Yes.
I have set on the price of $500 USD.
US dollars, so it's like 800 Canadian dollars. Oh,
you're not allowed to charge in USD when you're Canadian.
Oh, doesn't.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Jer. It's
folks
time
get
for
ready.
It's Jeremageddon, because the unsolved coffee mysteries have now become the solved coffee mysteries, all thanks to Jeremy Hambly. After all of the super sleuthing that Return of the Mac and Cheese did, Reardon Steele on Kiwi Farms, Luther Morgan, Misty Moshi, so many people all looking into this, searching through the public records, cross-referencing bits of information that Hambly would up here and there. Ultimately, it was Jeremy Hambly himself who would expose it all. And why? Because he's on oxys now. He's on a toxic mixture of Xanax, oxycodone, and the booze, buddy. And the SSRIs.
Although I'm happy he solved his own crime, it's still bittersweet, isn't it? It's like we had so much fun along the way trying to figure it out, and
no, because it's still not over. Because Jer refuses to admit that he's been beaten. You guys will see today's show from Quartering was the most psychotic break from reality, just gaslighting everybody, revisionist history. So apparently it's not over. According to Jer, there's nothing here. He didn't expose himself. But what Jer did, high out of his mind on pills, not paying attention to the news story he was supposed to be covering, he was doing background tasks for the coffee company because By the way, this proves he has no employees, because if he had an employee, they would be the one around with the shipping labels, right? So, of course, we know he doesn't have actual employees because they're not registered for like payroll tax. Like, they're not registered with the government. So it's all lies. Like, Jared doesn't actually have any staff. Okay. But Jared was doing this bitch work that he should have employees doing for the shipping labels, not doing his job on the story. And he just dragged it in to the OBS, just completely himself. Ooh. It's amazing.
Oh my God. But he didn't even realize for like 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
This is like world market and stuff like that by the end of the year. But Jeremy, stickers and drop shipping.
So this was just the day before.
Okay.
So just the day before, he's so smug. He's winning. He's disproved the trolls and the haters. You know what I mean?
Frank Booth!
For 25 songs!
Thank you, Frank Booth, for the big drop there.
Capybara supporter for 2000.
Wow.
He believes it's duty of Christians everywhere to notify the fellow Christian small business owners of the perils of doing business with Pass. And Don Flurgandy for 2,000 kicks says the casino can't stop winning. What's going on with Duty? Oh, okay, because I said, yeah, Duty.
Yeah.
But is Duty making it? Is he? Since the death of Raw Phil? No way.
Yeah, it's tough.
ESP's diaper bulge reel for 5 subs.
It's not. It's like we'll see. We'll see how it's going. Here we go.
This will be in stores, right? Exactly. Well, let me tell you this: if I was drop shipping, I wouldn't be on Amazon either.
The smug laugh.
The profit margins on drop shipping would not be big enough.
So, by the way, Jer, we know right well that you're willing to do tons of vanity projects where you lose your ass in order to save face or present yourself as some sort of a big shot. Like the entire podcast, the entire live stream you do is a loss leader. Like it's a big time cope where you pay thousands of dollars to Melanie Mac to make no money. So how would this prove anything? Like that you would have no margin or be losing money? It doesn't. Because we know right well you do this just to say that you have it, to pretend you're a big deal. Okay.
Yeah, it's not. There's no profit. There's no money.
You know, there's a quartering extended universe.
Oh yeah,
where people believe that, and that's fine.
You're actually part of the Keno Casino extended universe. Okay, sorry, Jared. I'm sort of.
We are best June ever.
Hey guys, Luther Morgan here, and
Luther Morgan, go subscribe to him. I'm excited to see what he's got coming up too.
Solved coffee is now solved coffee, and it really is the ultimate irony that just yesterday Jeremy Hambly was telling us that it wasn't drop shipped, and literally yesterday I put out a tweet saying, "Hey, you know, why don't you just tell us where the coffee factory is?" Well, guess what? Hambly must have been listening because he obliged. So if we go in over here, there's many people that have sent me this clip.
Look at this! Look what he did!
Oh, how do you this up?
How?
That's do you just
crazy.
Drag it, and it's so huge. It's not like it's this tiny little
it popped
sliver.
Up behind the screen
here.
Yeah,
it just took up the whole size of the screen. Yeah, the middle of the screen. And their faces are priceless, bro. When this happened, like both of them are just like space cadets, you know?
And basically, it's Jeremy pulling up the shipping labels for his coffee. And you know what? I honestly thought that this was going to happen because
we all did.
He's
honestly,
drunk
Jeremy,
and out of his mind on pills. Yeah, he always does this. It's just like this. I said in the opening to the show. Is like his live stream is such a bad idea because not only does he lose money on it because he makes no super chats, has no Rumble contract, has to pay Melanie, now has to pay Chrissy, but he's constantly taking the bait, seething, lashing out at the trolls, oversharing with information, and making massive OPSEC blunders that hurt his personal life and business. It's insane. It really is. So he really should quit, but he doesn't out of like pride or whatever. By the way, we got Frank Booth for another 25 subs!
God damn! Thank you, Frank Booth. Holy shit! Another big drop in a row. Thank you, man. Thank you.
So careless with his material. I thought that he actually would expose himself. Now I was
like, by the way, remember he exposed himself. What was it? His reporting history in the thing. It's like, dude,
the email popped up in the search bar saying, "Thanks for your report to YouTube," and he couldn't adequately explain that. Never showed the history or anything.
Yeah,
it's wild,
right?
Thinking it was going to be a email exposure where he was actually accidentally going to show an email from.
But
what an idiot!
Look how long
he's so careless with his material. I thought that he actually would expose himself. Now I was thinking it was going to be an email exposure where he was.
Look at her.
Like the thing is, Mel isn't even. I don't even think she's paying attention. I don't think either of them were even paying attention, and it took them like a solid 5 to 10 seconds to even realize that this was happening, because both of them are completely zoned out, checked out. Neither of them give a shit. They're just sitting there like trying to grift, but like in the laziest way possible.
How did he like this up? I don't get it. Like, how do you like? I know that this screen right here is, see, that's the OBS right there, is the screen that has on it. He's opening private information on the monitor that has the video.
But can he not afford a second monitor?
No,
is that what it is?
He has a second monitor. That's the thing. He has it on the monitor.
Maybe he sold that monitor.
Oh.
No, he has to. There's no other way for this to happen.
How does he have Mel? You know what I mean? Like, you have to have one screen, right?
He's just so stupid. That's why. Well, we got Frank Booth for another 25 subs.
Frank Booth with fucking 75 in total or more?
Well, you may as well round it out now with another fucking big drop.
Was it 90 there today?
75.
Oh, I thought there was. It was the weekly I was looking at. But yeah, thank you, Frank.
Payday, bitch. Let's go.
Frank, all you motherfuckers, let's go. Let's Jer. We got a lot of Jer today, guys.
Jer himself.
This is gonna be an 8 hours, 8 hour segment.
So 3D Print Commander goes. He's got his main labels in front of him, and the stream preview to his right. He literally does a double take when he glances to his right.
Yeah,
well, he
no, Ash. That's the thing is, he should have these labels on the monitor to his right, but he's got it on the screen that he's presenting. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable.
There's no need for this. There's no reason this should ever happen.
That's nuts.
And, because even if you were going to do this, like during the stream, it shouldn't happen. But first of all, it never should happen anyway, because you should actually be focused on your show.
Yes.
You should actually be presenting the show and locked in. But no.
Actually accidentally going to show an email from his roaster.
Look at this.
That's how we...
Look at his double take.
Exposure, where he was actually accidentally going to show an email from his roaster.
He looks over.
That's how...
Oh, no! And there's Mel. Look at Mel now. Mel realized. And look at her face. Oh, no!
If only you knew how bad things really were.
Things are really, really bad. Now, we thought at first this might be like a customer's information, but it's actually just the information of the white label coffee company where Jer is, getting all of his coffee from, and the Amazon fulfillment center that they ship it to. So these are just like publicly available businesses.
I can't believe it happened. I could, but I can't believe.
Reporting people to YouTube. I mean, this guy's just so careless where, he signed into Zachary on his Amazon account. That's the owner of Meta PCs. We caught him buying his own coffee on Amazon.
What kind of scam ring is going on with all these places? Like, this is the biggest farce I've ever seen.
And we got Frank Booth for another 25
Big support, Frank Booth.
Dude, bro, guy, pal, for for 5 subs. Jeremy Hambly Brunel Real for 5 subs.
Oh, thank you, and Brass Creations Foundry
for a sub. Brain Dookie says he's reading a study Bible, and every time the book of Jeremiah is mentioned, it's abbreviated as Jer. And he giggles inside. Brass Creations Founder says Jer's ultimate nemesis, technical mishaps. And then Wanaman for a sub as well. Let's go, let's go, bitch!
That's so funny, dude. The Jeremiah. Imagine you're reading the Bible and you're like,
It's against the terms of
Jeremiah
service.
was the man of woes.
Oh,
he
there we go.
He suffered, bitch.
He makes sense.
Yeah, no, Jer suffered a lot in the Bible, actually. Jam salesman for 5 subs.
Jer chapter 220.
And Star Crunch for 5 subs.
He's the OG.
He
Jer.
doxed, his own wife's Amazon. He leaked
Thanks,
his own
guys.
cup.
And Evil Dead 1987 for a sub. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Thing on X on his history. Like, I knew that it was going to happen. I had a feeling it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. And boy, did he deliver. Because now
look at him. Look, everybody. Okay, look at his mouth when he panics. Watch, this is so funny.
I knew that it was going to happen. I had a feeling it was going to happen.
He tries to, he can't get on it. He's like,
He failed.
And then,
just a matter of time. And
he closes it and it opens back
up. It
up.
opens again. He fumbled it big time.
Deliver. Because not only is it confirmed.
And look at his face here. He goes, watch.
Like, I had a feeling it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. And boy, did he deliver. Because not only is it confirmed that...
Oh, choke on it, Jer. Swallow that felt, bud.
His face is like fully deformed. Shiny tin foil for 25 subs. Thank you, god damn.
Man Blue says Jer's one of the biggest retards I've ever seen. These segments are my favorite. I love you guys.
Ooh,
let's go.
You so fucking much.
Coffee brand coffee, where it's coming from. We finally figured that out. But we have in 4K the shipping labels proving.
Well,
it's over. It's proven.
It's 720p because he doesn't know how to stream in 1080. So
proving that it is drop shipped coffee. So let's get into it right now. So let's actually go through those labels one by one. Now there were, I believe, 6 distinct labels and 5 were different.
What a complicated business to make 50 cents a bag.
I know.
You've got like 6 locations. You got to ship things and this and that.
So the first location, that was 2150 US Business 70 Highway Business West and North Carolina. This is a Amazon fulfillment center. So if we go to the next one, it was 20701 Tramiria Avenue, Riverside, California. And it says FBA, that's Fulfillment by Amazon via UPS. So that is a UPS shipping center.
By the way, a 1.6 star rating for this place. Yikes.
Where they also do Amazon.
I'm serious too.
Then you go to the next one. This is 615 Boulder Drive.
Not the Boulder! Not the Boulder Drive! Jer was out picking up boulders, when our clip channel went down.
That's the famous mundane Matt.
Booth for 5 subs.
Thank you, Frank Booth.
The Boulder Drive? Come on.
Oh my god, dude. Frank Booth, man, with the fucking thank you, man. 120 there, holy shit.
Allentown, Pennsylvania. Buddy. This is a Amazon fulfillment center. And then if you go to the next one, again, it's 211 North Union Street, Middletown, Pennsylvania. This is a FBA fulfillment by Amazon with UPS, and they do Amazon fulfillment out of there. And then, last but not least, there's 3388 South Cactus Avenue, Bloomington, California, 92316, and that is again a Amazon fulfillment center. So all of these shipping labels were coming from the coffee brand coffee manufacturer, which I'm going to get to in just a second, and they were all going to Amazon fulfillment centers from the East Coast out to the West Coast. The address where all this coffee was being shipped from was 319 Conowingo Road, Corryville, Pennsylvania, 17566. Now, there's two businesses related to this address. The first company here is Noltpack, a co-packing company.
You gotta be kidding. In Corryville? Oh my, come on! Corderingville?
He's got a
Corderingville.
Holy
in
shit!
Pennsylvania. Okay.
Corderingville, Pennsylvania.
So that was actually a theory that I had.
There's no way. This is like almost like we wrote the script and we're like
the meme magic, buddy.
We set everything up.
Back in part 2.
This is a psyop, isn't it?
2 of Unsolved Coffee. The reason why Jeremy Hambly had to go $300,000 worth of debt was because he was using a co-packer. Well, this is a co-packer that specializes in K-Cup.
No, not the K-Cup.
Oh, no, Jer.
Where's the K-Cup machine, Jer?
No, Jer never bought the K-Cup machine that he scammed people for $80,000 for. He said he was going to lose everything, and he had to sell his Neo Geo collection and everything. It was all a lie. He never bought
legally,
the K-Cup
there's got to be a legal issue with this, right? There's got to be.
So that $80,000 K-Cup machine that he supposedly bought, this is the service that he's using. Our private label K-Cup co-packing services. This is where the K-Cups come from. I think we can basically guarantee that.
It's drop shipped. It's drop shipped.
It's 100%.
It's 100% certainty. Now you say Notepad.
Yeah, isn't lying about a fundraiser
and by the
illegal?
way,
I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, so it's brutal, buddy. It's brutal.
Gotta put him in jail, no?
Lock him up!
Put him in jail.
What the hell is Notepad? Well, if you go to the Pennsylvania Department of State government website and you type in Notepad LLC, it is a real LLC out of Pennsylvania. It's the same address, 319. And then if you look here at the governor's, it's Gary Nolt. Now you say, well, who the hell's Gary Nolt? Gary Nolt is the coffee bowl. The other...
What?
Here it is, the coffee bowl, buddy. Here it is. It's all exposed. Here it is. This is the company that's been providing it all for Jer. All along, it was white labeled coffee from Java Taza. The coffee bowl, Mr. Nolt.
Address is Java Taza LLC. And if you go to our company here, Gary Nolt is actually in some of the promotional material. So this is where the coffee comes from, at least for the K-Cups. And it's everything, even the bags look very similar to the bags that
Yes, they're the same ones. They're the same ones.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Not sure if this is where all the coffee comes from, but I think we can,
It doesn't matter at this point.
No, some of it came from Mill Street years ago.
Yeah,
exactly. Switched over to these guys, and he might use Mill Street or another supplier for certain flavors that he can't get from these guys. But this is the proof that a large percentage of his business, if not all of his business, is drop shipped. It's white labeled coffee, which he lied. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with the coffee being white labeled or drop shipped. Really, nobody would care. Most people expect it to be. When a YouTuber launches a coffee, that's what they expect, okay? But Jer lied and said that he had vertical integration, that he had his own coffee factory, that he had the fulfillment.
That's the problem.
He shit on Tim Pool.
Exactly.
And he said that, and he did it again today. And it's like, you can't do this, Jer. This is buddy.
Well, he's mad because Tim Pool finally opened up his coffee shop. Looks pretty nice. It's like a Starbucks type thing, right? So Jer can't handle that Tim Pool has a coffee shop now.
Probably 90% chances where most of the coffee comes from, but the K-Cups for sure.
He said he was roasting his own
what do
you put him in jail. Can we lock him up?
So listen, all you have to do to replicate Jer's business is just fill out this form. And you too can have your own white label drop ship coffee. Then you just contact Amazon, have it shipped to the fulfillment center and list it. There you go. You've built Coffee Brand Coffee, your own version. There you go.
Interested in selling bulk beans, 12-ounce coffee, K-Cup. These are all the products that Jeremy has. So, this is definitely one of his suppliers. So what's crazy about this guy and the company Java Taza is they're an actual coffee company. And if you know that because they have promotional material and they actually show off their coffee company. So if you watch this video, this promotional video that's on their website and on YouTube, you can say, okay, yeah, this is the coffee factory. So this is where all the coffee comes from. And it's, a smaller, this is Gary Nolt. He's the coffee bull. He's the president.
There's the coffee bull. There's the guy who actually roasts chairs.
President of Javataza. He's also the president of Notpack. So here it is.
That's Heather picking the beans.
Jeremy Hambly told us where the coffee is coming from, and the coffee bull here makes the coffee for him. Obviously, you can tell some of the buildings in the background. It's very similar to the address. I'm not going to show the address because it's a residential address. Even though it is used for his business, let's be nice to this guy.
Mexicans? He's hiring Mexicans? I'm sure
what they are, they're Mennonite Mexicans.
Okay.
That are working on a plantation in Pennsylvania.
Oh my!
This is apparently though, like what they have, like the company is like some sort of Mexican Mennonite company or whatever. Because it'll play into when they ask Jared the religion of his workers today, and he fucking crashed.
It's time to call.
We got Frank Booth for 5 subs.
We call ICE and get them shut down. I'm kidding. Thank you, Frank Booth.
The regulators are on it, buddy. Mexonite.
But anyway, this is where the coffee comes from. It's over. It's fucking over. And it's a real coffee company because look, this is where here's the coffee, here's the roasting facility. Here's my roasting.
Jer, show us this. Look at it. That's what it should have been, Jer. You told everybody you bought this equipment, you had your own factory, you roasted your own beans. Every bag was roasted to order, which is an obvious fucking lie. And you know what, bro? You're exposed. How does that make you feel, Jer?
Bro.
How does that make you feel, Bish?
Do you remember when he was raising money for his machines, right? For the coffee. Mm-hmm. How panicked he sounded?
Yes.
Do you think he owed like the mafia money or something?
No, I think what happened was, and I don't think he bought any sort of equipment or anything like that. I think that he made a massive bulk order of coffee that he couldn't sell and was going to be out a massive amount of money. So he took a loan for it, something like this, where he took out a loan to do this massive bulk order. And then he couldn't sell through. And so he needed to tell everybody he was going to lose everything if he didn't raise the money. Something like that.
Yeah,
something like that.
Something's off about this whole thing.
Machine that I'm very proud of. I have, I guess Chad Nolt. It's literally Chad Nolt.
Chad Nolt! No! His name's Chad. The coffee bull's name is Chad. You can't make this up. Not the coffee Chad bull, buddy.
How is this real, dude? How is this real?
Coffee bull is making the coffee.
Again, Fly White Girl for 5 subs. Thank you so much, Fly.
We got Gigantus Firemon says, suffer Jazz, suffer Bish. I know all the money he scammed can't be returned, but at least everything he bought with it is slowly going by.
Bye.
And Willie the Composer for 2,000 kicks. Jer 220. You said, I will not serve you. Indeed, on every high hill and under every spreading tree, you lay down as a suffragette. We got evidence-based misogyny, says that felted face from Jer. Post-shipping label reveal needs to be a sticker. We got eels up inside you, says, the annoying thing is it doesn't matter how many times he gets caught. He'll always come up with some. Yeah, but I think he's starting to go insane. You'll see. Like today, I think he's actually being driven completely insane. Yes,
it's worth it
for coffee brand coffee. It's over. It's over, Jeremy.
It's over, Jer.
It's over.
So now that we know the truth about coffee brand coffee, what's Jeremy going to do next? I mean, are we going to believe him and his lies that it's not?
No, I don't believe what time he wakes up or like the most basic things. I went to go mow my dog. I don't even believe that anymore.
Drop shift and that he has a real company and this and that, or are we going to believe the Cotton 4K proof proving that from his supplier directly to the Amazon fulfillment center and then from Amazon to the customer? It's the definition of drop shipped. It's the definition of drop shipping. And, you know, will he continue in these lies? And
just to lay it out for you guys one more time, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning of the show, Jeremy Hambly's only involvement in Coffee Brand Coffee is swiping his credit card.
Yeah.
Maybe he picks the flavors, I guess. That's it. He swipes his credit card and picks flavors that they have available from there. That's all that he does. The coffee is roasted by Java Taza, and they ship it to the Amazon fulfillment facility. Then Amazon ships it to you. So Jer doesn't have anybody involved in fulfillment. Jer has no employees roasting coffee all day. It's all lies. It's all cope. He has nothing. He has no involvement in any of it.
Delusions of owning a coffee factory, what's going to be his response? Now, if he doesn't respond to any of the controversy, he doesn't try to put anything out, he's just going to put his head in
he responded. He responded.
The sand. Now we're really getting into the wackadoo territory where, you know, he talks about all the weirdos, you know, so-called weirdos in the Quartering Extended Universe, which I guess I'm a part of, where we live in an alternate...
Frank Booth.
For another 25 subs!
Keeping the show thriving.
And
Thank you.
Triforce Tony for 5 subs.
Let's
DX
go.
for 2 subs.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you.
go.
Thank you.
Jer's exposed. It's over, Jer.
Damn.
The grift is at an end. The walls are closing in on you, Jer. Just admit the truth.
He's got to, right? He's got to just
He's
admit
not
it.
going to. He's not going to.
reality. It's like, no, Jeremy, we live in reality. We live in reality where Notepак and Java Taza, you know, they're your suppliers. They send it to the Amazon warehouse. You live in the alternate reality where you own this coffee factory and you have this amazing, thriving business. You know, because every single time Luther Morgan puts out a video or other people put out a video exposing you, all of a sudden you have the best month of sales. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And who are you trying to fool? It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. You're not fooling anybody.
His own fans don't believe him.
No one. Well, he doesn't have any fans.
His fans.
There's no.
The guy. The one
all
guy.
that this is just him trying to save face because he doesn't want to admit it. Because in his mind, if he admits it, then it's over. But as long as he keeps lying, he can like sow some seeds of doubt. But we have the forensic evidence of the shipping label. You're done. It's over. No reasonable person who's going to confront the evidence can believe otherwise. And if Jer really wanted to prove otherwise, he could debate Luther Morgan. He could debate Yellow Flash, but he ducked Yellow Flash after begging to debate him for weeks, begging to confront his critics. He ran away like a coward and never said a word about it again until today when he once again crashed out at Yellow Flash and his critics because he's a big baby and he knows he's wrong. He knows he's wrong. That's why he can't confront Yellow Flash, Luther Morgan, or anybody because he'll be felted. It'll be the end for him. So he has to keep ignoring reality.
By fan, I meant Brad Cool.
Yeah.
It's over and it's never been more.
Even Brad Cool's like, I don't know, Jer. It doesn't sound that believable.
Dead. And I really wanted to like come out and do the crab dance and celebrate, but really I'm just glad that like the truth was exposed.
Well,
and,
we
like,
will. Dabbing on Jer. Dabbing on Jer.
Buddy, we are. We'll do that, Luther. No worries. Hey, Jer.
Suffer, Jer.
Suffer.
Jer.
Suffer.
The scams done in the dark have come to the light, and there's no way out now for you, Jer.
All he needed to do was not respond.
I know.
What a comedy of errors.
I knew it. I knew that he was going to fuck up and expose himself, and he did. So thank you, Jeremy Hambly, for finally telling us where the coffee comes from. And there won't be an Unsolved Coffee Part 6 because it's over. Like, it's fucking over. Like, the investigations...
Well, Luther, what you could do for more content is take his lies and make video responding to his lies.
That's what I think he should do at this point, is just go over every single claim Jer made about the coffee over the years, all of the contradictions and lies, and just with video evidence and receipts, debunk all of it once and for all.
Exactly.
But that video, when it gets put out, needs to be saved immediately because we know that Jer will flag it down. 100%.
Yes. So, yeah.
Over, and Coffee Brand Coffee
obviously post at your own risk because he does flag every fucking person in the world.
Is over. You know, he's not going to get into Walmart. He might get into World Market. I don't know.
If I hear the word Walmart ever again,
you're going to. He's going to tell us about the Walmart and how it's on delay because of the paperwork, because of the other owners that didn't exist until. Just get ready for the Walmart cope, because Jared told us that by the end of this month, by the end of July, it would be in every Walmart in the country. We all knew it wasn't true at the time. Now he has to cope. Why he tells these lies that it's going to immediately, within a month, be like disproven, I don't know. Like, he puts like definitive dates on. What are you doing? Even if you thought you were going to actually get in.
How about surprise your audience?
You know?
Guess what, guys? Next week, we're in Walmart. It's been approved. Like, why? Because now it's just lie. Like,
the business is not thriving. It's not growing. How is it?
Well, it's the opposite. It's not thriving or growing. It's not even stagnant. It is declining. We're in the germinal decline, and it's over.
Yes. It's being advertised outside of your...
Well, Jer is growing, right? Jer is growing in size.
Around the waistline, yeah.
Failing YouTube
you can't
channel. It's not.
Walk stuff.
It's dead in the water. So why persist? It's just for vanity's sake, but it's like no one believes you.
Yeah.
Like, you're just embarrassing yourself even worse. It would have been better if you just closed it down, quite frankly, because it's over. It's over.
Oh.
Well, I did want to thank everybody that helped and contributed with the investigation. You know, it wasn't just the journey, it was the friends we made along the way. So thank you so much for watching, you guys. We're going to be doing more coffee investigations. I got a really big video coming out on 1775 coffee.
So he's expanding the investigation?
Yes. Into all the various different coffee grifts. So.
Tim Pool next.
There's also going to be a new coffee company that we're going to be looking into as well. So stay tuned for that. Other videos on the way. Thank you so much for your...
I definitely think that Luther should do more videos on
before we get into Jeremy's response to Luther's video, let's do the rest of these shout outs.
Yes,
we got Bird Talk for 5 subs, Tony Panther for 5 subs, Blanca Boy says Jaws and Taza are conservative Mennonites which have huge mission networks in Latin America. They're sourcing coffee from mission contacts? That's wild, bro. Demon Psychiatrist says Jer for lolcow of the decade. We got Blanco Boy for 2,000 kicks says Jer's $1 profit is. My company sells Java Taza to physical stores for $7.25 for K-Cups and $9 for the 12-ounce bag. His markup is over 100%. Well, obviously he lies about that like he lies about everything, right? But when he sets the rules that he only makes $1 margin on this, I'm going to dunk on him for failing. But obviously everything out of his mouth is a lie and shouldn't be taken at face value whatsoever. Jer Bear Stare for 5 subs. Random Dude for a sub. And Foo Bear for a sub as well. Okay, let's get into Jer's Friday show. Okay, now we're going to have a look here. First of all, go to the bottom one. It's fucking reason. This was the thumbnail today.
What the fuck?
So he's just completely lost his mind. He's the silence of the Jer. I guess the lambs keep screaming.
Is he still using this? Jer.
He still is.
Jer, that is like a fucking ancient meme.
Okay.
Oh my God. Are you
so
kidding
here
me?
we have Jer's show today. I think this is one of the biggest crash outs and copes of all time. So now he's doing a hybrid. So throughout the week, he's been experimenting with like indie rock bands as the new intro song. So he would have like their music video playing or their album art. But now what he's doing is he's doing the quartering memes, but with the indie rock song laid over it. This will save the business.
Oh, by the way, 2016, that meme was made 10 years ago. It's been a decade.
It's been 10 years.
10 years.
We got Not Simping Just Saying, says Phil, the flag it bitch. Yes.
Phil. This is insane.
All right.
Okay, it didn't even count down. That was terrible, bro.
That was
transition.
Fear. No, that was fear.
He's scared. He's shook, bro.
Watch. He is like in a haunted house, isn't he?
You're gonna tell this whole time, like, look at that. That's fear. It's like he actually saw a ghost or something.
No,
you're like,
dude, that's
a fucking cryptozoological entity appeared before his fucking eyes.
But you heard something for real,
bro. His pupils are dilated. Like, zoom in on his eyes. Like, his eyes are. He's clearly on drugs. Look at that. I don't know if those are the pain pills or the Xanax or the SSRIs or what the he's on that he claims to take, but he's clearly out of his mind on drugs. And the meltdown that he had today, as I was saying, is probably like a top 5 all-time Jer meltdown. And that's why we're leading with it. And then we're going to go back in time throughout the week.
Tarantinoing it, yeah.
At what led up to this, okay?
By the way, we got 8-hour segment here, by the way.
Legendary R for 5 subs. And Canty Redux says, Raymond messed up on stream tonight showing his Tinder with his face visible when he has A-logs trying to ruin his life concerning stuff. Well, maybe he'll actually get a match on Tinder and make it.
Yeah.
Well, Raymond.
I expected him to do that, right?
Now, Senthes here in chat is saying this whole crash out is because Jer has delusionally disassociated from reality and in life. He is a narcissist that is under the false belief that his drug-induced fog he's lived in for decades is the natural state everyone lives in. He thinks he can contort reality because he thinks everyone else is experiencing the same spaced out, detached life he is. Yeah, I think you're on point.
Crazy. That's crazy. All right, you ready for this?
Yep.
All right. Welcome in, everybody.
But the real question is,
massive support before we even started.
Jer ready for his own show? And we got What is Reagan Backwards for 5 subs.
My fucking hero.
SP refugee. Welcome home.
Welcome home.
Ready to Friday show.
By the way, just real fast, because he's here. What is Reagan Backwards? DSP really felt it himself because all the kick people, minus one dent who's trying to felt people, no one's donating. All the A-logs have just stopped. And you could tell DSP was sweating today. Anyway, maybe later we'll talk about that.
In the 2 p.m. time slot, I hope you're doing well. We don't have a ton of news today. It's been a
There's never news. There's an entire Tyler Robinson trial going on.
Erica Kirk was like talking about how he's not the killer or some shit. Did you see this? What she was saying? It was like, whoa, what?
What are we talking about? News is slow. Like, the news is crazy right now. Like, the escalating in Iran, Trump and Iran are at war again, Tyler Robinson trial. There's a lot going on, bro. Come on.
No, Erica did say that. Is that fake? Whoa, buddy. All right, I've been felted by AI once again.
I thought you were saying Candace said that. You said Erica. Oh, okay.
Well, someone had a video out there. Was that AI?
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's obviously AI, bro. She wouldn't say that.
That's why I was like, what the f*** happening? This is crazy.
pretty slow week. I mean, all right. What do we got? Okay.
What do we got?
Probably 2 stories today.
Probably, or is
probably there? 2 stories. Like, if you only have 2 story, why even go live?
Yeah.
Why do anything? And he doesn't even know if there's 2 stories out. There's probably 2 stories. Like, okay.
What?
Yeah, even the Lego scandal he could cover, but no.
Yeah, the minifigs thing.
Hope you guys are doing well this weekend.
This weekend?
Not the weekend. It's Friday, so it's the weekend soon, guys. Woohoo! Weekend!
How was your weekend?
gonna try to get a little more mobile.
Learning to walk again.
Oh my God.
Jer's in the mobility scooter going to the Ren Fair. Oh no.
It's opening weekend for the Ren Fair, so that's always fun.
No! Does he not know?
I don't think he knows, or he's like denying reality, but Jer actually plans on going to the Ren Fair that not only has he been banned from, but has reconfirmed within the last week that he's banned from. Jer, prove that you went. Prove that you actually can go to the Ren Fair, bro, because none of us believe that you can go. Now, I wonder how they actually will enforce this ban. Can you imagine if they just have posters up outside?
Yeah.
Like there's posters everywhere, like this man's not allowed.
But it's done in like the style of Ren Fair.
It's like a wanted old. Jeremy Dale Hambley banished from the realm, exiled. If ye spot this scoundrel, evict him from the ground. To the dungeons with him.
He has to joust.
The old scooter.
He has to joust.
Please God, let Jer show up to the Ren Fair on his scooter and argue with the staff, and then people start filming him.
Ash.
It goes viral.
Imagine him jousting, but he's in the fucking wheelchair.
He's like, I demand trial by combat. Thou shalt have a scooter the horse. Knight comes in with the lance, just smites his eye out of his socket in his chair.
Very hot out, so it's supposed to be like 90 degrees.
Who cares what the temperature is in your area? We don't care.
He serves a lot.
Whoa, guys, it's hot in the summer. Can you believe it?
Yo, sir shits a lot. That's so funny. Weather report. Now it's time for your weather with Jer.
Hot out, so it's supposed to be like 90 degrees.
You know what? Yo, Don Flurgandy, if you're watching, I think you're there. You should have a section of your show where you do weather, and it's just like now quartering with the weather, and just put this clip in.
Ton of chores around the house because I've kind of been laid
chores,
up.
Guys. He's telling us about the chores again. Welcome to Jer Bingo. Every show is the same.
Chores.
The last week or so, then I should probably try because I've used ton of chores around the house because I've kind of been laid up the last week or so.
So Heather is giving him no mercy. So he got out of doing his chores by faking this knee injury, but now Heather's like, chop chop, you're gonna have to catch up on all the chores you missed this last week, Jeremy. And you know she didn't do any of them herself. So suffer, Jer.
Suffer.
We got community watch for 10 subs.
Let's go. Big community watch for 10 subs. Big support today. Ash, holy.
We try to like muscle my way through a little bit.
You have no muscles.
Yard work, things like that.
Not the yard work, bro.
Yard work. Cares.
No,
I don't know.
It'll be interesting.
Do we know?
Okay, bring it back 2 seconds.
Okay.
Listen to this. Okay, get ready.
It'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless,
he said it'll be interesting 3
Nonetheless.
And then nonetheless.
Now he's saying nonetheless, bro. How brain damaged and on drugs is this guy?
Nonetheless.
What the fuck?
He said it 3 times.
No.
Oh my god.
But
oh my god.
Watch this.
Nonetheless.
After the second nonetheless, watch this. Look at his eyes here. He's glitching.
Yeah, he's
he's like repeating. He's like rebooting.
You can hear like the gears grinding and the steam coming out of his fucking ears in order to say nonetheless 3 times.
Nonetheless.
Oh man.
Say it again, Jer.
Yeah, it's also a lot of walking,
Oh, not walking.
Oh no, he has to walk.
Shut it down. He has to walk. Fuck.
So I'm gonna see. I've got lawn care to do today. We'll see. Like,
oh my god, the lawn care.
Lawn care, buddy. You have a riding lawnmower. We're talking about like, what are we doing here? It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, put on a podcast.
We got Flutter Deader for 5 subs. Hardest part of Jade's wheelchair for 5 subs. Lexapros for 5 subs.
Fuck yeah.
Brass Creation Foundry says, I fully support Jarrett the Ren Fair. Cast him as the guy locked in the stockade and let the rotten tomatoes fly. Spoon of Doom says, Jer is so boring that watching snails crawl is better. Then we've got Triforce Tony says, who wins a race, DSP, Jer, or Ralph? It depends if the Jer chair is allowed. Because if Jer is allowed to use his mechanized wheelchair, he's going to smoke those guys. Otherwise, it's probably Phil. You know, but Ralph will tell you, I'll win all the foot races, bitch.
Buddy.
I'm so fast.
Ralph is so done, dude.
He's done, bro. And Threading the Sneedle says, can we get a count for how many times Jer accidentally says Carmelo while covering the Robinson trial? I'm going to guess 4. I'll be real. Every time he does this Tyler Robinson trial, I just basically skip the entire segment because he doesn't say anything. He just watches the videos in silence. It's garbage.
We'll see like exactly how things are.
What do you mean? He just tells us, I'm gonna mow the lawn or whatever. He goes, we'll see how things are.
But how would it be? Like
with what, the lawn?
Like, can he do like a live stream of him mowing the lawn? That would be amazing.
Like Boogie did that?
Yeah, Boogie nearly died mowing his tiny backyard.
We'll see how mowing the lawn goes. What the?
Imagine Jer having to use a push mower. I think he might die, bro, if he had to push the mower.
You know how things are going.
What do you mean? How things are going with your lawn and the chores? What do you mean?
Why does he think anybody cares about the status of his lawn? No. Status report on the lawn.
But that's actually...
Don't get into the turkey legs. The turkey legs are...
Okay, we're meant to believe that Jer's not getting into the turkey legs. Buddy, come on, Jer. Look at you.
At the Ren Fair?
Yeah. He's telling us that the turkey legs are a scam. Maybe because he is a turkey. I don't know.
Ash, but you know the truth. He won't be heading into the turkey legs.
Yes.
Because he's not allowed.
Because he's not allowed in the Ren Fair, buddy.
He's not allowed.
He's banned for life. But you know he vacuum inhales those turkey legs, like Patrick Starr, like inhaling the Bountiful Picnic in that one episode. That's what it's like with Jer. He just sucks them back. It's all gone. The entire stand cleaned out in an instant.
No more turkey for you.
Not good value. I know they're funny to see and funny to take your picture with.
Is he broke?
Yeah. Wait. What?
Like what are they like $10 for a turkey leg, and he's like gonna cry about it's not a good enough value? Like what?
It's a turkey leg. You're full for the whole day. At least I am when I eat one of those things.
But
for him, he needs like 10. So
they've always ended up being really dry for me, and they're expensive.
You're millionaires. It's once a year. It's once a year.
But the Rolex watches aren't expensive. The RC track isn't expensive. The shipping content, the saltwater aquarium. Like the guy's priorities are fucking whack. Like he's got all these trucks, Ford Raptors,
4 3D printers.
Yeah, but it's all, bro. That turkey leg for $9. That's gonna bankrupt you, bro. Don't do that, bro.
Okay, mowing the dog.
All right, let's get into it. Lots to talk about in these.
Wait, no. Lie. You just said there may be 2 stories.
The truth is, is he talking about the turkey legs are dry, or is it his wife's vagina that's dry?
Fuck, jeez.
You know, like, is that what he calls his wife's vagina? Is the turkey leg? Like, it's not a good value and it's dry. He told us his wife's pussy stank.
Well, she's wet when fucking the bull's fucking her. I don't know what he's doing.
The coffee bowl comes by.
Mm-hmm.
Two topics today. What denomination? Lots to talk about in these two topics today.
There's a lot to talk about. We got 2 topics. There's so much to talk about in the 2 topics.
What denomination of Christian are your coffee brewers?
Oh my god!
I don't know.
Bring it back. This is so good. This is so good. Just by answering this question, he's admitting he doesn't brew his own coffee.
Yeah.
I just want to point out the implication of him answering this question is him admitting that he doesn't brew his own coffee. But get ready for the seethe. The salt session is about to begin here, and it's not going to let up. It's crazy.
Yeah, let's do it.
Coffee brewers. I don't know, and I don't care.
Oh! He answered. He's felted.
Buddy, wait for it.
Was that a dono?
Yes, it was.
Oh my god! With $1, you could make this guy like tap dance. Okay, let's rewind.
Don't care.
1.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
2. You want to go back?
Are your coffee brewers? I don't know, and I don't care.
Get ready.
I hope they're Jewish, just so it pisses you off.
Oh! His coffee is Jewish! He's admitted it, folks! The people brewing his coffee are Jews! But this is him admitting he doesn't brew his own coffee. He's saying, I hope that the people that brew my coffee for me are just so you don't roast it, bro. You don't roast it. It's over.
But why is he assuming that they would be angry if they were Jewish? We love Jewish people.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, he assumes it's like a Candace person or something. I don't know.
I hope they're Jewish.
He hopes it,
I hope those.
It's like, I hope they're Jewish. Well, buddy, you probably could find a Jewish option. Is that why the coffee's so expensive? Because we're getting Jewed, buddy? Or
yeah,
the Jew Bowl had to take their cut, eh? That's why it's $20 a bag.
Yep, Gabe is making a cut.
Imagine even knowing that answer.
What?
Imagine answering that when you've been telling us for years that we're liars about your coffee company.
Check out the channel Small Arm Solution on YouTube.
What? Why would you read that?
Jer has small arms.
You know what? I don't
He's got small arms.
I'm like, why read this? Like, this is like insane. I don't think these are donos. I think he's just reading hate.
No, I think they are just the regular chat.
Yeah, because he wouldn't be like, "There's $5 from blah blah blah." He's not even doing that.
Just a bunch of smelly, disgusting losers. No, it's not, dude. Everybody that goes to Ren Fair is cool.
No, they're not. No, they're not, bro. What a cult. Look at him here, bro. Okay. He knows that's a sticker. That's amazing, bro.
This is sad,
This is his last resort. He's coping. He's seething. He's sad. Bro, the idea that the people who go to the Ren Fair are all Chads and cool is by far. It's like saying that everybody who goes to Comic-Con is like a Chad. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about, bro? The stereotype of the people at the Ren Fair is they're the most autistic, smelly people. And it's true, by the way. You know, like, come on, Jer. Jer's like, no, I go. So, listen, Jer, you're not going to have to worry about it anymore. You've been banned from the Ren Fair. No, Jared, bro, he looks so sad, doesn't he?
This is tough, isn't it?
The bags under his fucking eyes. Like, he's so downcast.
Look
just
at the
like
beard, unkempt.
Oh, look at his chunt.
Oh.
Look at his neck gunt, buddy. His chin gunt or whatever. Holy fuck.
Scraggly. Wearing a fucking tablecloth shirt.
Butthole eyes. His neck gina. Yeah.
They're not losers. That's a crazy thing to say, bro. Lots of really cool people go there. Is your coffee kosher sire?
What?
No,
Bring it back. That was insane, bro. That was
coffee show. Really cool people go there.
Okay, here we go.
Is your coffee show?
Is it kosher?
Kosher, sire.
Want to try that again?
That's all, folks.
Want to try that again, buddy?
One more
kosher. Is your coffee show kosher, sire?
Oh God! One more time.
What he meant to say was, is your coffee kosher, sire? So it's obviously a casino bro.
Is your coffee
kosher, sire?
Oh,
buddy, get off.
I'm
these oxys,
sweating.
Man.
I'm sweating.
These oxys are bad for his brain. Doesn't he look so uncanny there? He looks like a freak.
Yo. It's like an AI. It's like ChatGPT.
Yeah, it does.
This.
It looks like AI. Like he doesn't even look real. I was just saying, like so uncanny. Like
it looks like one of those fake thumbnails.
No, it isn't. It is not. I don't know why people are so obsessed with the coffee.
Because you're a liar,
Jeremy. You lie and you bring it up constantly. Like it's not even just like Luther or us. The reason why is because you brought it up so many times that you turned your own audience against you over the coffee with your relentless chilling. And then you lied about it and doubled down on the lies at every turn as you got disproved and debunked. And the thing is, right? Like people keep pressing you on it because of your attitude about it too. Like you're so smug. It's not just that you're promoting the coffee and lying, but it's this smug attitude as you laugh and cackle. You'll never prove it.
By the way, he goes, why do you care about the coffee company? You bring it up every 10 minutes.
Yes.
Why wouldn't we bring it up? You literally have 50-minute ads on your 2-hour show. Like every day. He lost, by the way, 50% of his audience or more because the ads on the main channel. That's why we bring it up.
Just crushing it, but.
Look at it. Oh, that was tough. Listen. No, I'm going to slow-mo. Watch
this.
This is crazy.
Delicious.
Watch this.
Crushing it.
Oh, yeah. He's crushing it, guys.
Here we go.
The body language is of a guy who's really crushing it here. Look at this.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah. He's crushing it. Oh, no, Jer. Yeah, buddy. Look at that, man. Look at him. Oh, no. It's like some Ripley's Believe It or Not shit. Is that a sticker or what?
Yes.
Let's get some subs.
That's the sticker, dude. He looks like a fucking horror movie character or like a deformed.
He does, man. He's like a circus sideshow fucking freak, man.
You know what he looks like?
Sideshow Bob attraction.
Do you remember I Spit on Your Grave? That movie? When she puts the fish hooks in his eye and he pulls it back. He looks like that. That's what it looks like.
It is. It's like some sort of torture trap.
Yeah. That's exactly that. Like if you watch that movie, it's the same.
We got Ramsos 85 for 10 subs. Jer's wife's for 10 subs. It's a me him for 25 subs.
Man, what the fuck? Let's go.
Big Shot Lion for 5 subs. Fuberid for 5 subs. Bulu Cthulhu with a sub. Gator with a sub. Hans Flamenwerfer for 5 subs. Real Sneed 1 with a sub. The Gunter Taker for a gifted sub.
Thank you. Wow.
It is the eyeball creature in Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh, Pan's Labyrinth, yes.
Skin color
Pan's
and everything.
Labyrinth, yeah.
What a monstrosity he is. Grotesque, hideous.
I'm adding
abomination
the sticker
of nature,
right
man.
Now.
Dark Vision for 2 subs.
Remove that.
And the Lambeers, yes, he's Sideshow Bob, or Blob rather, yes. He's Slideshow Blob.
I called it Quartering Eyes. That's crazy.
That What a sticker, buddy.
Acting normal.
Okay, well, back to normal so we don't die.
An Elder Scrolls Sky Bowl for 2,000 kicks Chantel versus Jer Scooter Joust. Jer wins. He's unbanned. Chantel wins. She gets free turkey legs for life. Kino is fuck. Buddy, Chantel would smite Jer in the wheelchair joust.
Destroy him.
Because she has so much more experience. Like, it's not even sporting. It's not even fair. She'd easily outmaneuver him, run circles around him. Like, it would be competitive.
Don't address that they were wrong about that. They just move on to something else.
But what?
Wait, that's you? Bring it back. Jared's talking about himself again.
I don't know why people are so obsessed with the coffee. It's delicious. Crushing it, but... thing. Notice how they just don't address that they were wrong about that. They just move on to something.
About what?
No, that's you, Jer, that doesn't admit that you were wrong every single time you're proven wrong.
What is he talking about?
And then you move on to something else. You'll see what he's talking about.
Okay.
But I think he's talking about himself and his coffee grift. That's the irony of this, but
else. That's kind of the key core tenet of these grifters. Candace Owens pushed the mic theory. Ian Carroll pushed the mic.
Okay. That's rough.
Oh, no. Bro.
That was rough.
Carroll pushed
today, Junior. That's all, folks.
Please bring it back. We gotta hear it one more time.
Candace Owens pushed the mic theory. Ian Carroll
Ian Karen. It's Ian Carroll, you fucking
push the lifters. Candace Owens pushed the mic theory. Ian Carroll pushed the mic theory. Now, a lot of people took this week off because
you could do like a dubstep remix with his
they don't respect their viewers. They're not.
You hear this?
They don't
so
respect their viewers.
Jer is saying that people who take time off don't respect their viewers because they're not a to the grift. What a seethe, buddy.
Now, a lot of people took this week off because they don't respect their viewers. They're not like me.
Why don't you tell them the truth about your coffee?
Workaholics who...
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I mean, the crazy psychopathic part is correct. I'll give him that.
But here's the thing is when you take a break, right? Because the burnout is real. You come back refreshed, and your viewers appreciate your energy. I've been doing this for 6 years with no break, and look at you. Oh my God, I'm fucking. That's what happens.
What it really comes down to is it's not that he has respect for the viewers; it's that he knows the viewers have no respect for him.
Thank you.
And so he knows that if he ever takes a break, he'll fall out of the algorithm, and nobody will care to find him. That's why he can't take a break. In all seriousness, it has nothing to do with respect for the audience, which he has none.
That's a DSP line.
Yes, it is.
Like literally, like DSP
because they're the same person,
same guy. Yeah.
To feel a responsibility. To
imagine if he started beatboxing.
Viewership, because not everyone has every day off.
Don't give him ideas.
Not everyone has holidays.
Nobody has every day off other than the unemployed. Not everybody has every day off. No shit, Jer.
What's he talking about?
To their viewership, because not everyone has every day off. Not everyone has holidays off, so that's why I work. That's what.
But you just took Memorial Day off, you liar.
Okay, but why be someone in like a YouTube career? Like the benefit of doing what we do is we're our own boss, so we could take a holiday off. People who can't take holiday off are people who are in corporate or in like a job where you're the boss.
Like Jer will go into, so in this video about how much money he makes, like he admits he hates his career path because he always has to work and he's like chained to it and he can never be present with his wife or his friends or anybody because he always has to be on his phone scouring for news and all this. He like makes this big crybaby woe is me story.
Yeah. By the way, he took July 4th off. We worked on Canada Day. Does that make us better than Jer?
Mm-hmm.
It does.
It does.
My work ethic for almost 10 years.
His work ethic.
Not everyone's the same. I'm not.
It's like work ethic, but you at what you do.
No, but is it really a work ethic to read 2 news articles in a day? Is that really work? It's Like, stop it.
Not saying that makes them worse than me. I'm just saying I'm better than them. That's extremely simple.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's losing his mind. He's film maxing big time.
Actually insane, dude.
I actually have a brand new AR-10 chambered in .308 that's never been fired.
Yeah, he never used the gun. Yeah.
I had a really bad joke, but I'm not going to say it. You can all imagine what I was thinking.
Maybe it's time for him to
maybe
use
it will be you. Okay.
Yeah.
On a target at the range, of course.
That I'm going to list up for sale. I bought it.
He's listing it for sale.
Oh, he's having to sell his guns. He can't defend his family. He's a broke bum. We got Dr. Umar Johnson, 5150 for 5
subs.
2 years
he's
ago.
Gunless.
By the way, he's like saying people are like heading to his house. You're going to sell your gun in the time apparently people are in your backyard.
People are going through your garbage.
Shut the fuck
later
up.
on.
And I never used it. And it's great.
Okay, tinnitus right now. I'm like, what's
How
that
does
beeping?
he know? How does he know it's great if he's never used it? For all he knows, it could be fucking broken. You know?
Yeah.
It's all scoped up, sighted in.
He
just
got
never used.
every accessory for it. You know, he's just the full blown mark. He's like, let me get the most expensive scope for it. You know, let me be a badass tactical.
It's so good, but I've never used it. Sure.
It's too much money to just be sitting there. I just never. I was like, I want to get something to maybe do some long range, big game stuff.
Jared is a big game hunter. Now here he goes. Listen to this. Bring it back. This
100 hours. Maybe do some long
big
range.
Game hunter.
Just never.
Jared's taking down the Bears,
yeah.
buddy.
I'm sure.
I was like, I want to get something to maybe do some long range, big game stuff. How can I do that when I work 100 hours a week?
100 hours a week? You lying sack of shit.
Listen.
How fucking dare Jared claim this shit, bro? Go ahead.
If he works 100 hours, it is the most inefficient work
he's claiming,
schedule.
With that claim, he's working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. That's his claim.
How long does it take to make those videos? Oh, wait, he makes them here, and then he uploads it raw. He works maybe 20 hours a week. Maybe.
Because in reality, he's doing like 4 or 5 2-hour live streams max. They're 2 hours max.
Yeah.
It's like 10 hours.
Okay.
And then what? Do you think it takes him 20 minutes to find the news articles and the Twitter? Maybe 30 minutes?
Maybe.
A day? So you got another couple hours.
Is that work when you have music on and you're having a coffee?
It's not. You know what I mean? Like,
dude,
if I counted every single time, like this thing, right? Okay, well then we work 100 hours a week. Yeah. Okay, every time I'm on Twitter, I'm working. Every time I'm watching a YouTube video, I'm working.
I watched DSP today, right?
Every time I'm watching a movie, I'm working, right? Like I did a movie review. I was working. It's like, I guess, but no. Like, this is insane. Like, bro, you're not working 14 hours a day. Come on.
Yeah, we work 220 hours a week.
So when I go to the range, I'd much rather, to be honest with you,
if he works 100 hours a week, it should be 1,000 videos a week. I can make 1,000 videos.
But he's putting in 100 hours, and this is the result? This?
That's it, yeah.
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
This is the result of 100 hours a week of effort. Then it might be time for the rope, bro. Just saying.
Go to the range. I like shooting small caliber.
Yeah, he's packing a small caliber below the belt. Look at him there. Look at how he looks scared, man. He looks scared and sad. Look at him. Oh, he can only shoot small caliber, buddy. He can't handle that recoil, bud. He's a little pussy bitch. Little pea shooter.
When I go to the range, if I'm shooting a
little baby
308, all I think every time I pull the trigger is bing, $1. Bing.
Brokey alert! Brokey alert!
Oh my god!
Brokey alert! He can't afford to shoot his gun. Oh,
buddy!
No, that's fucking depressing.
The millionaire,
bro.
like you work 100 hours a week,
millionaire,
millions of subs, and you can't go at the range.
This is what's crazy to me though, is that he like counts the pennies when it comes to stuff like that. But then when it comes to his $50,000 Rolex watch, he spares no expense. Like
or
he
paying
said
Mel.
Guys, he said that he spent $7,500 on just the tariff alone for one of his watches. But then he's counting the pennies of when he shoots bullets at the range. The truth is he never went to the range because he hates guns. He's not this outdoorsy, badass guy. It's all a LARP, and that's why. If he was about guns, he would be shooting the most expensive ammo and flexing about how expensive it was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
$2.
Yeah, like a rifle shot, and you know.
There's bing, $3. Bing, $4. Cold Friday. This is definitely a customer.
Why read it if he's not a real customer?
Oh my god!
You know, like. Kidding? Here we go.
He's seething.
He's seething. And I don't even think it's a donation, to be honest.
Cold Friday. This is definitely a customer. I've been a loyal customer for years, but I've seen some evidence online that you don't roast your own coffee, and it's most likely white label. You people live in a very weird alternate quarter.
No,
quarter.
You live.
What are you saying? Quartering?
Extended universe.
Oh my god!
So it's the quartering extended universe. No, Jer. It's you that live in an alternate reality, okay? The evidence is there. You exposed yourself. Your shipping labels are traced back to this white label coffee company, Java Taza, okay? They're the ones that are doing all of this. Coincidentally, they happen to have your blueberry flavor and your peach flavor and all this shit, bro. You can't lie your way out of this. You can't cope your way out of it. They're the ones that are fulfilling this shit, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It's over, Jer. It's over, buddy. You're the one that's living in a fantasy land.
Where I don't know how to help you. Like you are, if you believe that, then you are.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
You're a piece of lying fuck.
I just love this, right? Where if you believe the evidence of your own eyes and ears, you must be. Like you couldn't just go, okay, well, you know, I could see how you could think that because the guy, you know, I showed my shipping label and, you know, it was traced to this white label fulfillment company. But here's actually what the situation is. Instead, it's, oh no, you're for thinking that, even though it's the most obvious logical conclusion, right? Like, like, why are you like this?
Okay. White label coffee. Is coffee that is pre-roasted and someone just puts their name on it. That's what basically.
That's what your coffee is. That's what your coffee is. It's Java Taza's coffee. Okay, they import the coffee beans. They roast the coffee beans. They pack it in a bag that says Coffee Brand Coffee, and then they send it to Amazon. That's the process, bro. Okay, and this is gonna be even crazier when we get into Jer's Wednesday show, where he lays out this whole process of how he's on the coffee bean stock market and he has to like pick the right time from the right supplier to get the beans. It was all lies. It was all lies all along. It's crazy.
Why is he
like?
Why is
Tim
he like
sells,
this?
right? It's just
like Tim sells. You, Tim. I hate his. Tim's way better than you, and I don't.
Yes, he is.
I don't even like Tim or his like or style of whatever show he does.
No,
but he's infinitely better.
The reason why is because Jeremy is a poor man's Tim Pool.
Yes.
Everything that he does is trying to copy Tim Pool. If you're trying to copy somebody, why would you copy one of the biggest dullard bums in the world, the Dim Fool? Seriously. Seriously.
At least
and
Tim has
he's
Ian,
like a low rent.
You know, the funny stoner
but like
guy.
the difference is that like Tim Pool actually like can get the celebrity guests in. He can actually build panels. He actually has a real staff like working for him that can prepare and stuff like that. He has a real studio, compound. I hate to give now, but Tim Pool's grift is dying also.
It is
because of similar massive overhead vanity project issues. But at least he actually has the compound and actually has the staff. Okay,
and he has a skate park. It's true.
He does.
A big coffee place. Put your label on. Now you can still pick your blends and stuff like that with that.
That's what you're doing. Right? That's what you're doing. That's literally what you're doing. You pick out the blends that they have available and then they fulfill it. Like, what are we talking about?
You show me anybody who's white labeling their coffee and selling it on Amazon and being able to eat their 30% take.
Okay, but
so you think Tim's smarter than you?
He's like so smug about it as though that settles it. Like as if you wouldn't sell it at a loss on Amazon or at a very small margin just because you're a lazy bastard that wants to claim you have this vanity project bullshit going. Like, come on, man. And by the way, there's so much drop ship on Amazon. It's literally the whole point of Amazon, really.
Well, yeah.
Is to drop ship garbage on Amazon. Like we're going to pretend like there's nothing drop shipped on Amazon. That's most of Amazon, Jeremy. Please.
Go ahead. Find me one of them.
Show us the factory. I mean, we could find a dozen. Later on, he's going to like challenge. At one point, right? I think it was maybe it might have been on this stream. It might have been on Wednesday's stream. I think it was Wednesday. He says, I challenge you to find anyone else selling blueberry coffee. I just Googled blueberry coffee and I saw at least 20 options.
In the page, first page.
Yeah, on the first page. Like, what are we doing here?
That's so stupid. You don't even have, I don't even have to search it. I could tell you there most likely is. It's obvious.
Is it wild? Like, these people have been harassing my partners, my business partner.
No, we have.
Okay.
No one has.
No, hold on. Which business partner? Because the thing is, when he says that, he's admitting he has partners in the company.
Yeah.
Which he's always told this isn't true, that he's the sole proprietor of Coffee Brand Coffee. Who is being harassed, Jeremy? Did somebody send an email asking questions? Like, did somebody show up to Meta PC guys?
Yeah.
That's like, what are we talking about here? Like, you make all these claims of being a victim. You say you have video evidence. And then when pressed about it, you refuse to present the video evidence. Like, just shut your mouth or present the evidence. Either or.
They've been showing up at our facilities. I mean, like,
pause.
They want to get...
Pause. The facility was discovered yesterday because you leaked the address of the facility. And you're telling me within 24 hours, somebody drove to the facility and harassed them?
Fuck off.
Oh my God.
No,
and then he goes,
dude.
our facility. No, it's not our facility. It's the Java Taza facility. Do you own part of that facility, Jeremy? No, you don't. They're the ones that are roasting the coffee, Jeremy. You have nothing to do with it. The whole vertical integration thing he was talking about is a flat out lie. And he's been exposed. But now he has to retcon the past. Like Philip style. This is DSP, 100%.
Show me the receipts. There's no receipts. He's a liar.
Dude. It's just not worth it. There's no there.
He said he's going to sue people. So once again, he has to rely on intimidation and lawfare to silence people who are just questioning his lies, right? The reason you're not going to sue Luther, Jeremy, is because Luther is 100% right, and you'll burn every dollar you put into that. Go ahead, Jer, sue Luther. Luther is 100% right. He dots his I's and crosses his T's, and if he gets something wrong, he immediately retracts it, even if he doesn't have to, even if it doesn't really matter. Luther is that on the ball with his facts, whereas you are a lying sack of shit. So just stop.
I'm gonna sue shit.
showing up at our facilities. I mean, like,
yeah, what are they doing? Burning it down? Are they shooting it up? Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. He's such a lying sack of shit.
They want to get sued.
Sued for showing up at a facility, first of all.
What?
Can you be sued for that? No.
Maybe he's talking about the person that went to the Mill Creek storefront and bought a coffee.
You can't be sued for that.
But that's not a crime, man. There's nothing wrong with going to a public space and filming yourself buying a coffee. It's insane.
Buddy, if it's a public place. The public place, you mongoloid.
Just
Don't
not
you believe in your rights as an American? You know?
Worth it. There's no there.
What?
What? There's no there? Jer?
He was carving, showing an accidental Scream Lab, some label, someone addressed.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
A Scream Lab?
He was carving, showing an accidental Scream Lab, some labels.
He says screen grab, not lab.
Oh my God.
Someone addressed in his white label copy cake cup maker.
Okay.
Chairman.
How many wrong words? Let's count.
Oh, there.
Here we go. Watch.
He was carving, showing an accidental Scream Lab.
Okay, that's 3. He 3 words there already. 3. He messed them all up.
Label. Someone addressed in his
4.
White label copy cake cup.
5. Copy? I mean coffee.
He said coffee, and then he said cake, I think. At one point.
Cake. 6.
Maker. Yeah.
6. I think every word was said incorrectly.
Coffee cake.
No. Someone
up.
Yeah, let's hear this now.
Dressed in his white label copy cake cup maker.
Copy cake maker.
Yeah, no. The hilarious thing is these people are so pathetic. They also have no idea how business works.
So rather than actually address your up of leaking the labels that led to the white label coffee supplier for your dropship coffee, you then go, these people are so pathetic. They don't even understand how business works. Okay, explain it to us then. So what he's going to do is explain the business of dropship coffee and then pretend like we don't understand that he dropships coffee. It's what we said all along, Jer, that you don't have a K-Cup machine, that you don't have a factory, that somebody else roasts it for you. And he's like, yeah, well, I never claimed contrary. Bull, Jeremy. Let's listen to him go.
Okay. We roast our own stuff.
No, you don't.
Who's
what is we? So Java Taza roast, and you buy it from them, and then they send it to Amazon, and then it gets sold to the customer. Look at him. Oh my God.
He's gonna take you back to
He's so mad. He's so rattled that the fact that he's been exposed. By the way, Jeremy, this is nowhere near the process you're about to explain is nowhere near the process you were talking about on Wednesday, where you have to figure out the coffee bean prices because you're buying the coffee beans to go to your factory. Bro, Java Taza is doing that. They're the ones purchasing the beans, Jeremy. Okay? Stop it. It contradicts your statement from 2 days ago, bro.
Each flavor is personally dialed in by me.
Right.
You find someone else selling my blueberry cobbler. Go ahead.
Okay.
We can. Yeah, it's Java Taza. They're selling that coffee.
Luther,
he's going to pretend
thing.
There's nobody else selling blueberry coffee.
No,
if you just Google it for yourself right now, don't take my word for it. Google it yourself and see how many options there are out there for blueberry
Even more
coffee.
simple. Someone out there, Luther, could do this. I'm sure he would. Buy the Java Taza blueberry and then bring it to a lab. Are these the same? They'll be
That's what's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen.
Now, Chair's defense is, that's the Java Taza is blueberry crumble and mine's blueberry cobbler. Really?
Yeah, okay. Off, Jer, you.
Go ahead. Find someone else selling out my hot butter. I challenge you to. Okay? I know that you A-logs are watching.
Well, yes.
When you start saying... No, this is the thing, though, right? Jeremy's confused why people keep obsessing over the coffee, right? It's because you say stuff like that. I challenge you to. And then they do it. And then you seethed when they exposed you and destroyed you. Like, I don't even know. What are we doing here, Jared?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, stop making challenges. Stop threatening people with lawsuits. Stop acting like a fucking smug lunatic and laughing over like consumer health concerns that you're not labeling your products properly. Like, this is crazy, buddy.
This works is that we roast the coffee.
Wait, don't tell us how business works.
This is how it works.
But he's
we roast
no
the
money.
No, but notice though that he says that's step one, and it's not sourcing the beans. So even that's an admission, a backpedal from Wednesday, which I kind of wanted to show first, but it's kind of boring. We'll get to it later. But this is a backpedal from Wednesday where he was sourcing the beans himself for his facility. He says, okay, first we roast the coffee. Well, where did you get the beans from? It's ridiculous.
And then we bag the coffee and we send it to Amazon. When we make K-Cups, we roast the K-Cup coffee and then we get it put into K-Cups because K-Cup machines are very, very expensive. We looked at buying one.
So
you
raised money. Mm-hmm. You raised money. You said everybody has to buy the Mother's Day gift box that you way over ordered on because you purchased or were going to purchase a K-Cup machine. I think he said he literally did purchase it on a credit card for $80,000. I'm pretty certain that that's actually what happened. I'm maybe not 100% certain, but I'm 95% right that he said, I purchased for $80,000 a K-Cup machine, and that's why I need you guys to buy these Mother's Day boxes. Okay? So it's a lie, bro. And then you were like, we need this for the vertical integration.
He literally said that. He did. No, he literally said 100%. 100%.
Close to buying one. But there was like, I didn't know you needed to buy like some food grade air compressor that was really expensive. And so it made more sense to just pay somebody with a K-Cup machine to put my coffee in it.
That's what you were doing. Okay, so it is drop ship then. It is white label. Like, what are we doing here?
He is the biggest liar in the world.
When he talks about vertical integration, right? Like that means that you own every part of the process. Like if you have everything vertically integrated, as he claimed, he would own a plantation. He would own the factory where it gets roasted. He would have a place for the bags to be packed and everything like that for fulfillment and shipped off. It's all lies. It's all lies. And he told everybody he bought the machine. It doesn't exist.
That's the grand conspiracy. I roast the coffee. I send the coffee 900 pounds at a time to somebody who puts it in a cake.
Wait, you send yourself? Yeah.
Up for me. That's the gotcha that these think is some sort of gotcha.
It is a gotcha, actually, Jer.
That's it. That's the there.
There, Jer.
I don't know why they've so fixated on the coffee thing, but
because you're a liar.
It's a lie.
It's also
you're scamming.
Well, it's also like it's like who he is, like
because
his
he's
nature
fixated on it,
and his nature of like being a liar. It's like, why believe anything he says about anything if this is the big, like it's a huge lie.
It's not white label. He just has someone else do everything. Is basically what he's saying.
Oh,
but it's not white label.
No.
Like, it's probably because it's successful.
It's not.
But yeah, by the way, you can go to buycbc.com right now and pick up some coffee if you want to support us.
Oh my God. And he throws in an ad during the Feltoning?
But imagine you're actually a fan of Jeremy's content. What are you thinking during this?
I'd put a B in my H, bro. I'd be like, it's over. What are we doing?
People don't want to hear this. They want to hear you own the libs, bro.
Yeah.
They want to hear you like dunk on the woke, blue-haired SJWs and say that you're winning. Like nobody wants to hear you cope about your coffee business for 20 minutes straight, which is what happened.
It's like they'd be like, "Oh, you buy your bags from another company. You don't make your own bags?
You should make your own bag." No,
oh my God. I mean, but the thing is, when he talks about like the vertical integration, yeah, well, this is the thing. Like he's like distracting away from the fact that it's not the bags, okay? It's the fact that coffee is made by not coffee brand coffee, but Java Taza coffee. And it's not just K-Cup. Like, stop it, Jerry.
Yeah. Off.
Crazy. You don't make your own bags. Exposed. Wait, you don't have a full-blown coffee roasting facility in your...
Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute, Jer. But you said this whole time you have a full-blown roasting facility.
Yes! That was the whole argument for like 2 years or more. Jer.
The retcon.
You don't have your own roasters? Yeah, that's what you were saying. I don't know. This is a you thing.
He's gaslighting everybody and trying to revise history in real time. I started getting pissed listening to this.
I'm mad, right? I didn't hear this yet. I'm like,
because he got caught in 4K, and then he just, I never said any of this, guys. Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Your garage exposed.
Wait.
In his garage?
No, garage.
No, but do you have your own facility? Like, you don't own the facility, so it's not you roasting it. Like, by the way, there's nothing wrong with having somebody else roast it and do white labeled coffee. Okay? There's nothing wrong with that, but you lied and said you had your own facility that you own and you had control over every step of the process and you ordered in your own beans. And you had your own fulfillment and you had like 3 guys in a warehouse, like packing the coffee and sending it off. And it was.
We got 5,000 kicks from Room Temperature Shrimp. Thing is there a way to get to Patrick Tomlinson trolls to pay attention to Jerry? Deserve that level of A-logging?
Honestly, like, I don't think anybody really deserves that. I'll be honest. I think that shit's crazy.
That. Yeah.
But I think that this guy needs to just tell the fucking truth. And the more that you lie and the more that you spiral like this, the chances are you're going to become like Phil. And eventually people that are like Phil attract crazy fuckers who do destroy them. And I don't avow people doing that stuff to Jeremy. But when you go on the internet and you're as smug as this guy is and you challenge people on the internet, you're around and you're going to find out. It's not a good idea. But we tell him that and he's like, oh, all right, your funeral, bro.
Wait, you don't have a full-blown coffee roasting facility in your garage? Exposed.
No, you told us.
It's not what anybody's saying.
He told us it was out like a factory. Like it was like I'm imagining like somebody small
in chat said like this is what SJWs do, where they create like a absurd argument and say that that's your argument and attack that rather than the actual argument. So,
dude. Why are you chuckling? You fucking lying fuck.
Of course somebody puts my coffee in a K-Cup. I'm a ultra.
Okay, now we know.
Oh, but what about the 80 grand for the K-Cup machine?
Buddy, that's crazy.
Small business.
That's gotta be Kane.
Oh, no, he's a small business. Oh, he's a small
Kane.
business, though. Oh, okay. He's a super small business. But if you're such a small business that you can't even have your own K-Cup machine, then how do you think you're going to fulfill for Walmart? Like, I just...
Yeah, you know what? Great point.
And you're right.
Actually, you're right, Ash.
The laughing is fake. He's really close to tears and is covering it with laughs. Like, he's frustrated, man. He's sad.
Look at him. This is this.
This like coffee conspiracy is so weird. All it does is drive sales, by the way.
No, it doesn't.
Off.
Nobody who's watching Luther's video is then buying the coffee, or who's watching Kino Casino is then buying the coffee. Like, come on.
If that was true, wouldn't you just let it happen?
I know.
I'd be like, oh my God, this is great. Whenever we they talk about us, we get 100 sales.
You know what I mean?
Like I would be like, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
He says this because he wants it to stop. So, oh, no, you're actually helping me, guys. See? No, we're not. Otherwise, you would just shut your mouth and let it happen and rake in the money. It's obvious that it bothers you. And like he does this whole like repetitive looping session towards the end here where he talks about how none of this has ever bothered him. Then why did you have to flag down our clip channel? Why did you have to contact Josh Moon and threaten us with litigation and say you were going to take down everything and take away our whole livelihood because you were being made fun of on the internet? Obviously, it does bother you, right? And you bring up all this IRL harassment, but then you say it doesn't affect you. Well, then why bring it up? It's insane.
He said it actually drives sales. So he likes this. Okay, we're going to help you drive sales.
Everybody help him more, I guess.
Yeah, help him more. There you go, Jer.
We had our biggest month in like forever last month. We're killing it.
No, you're not.
So keep talking about it.
Okay, yeah, we will.
You know, keep thinking you owe, like, there is nothing. These people called the FDA on me. The FDA showed up and laughed at them.
Right, the FDA showed, we're actually big fans of you, Corderin.
You put labels.
By the way, hold on. Why did the FDA show up? Because if it was all, they wouldn't have even showed up, would they? You know?
Why did he put stickers? Why did he put stickers?
You had to put the stickers and labels on, buddy, because you weren't compliant with the FDA regulators. If they just laughed and said, go about your business, sir, you wouldn't have done that. But you weren't compliant. So let's be real. I'm not bothered. You obviously are bothered. It's okay.
Laughed.
Right.
They have no power. They think they live in this weird alternate universe where they're exposing something. But that's the exposed that's going around yesterday, by the way.
You lied.
That's the big exposed, is that I pay somebody to put the coffee we roast in a K-cup. Got me?
No.
I guess got
me?
This
is crazy.
Yeah, you don't grow the Kona beans in your bathtub exposed. I mean, that's the level of logic that these have.
No, it's not.
By the way, I want to give a huge shout out to Rumble Wallet right now, too.
Oh, okay.
We hear a lot about crypto, but that's the part most people miss.
What? What was that, Jer? We hear a lot about crypto, but that's what most people miss? What? That doesn't make any sense, Jeremy.
Wait.
You botched.
I want to give a huge shout out to Rumble Wallet right now, too. We hear a lot about crypto, but that's the part most people miss.
We hear a lot
But if we heard about it, then what did we miss?
What?
Here's the part most people miss. Crypto was created.
Wait, no, he read
he skipped the line.
No. He read the title of the ad? Maybe? Wait, what?
Crypto, but that's the part most people miss. Here's the part most people miss. Crypto was created so that you could actually like you. Yeah, but
here's the part people miss.
By the way, if you want to support us and our
my fucking don't.
Here we go.
Drop shipped coffee that somehow survives insane Amazon costs and shipping costs.
But it doesn't.
You can go to buy CBC.
You admit you have no margin. So like by his own explanation of stuff, he has no margin because of Amazon and makes anywhere from 50 cents to $1 a bag when it's not discounted at 75% off and he's selling it at a loss. So it would add up that you're only making that tiny margin because it is drop shipped and on Amazon. Okay. Like, what are we doing here?
You can go to buycbc.com right now. I know some of these dates, they're getting better. The overnight stuff is getting better. You guys went so hard in June that we basically sold out of almost everything, but almost everything's back in stock now or getting checked in right now. So
okay.
Whole bean, ground, K-cups. By the way, for fall, we're making our Spike Jack-O-Lantern and K-cup for the first time ever.
Oh, he's doing it again.
Strudel and K-cup for the first time ever.
He's doing the Spike Jack-O-Lantern coffee again. Just remember, guys, the Spike Jack-O-Lantern coffee, he basically had to give it away because it became like 8 months old, rotting on the shelf, and he had to sell it at 75% off. So he's doubling down on that failure again, but also ordering the expensive K-cups for it as well. Brilliant Chair.
And K-cup for the first time ever, and doing a sampler pack. Don't see a lot of drop shipping. Don't see a lot of drop shippers doing that.
But you do.
I bet a video of your facilities will get some views. I already did that. I've already done that.
He conveniently already did the video of the facilities, guys. Okay. Yeah.
He's kind of me, though. I've bought this up for him, and the Jer hate a few times. He's kind of me in answers. So give him that, but he won't take my suggestions and be in good faith. I mean, there's nothing there. You know, coffee sales just continue to go up.
Your lies.
The bags aren't edible? Well, I mean, anything's edible if you're dedicated enough. Another week, another monster
Jer would
week.
know that.
Oh, my God.
Sales, thanks to all the haters. Keep being mad.
It's him that's mad.
I'm not mad at the coffee situation. I'm mad that he's such a liar. And he thinks that it's he's smug about it.
What pisses me off is that he thinks he's smarter than everybody else and getting over on everybody.
Yes, exactly.
When everybody sees that he's a lying piece of shit. Like, it's just crazy.
I know for a fact that the coffee company makes him no money. Barely. A few thousand a month. Not even worth the effort, right? It's like, I'm not mad. Like, I don't care. I care that he's like, oh, yeah, and look at me. And then meanwhile, on his vlogs, he goes, it's over, I can't walk,
but what's crazy
and the money's
is his
gone.
viewership just keeps going down, but somehow the coffee sales keep going up.
Right?
It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. We have Audrey CR for a pack it up. I'm way behind on the live stream, but Keto Casino for FNTOFG. Thank you so much. That's got to be Kane for a pack it up. If you ever have time, please watch Conan O'Brien's segment with Jordan Sklansky doing coffee reviews. Great person to rate bad coffee. Okay.
And Willie, the composer, says Jer makes DSP seem like Honest Abe.
Yep. Wow.
I can't wait for the videos that are like, coffee. Jeremy's crashing out. He's crashing out.
You are crashing.
This is a crash out.
No, I think it's great.
Imagine we responded to anything in this way.
Well, we have in the past, and we got clowns.
Yeah.
You got to learn to stop doing this shit, right?
Yes, exactly.
Like, everybody ever so often gets...
We learned quick.
Well, maybe not so quick. But the thing is, you got to getting baited and fucking seething all the time, bro. Like, I don't know.
What they don't understand is every time they do this, I just sell a shitload more coffee. Tiger's Blood is going by the wayside. I'm probably going to put that on sale next week and be done with Tiger's Blood and bring in a new flavor, which was suggested by you guys.
75% off. All the
flavor.
Tiger Blood he's taking a massive loss on. Suffager.
Try a new flavor, pecan. Factory tour could be a good idea for the vlog channel, but I already did a factory tour. And the problem is when I do factory tours and stuff like that, people harass my employees.
The factory tour was, okay, what are we talking about? Can you give us even one example of an employee that was harassed? What are you talking about? First of all, he doesn't have any employees. He certainly doesn't anymore, okay?
Yeah.
Second of all, the supposed coffee tour that you did was not of your own coffee facility. It was of the Mill Creek facility with Mill Creek employees in coffee brand coffee shirts. Okay? That's the reality. We all know this. It's time to stop lying, Jer.
Mm-hmm.
And my contractors. Like, I had people going through the garbage, dudes. I had people showing up and harassing staff.
No. Pause. First of all, how could they show up to harass staff when no one can find where your facilities are until yesterday? It's an obvious lie. Okay? Second of all, going through the trash, he's going to claim he has it on video. Produce the video. Okay? And it's a guy on Twitter that was arguing with Bering, who's 60 years old, who lives nowhere near Jer, who claimed that he was going to go through Jer's trash. Okay? He never went through Jer's trash. Jer is lying. Okay? But he sees one on Twitter saying something like that and then turns it into, all these people are coming to my house and going through my trash. Never happened. If it did, post the video evidence and we'll apologize. Until then, shut the up.
Exactly.
Because of these going through our garbage. I'm not kidding. Caught on camera.
No,
caught on camera.
Show it.
Show it then.
He shows camera footage all the time, right?
Wouldn't he immediately be posting the video of the guy going through his trash and like laugh at him? Look at this loser going through my trash. Look at this. This is what the casino has done. They've radicalized this guy to go through my trash. Da, da, da. Like, this never happened.
Right.
Okay.
What are these like? I mean, this is what Camelcast and all these other idiots want. It does
what
nothing.
What the fuck does Camelot have to do with any of this, man? Are you okay? Gee, Camelot went through your trash?
You know
Are
what
you
I
saying
mean?
Camelot radicalized some guy to go through your trash? I guarantee you Camelot doesn't support somebody going through your trash.
No.
Nobody does. Because all of us are public figures too, and we don't want people going through our trash, you moron. But you talk on the internet just like everybody else. What if somebody went through Brie Larson's trash? Would that be your fault? If somebody was stalking Brie Larson, would that be your fault?
Yeah, what he's basically saying is we can't criticize him because there might be 1 out of like 10,000 viewers who are insane and go through his trash.
Yeah.
It's like, no,
But
we'll still talk about you.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? Then don't talk about Carmelo Anthony's mom that you made a million videos on.
Oh no, but if it happened to her family, he'd think it's based, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He said the same thing. If it's a leftist, he doesn't care. Da 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 da. I honestly think Jared's worse than a leftist because he's a total fraud grifter. You know, you always take out the traitor before you take out the enemy. It's counterproductive to do otherwise.
People are just confused. They thought you owned a full coffee factory rather than using a partner facility. No, they weren't confused. They weren't.
So that's the admission. That's the admission. No, people were confused. And the fact, this is so disingenuous. What? He's going to pretend that everybody else is disingenuous in bad faith while being the most disingenuous in bad faith of all. So nobody would ever think that you had your own coffee facility, Jeremy. Right. Except you said it so many times. We roast it. We roast it to order. It's my facility. We have vertical integration. But now it's nobody could ever be confused.
If someone made an edit of every time he said that, it would be a 1 hour or more video of him going.
My employees.
Yeah, Tim Pool,
he
white
said
labels,
hundreds of times, I own everything from the ground up. So now here he is admitting he doesn't have the coffee facility, but now retconning and gaslighting all of us that he never said that all along. And there's no reason for that anybody would be confused, and they're all just bad faith actors. That's insane.
Come on, buddy. What are we doing here?
They just make up an alternate reality. That's the thing.
That's you.
Not to be a to you, but that's not the truth. The truth is these people aren't interested in the truth, and my business runs no different.
Actually, we are. That's why we're like this. We're like, why are you lying?
All right, so here he is. His business operates no differently from any other business. Yeah, it operates no differently from any other drop ship white label business. There's really no problem. Like, it's legal to run a white label coffee company. There's so many people doing it, right? But what's wrong is when you lie and raise money under false pretenses for equipment that you never actually bought and told people this whole time that it was like your hand roasted master quality coffee that you personally are testing in the Wonka inventing room of Coffee Brand Coffee, when in fact it was a partner company that was roasting it and it was their coffee. You know, there's a big difference.
Any other business on the planet, but for some reason they just invent this like weird alternate reality where they're onto something because either they don't like my opinions or they think it gets good clicks. Look, to be honest, putting the quartering in the title,
Shut the
oh my god, everybody's clout chasing his
He's
dying channel. Holy
but there's nothing to see there. Like, there's nothing.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. There's nothing to see here. No. Don't go behind the curtain to see the dropship. No.
Okay.
Then why is he dressing?
Mild and
there's nothing to see.
Right?
You know?
Mild annoyance, had to deal with some paperwork with the FDA and the whatever.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. But I thought the FDA laughed. I thought the FDA laughed at the trolls. Now it was a mild inconvenience and you had to do some paperwork. But I thought they laughed at Luther, huh?
Using the word mild in that sentence makes no sense. I had to do some mild paperwork with the FDA.
You weren't compliant.
Exactly.
Bro. You got regulated, bro. This is what happened. Did you get fined as well, buddy? Is that why you're seething so hard?
That's like saying, I got a mild DUI, I got a mild,
The FDA bull regulated him, buddy.
He's a hard dude.
He's good. Everything's good. Sales continue to crush it. We're going to be available at Walmart soon.
Is fine.
Oh, that's really slow.
Yo.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Now, this is like this. These sentences are like the most crucial in the whole thing, where he admits the FDA came in, regulated him. He had to become compliant. And now he's talking about how the Walmart deal is going to be delayed. He told us all that it was going to be by the end of July, which was obviously a lie. But now here's his cope. And I just want to remind everybody, as I have been throughout this stream, but if you've tuned in late or didn't see earlier, Jeremy Hambly has always maintained that he was the 100% sole proprietor and owner of Coffee Brand Coffee. Now he's going to tell us there were other owners, other partners involved in the business.
Go down. I had to update some paperwork with the states.
Sure.
And stuff like that. Because I ended up I bought out my partners.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
So you had partners. Why did you never mention the partners until now? So, now the thing is, Jared could be lying about all of this, as he always lies.
I think.
But he's saying that he had
Meta PC.
That's the thing. It would have been Meta PC and those guys that would have been his partners in the business. But so now he's claiming that just recently now, in the last month, he bought out all of his partners. And so now he can get into Walmart. Right.
Come on.
So I have
but
to
then
update
he thinks,
all the...
there's no way anybody could be confused. You've been lying for years, Jeremy. These have all been lies.
Why is he like this?
Addresses with the state before Walmart, everything has to match before Walmart will approve my application. So that could take another month or two at this rate. Plus Walmart.
What?
Listen, what?
It's really slow.
The forms had to match? Okay. He's never getting into Walmart, is he?
No, he's not.
But why don't the forms match? It doesn't make any sense.
What the are you talking about?
No, it's not like once you're in, you're in. Your product has to sell through. You have to fulfill these massive orders on ultra thin margins while Walmart tries to drive down the cost the entire time as you're trying to ramp up your advertising spending and expenses go up for the business to fulfill all of this. It makes no sense, Jer. This idea that once he gets into Walmart, he's going to be a multi-millionaire. There's an entire graveyard of companies that have got into Walmart and went broke in that same year. So many companies.
Yeah.
That will be, if he actually does get into Walmart, that will be what kills him once and for all. And he's going to eat a massive loss on it.
Dude.
You're never going to earn back our respect unless you actually ruin these. I don't care about these people.
Right.
People that say you need to do this or that.
Well, so you literally threatened to, but Jeremy, you literally threatened to ruin our lives in DMs to Josh Moon publicly on Twitter as well. Said that you would take everything from us. You would take our YouTube. You would take our Kick, every means of income we had. You said you would sue us, but you don't care. Those two things are in blatant contradiction to each other. They can't both be true. The truth is you're seething, you're boiling, and it's okay to admit that you're mad. Okay? It's okay. You don't have to keep doing this. I don't even care. You do care. You care a lot.
I'm sure he doesn't care.
For me to respect you, or you need to do this or that.
No, what what they're saying is how to ruin us, right? Would be film the coffee company. Film the actual place, the facility.
Release the video of the guy in the red F-150 or the guy going through your garbage that you claim to have.
A million ways of destroying us.
He said he had 100 cameras surrounding his property.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
First of all, you're not in good faith, and I don't really care if you don't
He's
respect.
Not in good faith.
You know, like I don't care. There's a reason I don't address any of this stuff on live in a VOD.
But you are addressing. Oh, okay. Because when you address it on a VOD, it will be the end of your grift, bro. That's the reality. And you know that. The moment that somebody forces you to address this, it's over for you, bro. That's the truth. But so that's why you won't do it.
My viewers don't care. The whole thing is like a total alternate universe where there are people that are obsessed with it, and I'm happy for them. I hope they're making lots of money. But like, I don't care about that stuff.
I wish you make $1 million.
Yeah.
The same people said his channel's dead. I had my big.
Okay, this is a lie.
You're going to hear how much money he makes, by the way?
Yeah, so that's the next video is about
his
breakdown of all the money. All right, let's take a quick break here.
Yeah, I got to piss my ass. I've been holding it in forever. Yeah. All right, guys.
Let's take a quick break.
We'll see you all in just 3 minutes.
Through the side door, sneaking in the night. Burger for a head, his quarters shining bright. Stops a guard and asks him, how'd your weekend go? God just stares in horror, hoping he don't know. But the cameras catch him creeping. Disguise is slipping. Security's beeping, strawberry starfish drops in from the ceiling. Trotsky's got him cornered, his tits too appealing. The house always wins. Quarterless out before the night begins. He bet it all on his quarter spin. But the house always wins. Rode a bull into the lobby, thought it was his big debut. Landed in the buffet, knocked the chandelier in two. Points to the bar. Nobody had an answer. He stormed right out the door. Now he's creeping by the slot machines. Won't stop asking folks how their weekend's been. Strawberry starfish lands a final blow. Trotsky grabs a briefcase, there he goes. The house always wins. Quarterless out before the night begins. He bet it all on his quarter spin. But the house always wins. Every scheme, every plan, every quarter in his hand. Couldn't even give away his coffee brand. What's with the oranges? What you do on Sunday? Nobody's got time for this ad display. The house always wins. Quarterless out before the night begins. He bet it all on his quarter spin. But the house always wins. The house always wins. Quarterless out before the night begins. He bet it all on his quarter spin. But the house always
Alrighty,
We're back with the Jer segment that will never end. I don't know how we're going to get through it all, but we're going to try.
So okay, so let's are we gonna finish this one, right?
Yeah.
Sorry guys. All right, let's do it.
Biggest month in a year last month. Like, I still get people on X. Oh, your channel's dead. Your channel's dead. Your channel's dead. Or your crew's over. I had my biggest month in over a year last month.
No, it's just not
and
true.
It wasn't even
so
close.
If you go to the Germinal Decline website, in fact, we could go right now.
Sure.
You know, we can go right now and see that it was not his biggest month in the last year.
Germinal Decline. There it is. 1 second. There you go.
So, I mean, just right away, just looking at the homepage, just to let people know, like, the overall context here, right? His all-time peak was 27.3 million views in November of 2022. His lowest month ever was May of 2026, so 2 months ago, which he was down 89% from his peak, which brought him back to where he was in May of 2018, okay? So now if we go over to the analysis tab.
There it is.
Okay. So we can see here over the last year, the drop, right? Now it did go up in June, right? To 6 million, right? 6 million views.
Are you
right?
sure?
Yeah. It did. It did. This is exactly 6 million views. But if you see, in March, he had a higher number. In February, he had a higher number. In January, he had a higher number. So he's basically back to where he was in April, which is still a massive collapse. If you look at his actual highest month in the last year, it was in September when he grifted off of Charlie Kirk's death.
Right here.
That was 15 million. So that was actually his best month in the last year. He's at about 1/3 of that. By the way, you look at the July numbers, you can see it's completely collapsed. He's on pace for about 2 million views this month.
Which will be about to be 3 million views. We're on the 11th.
The 11th. We're about halfway through the month, though. So
True.
he's only going to get somewhere between 2 to 3 million views this month.
Yeah.
So it might be his worst month ever here in July. It might actually be even lower than May. So we'll go over his revenue in his video that he did about his money next, okay? But in no way was it his best month in the last year. And views have already returned back to where they were at in May, if not even lower, okay?
All righty, let's do it.
Like, it's just this, like, how can you argue a reason with these people? They can just go look on Social Blade, which is free. And
Jeremy, Social Blade is not the be-all, end-all, Jeremy. The Social Blade is papered over with short views. Germinal decline separates the short views from the long-form views. The long-form views are where you make the money. And the truth is, you don't make the same money on long-form views that other people do because your watch time and retention is garbage, for one. And for two, the videos are only 10 to 15 minutes long. So there's only one, maybe two ad breaks at best. So you're not making jack, bro. The shorts pay nothing. We've explained this a million times. You refuse to engage with reality. You live in a fantasy land of your own creation by pumping out stolen shorts, Jer. Stop.
Meme Copium, I pinned this. He says, refuses to show revenue tab.
Well, Meme Copium did a whole breakdown on Twitter of his video about how much money he was making.
He's making less than what he says, by the way. He's making less. He's trying to... He's pumping up the numbers, and even the pumped up numbers for his channel size is bad. So imagine what it really is.
Like, it's just such a weird, like that moron Yellow Flash. His career's over.
So if Yellow Flash is such a moron and he's so wrong, why did you run away from Yellow Flash after begging to debate him for weeks? Yellow Flash fired up the stream. He sent you the link, and you waddled away like the bitch made you are.
Yep.
And you haven't dared say his name again until now. I don't know why he feels so brave. Is he going to go debate Yellow Flash? Is he going to go handle his business? No. He's going to keep coping in his hug box and crying. But then he'll say, I'm ready to debate anybody anytime. And as soon as you accept, it's all a big waste of time. It really is. So I'll show my financial documents to Caleb Hammer. Okay, let's set it up. No, I won't send these documents. It's just a bum.
Had the biggest month ever last month. Well, in a year.
It was a lie.
It's just, I don't care. You mean you won't listen to people who have no hand in creating your successful business? Yeah, right. Or have ever run a business themselves?
What?
So
first of all, go ahead.
Like, what sort of a delusion is this?
Because
the sort of business that he runs, everybody that he just named runs. Like Yellow Flash runs a YouTube business.
Yeah, live stream.
We run a live stream business. You know what I mean? Friday Night Tights runs, like Camelot runs a live stream business. They don't run a drop ship coffee business. Like, okay. But I'm pretty sure anybody can figure out how it works. It's really not that crazy. Like, so many YouTubers run dropship coffee businesses. This is an insane cope from Jer.
You know, he sells ice cream, but he doesn't milk the cow. Everybody just wants you to get involved in that stuff, but it's pointless. This whole like section will get
and so Yellow Flash has his own comic book, but
yeah, exactly.
Clipped and people will farm it and see this proves it or this, that, or whatever. I don't care. Go ahead, make your content. That's cool. I'll just keep selling coffee, growing my business.
I bet.
Hopefully we'll get in world
then
market
why did
soon.
the Clip channel have to go down, Jared?
You know,
why did you DM Josh Moon all
awesome,
that stuff?
Swampy.
Why'd you crash out
By the way,
Twitter?
people think just because I talk about something, like I'm worked up about it. I'm not. Literally, I'm gonna go outside after this and mow the lawn. Like I don't care.
Mow the dog.
How does that?
I'm totally open.
By the way, how does that prove you're not worked up that you're gonna go mow the lawn? Exactly. You're obviously worked up. You're rambling about this like for a half hour on end.
Talk about whatever. You know, it doesn't. People call it oversharing or whatever. And
yeah, it is.
Well, that's the definition of what you're doing. Yes,
they like think that being honest with people is some.
But you're not being honest. The whole root cause of this is your dishonesty and lying. What?
But even if you were honest, is it necessary to be honest about your personal life when you're online?
There's some things you don't need to tell everybody.
Exactly.
And by the way, just like the absence of telling people doesn't mean you're lying. Right? There's some things that are meant to be personal and there's like a separation. Like when you talk about your wife and your relationship on the internet, people are going to speculate about it. People are going to make jokes and stuff. And you have to be okay with that or don't talk about it. It's really that simple. But then I don't care, but he does. He cares an awful lot.
Some sort of own or a weakness or something like that. But I don't care. Like,
well, it's not about like being a weakness. No, it's retardation. You talking about your personal life and then crying when people talk about your personal life is retarded.
I know, but he's like reading off his like medical exam results on the internet.
Yeah, talking about his wife.
The moment he gets them, talking about how his wife has a smelly and how she can't medically have kids and, you know, how you'd get like a younger wife that could give him children. All this crazy shit that he said.
I don't care if people call me online. I don't care if people make fun of me that I hurt my knee. I don't care. That shit does not matter.
He really does.
They think it does. And they'll say that just mentioning it means they're getting to me. I don't care. I never think about these people.
How much? Like, obviously you do. I mean, this is sad, isn't it?
Well, we're in the middle of
this. This is actually like a full blown lolcow freak out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like this actually is pathetic. It's very sad, Jeremy. I'm not gonna lie. Bro.
I don't know how he's gonna get out of this one. Like, he has to just stop. He has to just
stop digging this hole. Like, he is on the verge of tears at this point.
You know. Can you cut my lawn too? No, dude, it's like hot as balls outside. I'm not interested in cutting mine.
What?
Weather talk.
Try not to see the thing about didn't last 5 minutes. Annoying.
Okay, could we dissect? Let's dissect.
Like if you're gonna read it like that, don't even bother to read it, right?
Try not to see the thing about didn't last 5 minutes. Annoying. So yeah.
I'm gonna see if the closed caption got that. I doubt
Maybe I doubt it.
No,
but they might. They're solid.
They are solid. Okay. Yeah.
There's balls outside. I'm not interested in cutting mine. Try not to see the thing about didn't last 5 minutes. Annoying. So yeah.
Try to watch. Say didn't last 5 minutes. Annoying. Okay, well, it got it. I mean, I think it got a lot closer than any human being would, but it gave up, man. Like
it's like no. I don't know.
Fine, if they have their audience, I wish them all the best.
Thank you.
I wish them all the best. I hope they make lots of money streaming.
Who's he
it's
talking
fine.
about?
It doesn't matter to me. All right, guys. I'm going to get out and mow my lawn and probably start working on Tuesday's vlog.
What? Dude, we don't have to hear about your work schedule. I don't want to hear about your work schedule.
If you haven't subscribed to the...
Imagine we're like, by the way, guys, we're leaving now. Have a nice night.
Oh, my God.
Tomorrow, I'm going to take out my cat litter. I'm going to go shopping, and then I'm going to start editing for
So
next.
people in chat are translating, and they think what Jer said was, the chatter said, I tried to watch the casino, and I couldn't make it 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
and that's
maybe.
why he made it like all hushed and like that, because he didn't want to say casino.
Okay, fair.
Vlog channel. Make sure you do so. It's only on YouTube right now, but I have to I have to get it over to Rumble.
Why does he? Hold on.
Why?
Why does he have to bring it over to Rumble? So
because he thinks
is
it'll
Rumble
get more viewers. No,
but is no Rumble blackmailing him and telling him you have to do this, this, and this, and maybe we'll give you an opportunity again? Like, is that what it is?
No.
What do you mean he has to? It's strange the word there, have to.
Because he feels like he has to. No, Rumble doesn't talk to him anymore, dude.
Too. Nice line. I wish my lawn was liberal so it would cut itself. Shout out Stabbing Steve.
Fuck yeah.
He's an edgy boy. Ooh.
That's fucking good.
Good one.
Nailed it.
It is oversharing. The rules on what is considered employees versus independent contractor expose you to liability. No, it doesn't. You guys live in... What are you talking about?
Jeremy, this is the thing, man, is you say this stuff and you don't even think about what the consequences could be, right? Like, just, it's always best to not say things about your personal life. Like, even like, oh, you went to such and such a restaurant. You know, can narrow things down as to where you live or whatever the
stick to your content.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, I don't know what to say.
Like, you just stick to your content. Anything that you say. And by the way, you saying personal isn't even interesting. No one's like, oh my God, I got to watch this show because they talk about their life. That's the most boring content.
Mm-hmm. Okay? And to answer Billy there in chat, yeah, we will talk about Phil. We're going to get to Phil tonight. We got Phil, we got Joe, but we got a lot more Jer. Lots.
Guys, it's going to be a 99% Jer show. Let's be real here. Look at this. Look at that. That's
talking about. Do you think I'm the first person ever to have contract employees? People live like in this weird, as predicted, this guy, your crash out is insane. I mean,
it is insane.
I predicted that they would think I'm crashing out because you're crashing out. It's like if I go, you know what I mean? Like that's exactly.
But does it look like he's winning in that frame? Like it didn't.
No, you know? I was zoomed in on. Yeah, no. Imagine we were doing this face, Ash. You'd go, well, they're crashing out. They look like they're stressed.
I guess for the first time in your life, somebody noticed your post and you think it's a big deal. I read the regular chat all the time.
No, you don't.
Well, he does, but it's all haters that he reads now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, calling something a crash out does not make it a crash out. I don't understand.
Well, when it's a crash out,
when you're crashing out about crashing out, if you're arguing you're not crashing out, chances are pretty much 100% you are crashing out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're just so invested in like how other people are perceiving you that you have to argue that you aren't having a crash out. That's a crash out by definition.
Yeah. Now we're on a double crash out because he's crashing out by crashing out, and he was crashing out earlier. So we're on,
Understand? I don't understand. Anyway, you guys have a great weekend. I've got a big poker tournament tonight. So
fucking God.
He's gonna win 50 grand in the poker tournament, boys.
Here? There you go.
I'm gambling.
It acts like the casino is like a place no one has the ability to enter.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll see you on Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
So no 9 a.m. show. 9 a.m.'s done. 9 a.m.'s been finished.
All right.
Okay,
beautiful.
so let's catch up on donos, then we'll go to our next segment.
Yes,
here.
yes,
Temp
yes.
name for us is you can tell he's just applying to Walmart Marketplace because you don't apply to Walmart, you make a deal with the buyers. Wyatt says, I hate how he uses a silly voice as a defense. Yeah, it's the same thing with like those cartoons where the political opponent is portrayed as the craziest, most extreme, silly thing ever, and he's always rational and calm. It's the same sort of tactic. 1M Paul says, do you think the reason he sold stuff was to pay for a fine by the FDA and whatever pocket money he had left he used on gambling? It could be. 1M Paul also said people should ask to see the K-Cup factory instead. He doesn't have the excuse of already showing it. Well, it is available. Like there's a tour of the K-Cup factory online, the Javtanza, so you could. Audrey says, I'm way behind on the live stream, but Keno Casino for Friday Night Tights. Let's go.
I read that one there. Yeah.
Okay, good. So now we're in the Jer's Money segment. So Jeremy, for whatever reason, decided to put out a vlog with this title. How much do I make from YouTube? By the way, I love that it's all $1 bills because that's all he's making off YouTube. It's just a stack of crumpled $1 bills. Not even Benjamin. This is one of the worst videos you could ever make. This is like the ultimate fuel for the trolls, the A-logs, the haters, the detractors, whatever you want to call them. This is one of the big reasons why Jer is getting felted to begin with. Now, look at this. Jer claimed he sold the shipping container. But in this video, at a timestamp around 4 minutes and 44 seconds, you can clearly see he has not sold the shipping container. He claimed he flipped it for a profit. That was a lie. But it looks like the RC track that it was next to has been demolished. Or has it? If you look behind that fence, is that not part of the RC track right
it looks demolished.
Or is that... I think it's demolished.
But no one's buying that No one's buying it like that.
Okay. So here we go. This is Jeremy Hambley's video
now
on his vlog channel.
I have
down how much he
purposely not watched this. I have purposely not watched it to enjoy with you all here today. I know Ash has watched it. I was like, nope, I want to watch Raw.
Santos is like on point. Like, is this a humiliation fetish? Like, why is he doing this stuff?
Right?
It doesn't make any sense. Does he want to win Lolcow of the Year? I don't know.
I mean, he's won it. I think he's won it.
All right, welcome in.
There's still a lot of time left to go. So
okay, what else could someone fucking do though? Right? You know what I mean?
To my vlog channel. This is Jeremy. You know, you might know me as the
you could call like Andy Ditch or Cyrax or these guys, but they're already so low. This guy went from like millionaire to like ruined everything.
Yeah.
So like those guys don't even count. You know what I mean?
Quartering or whatever else. And today we're going to return to the scene of the crime where I hurt my knee. We're going to talk a little bit about...
Who asked for this other than us? We're returning to the scene of the crime where he hurt his knee so he can break it down for us in greater detail how he hurt himself. Let's go! Yes!
Let's go, Jer.
Your buffet of content detractors. Here you are, Casino. Here's your free money, Casino, and content. Like, there's actually just too much. Like, our steak is too juicy, our lobster too buttery, our cup runneth over. Was the land of milk and honey. This is the promised land that Jer has prepared for us. Beautiful.
Return to the scene of the crime.
It's the promised land.
Where I hurt my knee. We're going to talk a little bit about YouTube revenue. You know what people can make on YouTube.
We're gonna go through my revenue.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
it's
Ash.
a business meeting.
Ash,
here we go. It was the business meeting promised to us 3,000 years ago.
It's Jerusalem.
Do you notice how he's immediately winded? Yeah, Jerusalem. But do you notice how Buddy's immediately winded after walking through?
I know, right? Now, guys.
YouTube. And, you know, also we'll talk a little bit about, you know, go over things with my dogs. Show a little.
What?
With his dogs?
Who gives a fuck?
Bit of the dog life. They get about 2.5 hours of play every day.
How?
So
Are
they go
you
on
paying
2
somebody to do that? So Jer is telling us he works 14.5 hours a day because he works 100 hours a week. And he walks his dogs 2.5 hours a day. Right.
Well, I think he means play. He just lets them outside on leashes for 2 hours.
He's got like an agility course, or like it's like a professional playtime.
Oh my god.
Walks, then they swim during the summer, and when they don't swim, they do agility. And we set up an agility course in the yard, but it was tearing up the yard and it didn't look great. So we moved into this outside building where I blew up my knee moving things. But I'll take a little look. We'll do a little tour around the office and try to do a little bit more interesting stuff, be a little more mobile. All right, back at the scene of the crime with old.
Look at this garage.
This outbuilding that he's got now.
Cheer
in this
my garage.
This is where he used to have all of his arcade machines set up and his, RC car collect. But he's had to sell it all. Sell it all.
That was the background for the RC, right? Was these cabinets right here.
Old Huckapuppa, an Ani Bonnie. Ruby Dooby.
The dogs aren't listening.
But, a lot of people.
Did you hear that? Did you see that? So Jared claims that he's trained these dogs to obey him, but Ruby didn't give a f. Ruby's
booked it.
But a lot of people wanted to know how.
That was the background right here. Was this?
By the way, this is allegedly the agility course. Like it's one thing. There is the sad,
lonely arcade.
One broken arcade machine. It must be. What even is this? Can you tell?
I
the last cabinet left. Now, by the way, I just want to point out, Jeremy is claiming that ramp that we see there weighs 600 pounds.
Off.
I don't even think it weighs 50 pounds.
It's 100 at max. At max.
They're saying
myself.
It's metal slug.
There you go. Ruby, come here. Come here.
There's no way that weighs 600
Ruby,
pounds.
There she goes. Come here. Ruby, up. Come on. Go on all the way. No.
Badly trained.
Jer has no command of his dogs, hasn't actually properly trained them, even though they're like German shepherds that are incredibly intelligent. So he's a terrible dog owner. No wonder they're attacking the neighbor's chickens. Yeah.
Ruby, come on. Go on. All the way down. Come on.
He's begging the dog. He's not commanding. He's begging.
Come on down here.
He's the worst dog trainer in the world. Oh my god. Oh, I bet the dogs obey his wife. There's real alpha there, Jer. Real alpha way to handle the dogs on camera. This is so pathetic, bro. They have no respect.
There she goes back
Jer.
up and down. So anyway, I was setting up this.
So it's like a side house or something. It's like a side, it's like a big shed.
Outbuilding.
Outbuilding course in here.
What a waste of money, dude.
Which
I know.
Ruby does very well. Huck is not a lover of it. Huck, will you come up? Come here. Ruby,
no, he won't. He's not listening. They won't listen to him. This is crazy.
Yes, good girl.
He's like, finally.
Yes,
this way.
Finally. Oh, okay, God.
Go on. You can do it.
He's begging on his knees. Oh, denied.
Oh, look at that. That's like, fuck you.
He's like, shit, are you fucking serious, Jeremy? I'm not doing shit. Now that you're a cripple in a fucking wheelchair, I know I'm the real alpha of the house, Jeremy. Like, the dog's looking at him like he's fucking retarded. Like, that face of the dog is so funny, dude.
This way.
That almost is a sticker.
Show him on, Ruby. Go on. There you go.
Oh, hey!
Come here.
He's not listening to him at all, though.
Well, he's pretty.
Like, fuck you.
Come.
Dude.
Oh my god, the dog is really, he's like, do I listen? Like, he's like, I can smell you from here and I just want to get away. Like, the dog is so torn as to whether or not he's actually going to listen to Jer. He's like, do I though? I don't feel like it.
Come here. Come on.
Please
come
walk out. Oh, okay. Oh, he's doing it.
Ruby, come. Ruby. Come here.
They're not listening.
There you go. Down, down. Go on all the way. And they'll do like, this is obviously, Ruby,
There's Jared's riding lawnmower. It's so hard for him to follow the lawn.
Is he trying to prove that he could have it? Like
I know
like,
he's trying to prove that he's this incredible dog trainer. It's doing the exact opposite. Maybe he needs to bribe them with a treat.
Yeah.
But I imagine this cheeseburger walrus ate all their.
Eating the bone like that really hard. Like
go on there. Okay. There you go. Yeah, you did that. Let's see if the
dogs do look so confused.
It's all a mess right now.
How is this content? Who is this for? Besides us,
it's for the haters. A-logs, yeah, it's for the haters. It has to be.
Not fixed. Come here, up, Ruby.
So no, old man Kung Fu goes. Wasn't he still complaining about his destroyed knee at this point? This was after he got the results that said that his knee was fine. So,
up.
Pretty. By the way, isn't it crazy how fast his like walking ability came back?
Yeah, it's all fake.
Once he found out it was fine.
Ruby.
Yeah, he's walking fine now. Apparently.
Come here. Come on.
He placeboed an injury into himself.
There's no way that that other piece of equipment he claimed was 300 pounds.
No,
that we're looking at.
No, dude, that's fucking like 100 maximum.
Ruby, come.
Not even 100.
Come on.
The only thing that weighs 600 pounds in that room is him.
Yeah. Buddy, look at that. It's plastic.
You forgot to get up all the way.
It's not even like metal.
Go on. There you go.
You could hear the hollowness of it.
Yeah, there you go.
What is that, wood?
So this is not set up yet.
He's out of breath.
Tubes in here
from just
to go.
Standing.
Like, you'd think it was him running a agility course.
You know?
Underneath stuff. These are traffic cones that we're going to set up to go between them. I got to clean up that stuff.
Oh, you hear that?
For?
When he said, I have to clean up, hear that breath in between.
Traffic cones.
Listen.
That we're going to set up to go between them. I got to clean up that stuff.
Oh, that was a heavy, deep breath, sire. Oh, he's
just the
exhausted.
thought, just the thought of moving it. You know, he's like, I gotta move that.
Taking a sales rep says, didn't Huck have a seizure last month? Don't make them do tricks for you too. Just wait until later on when Jer will tell you about Huck's seizures. And we got Grembloid says Jer owns dogs to f them. No other reason for a swinger to have 10 German shepherds. Said he couldn't wait for Adam's wife to meet them. Then we got the last of the Bulgarians. Looks like Jer was too slow to grab the Quartering Vlogs username on Rumble. Wonder what he's going to name the Rumble channel now. We got Predon Corpse for 2 subs.
Let's go. Big support, guys. Holy sh**. Thank you, everyone.
Yet.
We really, really, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Move my plow somewhere. Hucky, you've disappointed the internet.
What a piece of shit. It's you that's disappointed the internet, Jer, not Huck. Huck was awesome. You, Jer.
Did I?
What a piece of shit.
Did I say something about this yard? It's nice and it's big. But why? Like, it's literally the back rooms of the outdoors. It's just nothing. It's just, that's it. Like, no swing set, no, like, gazebo. No,
we'll see.
No tables.
We'll see what he's got.
That's the indoor course, the beginnings of anyway.
So I don't understand this like slide that's out there. Why is there this water slide into the pool? Because it doesn't look like there's any adult that could fit onto that water slide. Did you see
Was that
it?
a water
Indoor
slide? Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Wait, that's
so
fucking
water slide
tiny.
into the pool. So I don't know what the plan was there with that, because I don't feel like either, like certainly Jer's not fitting in that.
The dogs?
But I don't even know if Heather would. Maybe the dogs go down the water slide.
The dogs, you push them down.
Oh my God. The
beginnings
slide?
of anyway. These dogs need.
He has to mow that lawn every fucking like few weeks. Like, that's crazy. It's like a 3-hour, 4-hour job.
A lot of running, a lot of attention.
For Jer.
A lot of agility work.
Oh man,
otherwise
he's really
they become
struggling to walk, man.
Insufferable
Listen to him
buttholes
breathing
constantly.
How many dogs
Ruby's kind
does
of our
he need?
Yeah.
star pupil in a way. Let's see here. I can get a frisbee toss for you. Ready, Ruby? Drop it.
Jer, you need to lose weight. The breathing is making me tired. It's like, that's not good for you, man. You're gonna die. It's not good.
Oh,
He's
she didn't
taken
catch
all
it.
of 12
Terrible.
steps, too.
Yeah.
You've disappointed me, Ruby. Anibahan. Here, let's try this one. Leave it.
There it is. The trailer alert.
There's the outbuilding. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
there
Right
it
next
is.
to it. Yeah.
There
the
it
fucking.
is.
Yeah. He didn't sell it. Didn't sell it. He lied.
That outbuilding's pretty wild for an outbuilding, isn't it?
It is. I know.
It is.
I know, right?
It's sad he's gonna have to sell it, eh?
Well, this is the thing: is he wants to pretend to us that it's like his decision to downsize,
Yeah.
when clearly he obviously loves this palace that he's built for himself with his grift. It's like, yeah, guys, I just don't want to have material possessions in this big, beautiful home on all this acreage. I want to move to a house less than 20%. This is like, what a cope chair.
I just lost a comment. Sorry, chat. I was trying to. Chat's moving too fast. But someone goes, imagine having all this and being still miserable. It's so true. I would make that my whole studio. Like, this would be my, like, studio suite and cameras.
You know.
Right? Like, why not? You're in the basement when you have this thing? The f is wrong with
There
you?
you go.
Oh my
So
God,
they like
that
to
breath
run around
was
a lot.
tortured.
We have trails and stuff for them, but yeah, we'll get to the rest of the stuff coming up. All right, now that we're back in.
Oh
Whoa!
my God.
Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we'll get to
What
Get-
the f-
Guys,
that?
we got a 3-hour segment ahead of us 'cause I'm going to be zooming into every object.
the rest of the stuff
We're zooming into every object.
coming up.
Oh
Hoarder's
my
Nest
God.
enhanced. First of all, we noticed the SpongeBob SquarePants claw machine on the right-hand side. Like,
Oh
man-child alert! Man-child alert! Then, the next thing that draws my eye is the chair on the left-hand side. Why is there just like a random cup chair over there floating? Like, why would anybody ever need to sit there?
Wait,
This is his studio setup. So, by the way, like, this
it's
is the
so
room that he's in.
cluttered.
Bro, this is a clusterfuck of a room, man.
Wait, so he moved everything from this side to this side, right?
There's
Remember-
two chairs. There's two chairs. Do you see?
Yeah.
Next to the cherry chair. No. On the other side. Notice next to the cherry chair.
Oh my God.
There's another chair. There's two chairs over on the other side.
Wait, why?
Why? Why?
He moved the 3D printers to this side. He's got a
And he's
useless
got
TV as a clock.
That's only purpose, is to be a clock.
That's
what was he thinking? Why is the SpongeBob claw machine in
Wait,
here?
2
And
monitors.
I love
you
how
see?
that's the one machine he's kept.
2 monitors. Look at that desk. It's just covered in garbage. What's this box here? Holy
All right, now that we're back
What
in,
a scoff
just a look at
setup.
the
Is
office.
this his slacks?
It's changed since
What
a lot of people.
the fuck?
2 fire
Bro, why do you need 2 fire extinguishers? Does it regularly catch on fire there, Sharon? He's got like 2 guitars there for some fucking
Yeah,
reason.
well, one's the bass, I think. One's the bass. Actually, they're
It's just
both basses.
whatever
Both
is
basses.
left of his personal possessions.
Yeah.
He's hiding them down here. I think what it is, because this is his plan. Whatever is most precious to him, he's hiding from Heather in this studio room because he knows that she'll never come down there because of the smell. So that's why his like precious SpongeBob claw
to
machine
prevent
is here.
selling it? To prevent
Yes,
selling it?
yes, to prevent Heather from forcing him to sell it.
You know what someone said? It's so true. This looks like an AI-generated room, you know? Like, ChatGPT, make me a
feel like-
cluttered office.
Honestly, I feel like AI wouldn't even dream up something this fuck. Like, It's a uniquely human experience, you know?
It's changed since a lot of people have been here. That's
why is he breathing so heavy?
Jam area. That's the first base I ever got.
Wait, what's this?
I've been here. Is
this a lamp? Looks like a pillar. Okay, I think it's a lamp. Baby?
Is it?
Jam area. Oh, that's the first base I ever got.
Is this the hunk of styrofoam? I don't know.
A little pillar? A little...
That's a new base I have that I haven't quite switched over from. I restored this base. This base is like 20 years old. My girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife,
waste of money,
bought this for me from Mars Music.
Imagine restoring it. What a bum.
Buddy, just
around anymore.
Just leave it like it was.
Replace all the electronics, clean it up. It looks nice. So where I play, got my Telecaster here. Just have this Princeton reverb amp, which is really nice. And I just use one of these little Mark bases
cool,
for the bass amp. They're totally fine.
When do you think the last time he picked that shit up and played was?
4 months, and it was for like 10 minutes.
You know what I mean? Like, he never uses that. It's all just a waste.
By the way, jamming out on bass alone is really boring. I played bass for a while. It's not like the guitar or piano where you can actually, it's like dum 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 dum.
Loud.
You're saying, I like bass though. I do like it.
Plenty loud. Also, the 3D printing area. A lot of people have wondered what's going on with that.
He doesn't even know what's going on with the 3D printer area.
He has a 3D printer area.
Why does he even need more than one 3D printer? Let alone, why does he even need one? Let alone 4 different 3D printers. So he's not doing anything with them.
And your pleb bass is bass. I like the bass, and I'm really good at bass, but it's like playing with people is a lot more fun.
I have all my filament down here and other places too.
What is he 3D printing? I want to see the last thing he 3D printed.
By the way,
now.
The video is called "How Much Money Do I Make on YouTube?" And it's been 5 minutes, and we haven't heard anything. I guess this is him flexing his glorious wealth of what
how much
YouTube career can buy. Yeah,
past tense.
I use a Bamboo HD2 and even actually the X1 Carbon.
Yeah, hold on. He said he sold these printers.
Wait.
Chat's right. He said he sold this.
Oh my God.
He's such a liar, man.
And by the way, you know it's so funny? Like, I know there's some people here who probably have 3D printers, but let's just say it's 0.5% of people, right? He's like, I got the HD2 and the XF. No one knows these 3D
Casino
printers.
Tolerator knows why he has, because Tim Pool has 3D printers. That's why. Anything Tim can do, I can do better. We got 12 hams for 1,000 kicks, says Jer collects hobbies. That's the other thing. And Wordwinson for a sub Quarterzan says, ain't no way Jer takes the dogs out for hikes on the trails. If Jer did, he wouldn't be so winded. Like, at minimum, he wouldn't be as winded as he is if he was regularly walking the dogs for 2 hours a day. Come on. And then we got,
Bamboo HD2.
But you see that? He's like, I'm just rocking the Bamboo HD2. Like, no
what
one knows.
What a badass, bro.
And
I was hoping
even
somebody will
the
Google
X1
it and say it was like 10
Oh,
grand.
the X1 Carbon. Hey, Ash, you know the X1 Carbon? We all know the X1 Carbon.
And splitters so that I can print, 16 colors or something at a time.
He doesn't even know. He goes, I think 16 colors? Like, he doesn't have... Like, this looks brand new. Doesn't it?
He never used it.
It's like a store model.
I think the most I've ever printed is like 3 or 4.
Yeah, he said it was an HD2, but it's the H2D. So he doesn't even know what he has.
What's going on with that? Well, I have all my filament down here and other places too. I use a Bamboo HD2.
It is
No, it's the H2D, not the HD2. Which, by the way, here I see is $3,000.
Oh.
And even actually the X1 Carbon still. And splitters so that I can print.
By the way, he has them all plugged in and like turned on the electricity bill.
16 colors or something at a time. I think the most I've ever printed is like 3 or 4. And it creates a lot of waste. And then to the studio.
This really does give DSP like 10 years ago vibes, right? Like his condo with all of his junk and his statues and
it's garbage.
Studio area.
By the way,
this
look
setup
at this.
Is garbage.
This is crazy.
To the studio area.
Guys, he's got a mirrorless camera. Very nice one, by the way. I have one of these, very nice. But he uses the webcam that we have. Why? Why have this plugged in? Why is it on? Why is it on? That's the question. Why is it on?
Yeah.
Now look at this. We got a clean
Wait,
look.
his lighting is garbage also.
Yeah. Does he have a Nintendo Switch box? Oh, it's a Nintendo Famicom. Okay.
A lot going on here. Just wood paneling and walls, a couple of lights mounted to the ceiling. That's it.
I can't believe he's showing us this. It's my dream come true.
And
I know.
It's like everything.
Camera, which
it's gonna be so good every single week.
He's got a DSLR. Poor alert. No, I'm kidding. No,
he's poor. He doesn't have a mirrorless like Warski.
But no, that is old. That's an old model. Definitely.
Yeah, Tony Baloney says DSLR poor alert. So he was on top of it.
He's a poor alert. He was. Yo, see,
and then
I told
got
you.
Uniciclipion for 5 subs. Avenge 900 for 5 subs. Kickdork says Heather is the one with the money and he is a poser. Heather bought him a legit Fender bass in high school. Her family is from money. And Honey Ocker says, holy shit, I don't know if I can read that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'd probably
borderline, buddy. He wants JF to mash Jer's potato. Yeah.
By the way, Heart of Lorcan goes, he's mirrorless. Mirrorless.
Dilly Dally for 10 subs.
It's so funny.
You don't even.
Okay. Buster MF Brown for his sub as well.
We're not doing anything else tonight. I'm gonna be here all night watching this. I'm gonna repeat this video. I'm gonna double watch this when we're done our show.
Honestly, if you're.
Why does he have it on?
Just starting.
Wait, does he use it? That's not the angle from. No, that's not that. That's not that. Is that the angle from his show? You've seen enough of his show.
I don't think so. But then why does he have the webcam up top like he does?
No, but the quality is too for it to be the DSLR because it's still a good camera.
On YouTube, a simple webcam for $100. I still use the webcam for video conferencing and stuff like that.
Okay, so he is using that. Then why is the quality so?
I don't know.
Like our quality of our thing is like as good as his.
But I mean, this whole setup costs about $200.
Oh my! Why would you tell us that?
Oh, poverty alert! Poverty alert!
Fuck is crazy. $200. How?
He's really reinvesting into the operation there, guys.
That's crazy. He said this before, did he? It's like I'm reliving this for the first time again.
$75 for the sheet panel and
I know
$50.
He said, I thought he was in so much pain he needs a scooter, yet here he is wandering around playing with dogs, no pain grimacing. What the I know, right?
Yeah.
Weird. I guess like once he got the diagnosis, he was magically healed of all pain.
Yeah, the placebo just like the wore off, right?
Pre-dawn corpse for 2,000 kisses. PPP, can you sing an encore? Jer's not gonna make it. No, he ain't gonna make it. Suffer.
Ash, we have another theory here, and I think it's true. You ready? Goyam Bin Laden on Twitter says, Jeremy does not mow his own lawn. My dad mows the lawn 3 hours a week, and he has a super tan from it. Jer would be tanned if he did that.
That's right. So he's the truth is he's paying a landscaper to mow his.
Oh my god!
He obviously is, man.
Buddy, that's
the lawn bull.
Crazy.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Thank you.
I don't know how we didn't
Bin
think
Laden.
of that.
Yeah, no, that's true. Because he's pale as fuck, right?
from Amazon. Here's my records, which I like to play.
So you don't
when was the last time you put a record on that record player, man? Like be real. Be real.
Where is the record player? Is it under that binder? What is this binder?
Yeah, it's definitely used all the time there, guys.
Oh, Pokemon cards. Pokemon card alert. ETB alert.
And then
That's
oh
sad.
my God.
The
this
remnants,
is sad,
the remnants
buddy.
of his past?
So he actually had to sell it all. It's all cleared out. Remember, this was where his NES games were and all that. Oh no,
That's actually very sad.
let's see, Mediaset, which is basically dead now.
Oh, it's over. It's dead. Oh, dead grift alert. Dead grift alert. Yes.
That channel is, we only have so much time in the world, so I'm in the process of taking that down and creating more space.
Unsleeve media.
Wait, he said making more splace. Listen.
Time in the world, so I'm in the process of taking that down and creating more space.
Whoa! What a retard, buddy.
To play music. And here's Colt.
Why does he have plushies of
what
Sponge?
a cute cat.
No, back it up.
Look at this baby.
Down and creating more space.
Chairs making him sick. Look at this. He has plushies of SpongeBob and Patrick. Like, what grown-ass man in their 40s has plushies of SpongeBob and Patrick in his studio? What is going on?
Look at this, by the way. The remnants of a successful YouTube channel.
Oh,
and by the way, look, he's
tucked away, covered in dust in the corner. What's in his favorite spot? The cuck corner by the cuck chair.
It's even crazier. Look at the name of the fucking plaque. He's so irrelevant, it like faded away, like a dream.
It was so long ago. Ozymandias, King of Kings, you know.
Look, his face.
Look upon my works, ye mighty in despair.
It's like he tries to lift the plaque, but his hands go through it.
Here lies Jer's hopes and dreams. Yeah, it's gone.
Like it's like a ghost. It's like not even there.
And here's Colt.
Oh, Colt's so cute. Oh, I love cats.
Jer's having to use his animals as a cheap prop to pop. Oh. You know, it's over.
Yeah.
We would never do something like that. Now
sad.
let's get 50 subs for the Seth goal. Woo!
Oh, it reminds me of my cat that passed away.
Gonna bring out his cat if we get.
Yes, I'll bring Seffi out.
And it's gonna mog Jer's cat. It's so much cuter than Jer's cat.
That reminds me of
so
June, my cat that passed.
Oh. All right. Well, the big question that a lot of people ask or have is, what's the money like on YouTube?
Well,
that's us asking.
You know, like,
how much do you make?
Buddy, look at him here, though, bro. Like, he just looks fucked. What's this facial expression, man? Like, he looks like he's going through it. Doesn't he? I think he's high on drugs. He's got the sunglasses on to hide how fucking high he is. Now, you might be wondering what the money on YouTube is like. Well, it really depends how many views you fucking have, and how long people watch for, and shit like that.
Yep.
You have millions of subscribers. You must be a multimillionaire.
You told us that.
Jerry, you told us you were a multi-millionaire. I mean, what?
Shows the fucking, like, oh my God.
Used to be, maybe.
That's not really how it works.
Doesn't he?
He does.
First and foremost,
he's not a multi-millionaire. Brokey alert! Brokey alert! Oh, no!
Imagine not being a multi-millionaire.
Oh, imagine not being a multi-millionaire. I can't even imagine, bro. I sure hope you guys don't do this at home and not be multi-millionaires. Holy
not being a millionaire, Al. Imagine being sub 2 million. Sub 2 million.
A millionaire. That's not really how it works.
Yeah, Yeah, well, yeah, when you spend it all, he would be a millionaire. No, he would be. If he just saved his money.
He should be.
Yeah. Look at that matted hair. It's like a straight up long hair now. He has like a fucking ponytail almost, eh?
It's a skullet.
It's a mullet. Yeah, skullet.
First and foremost, the biggest misconception is subscribers equal money.
Well, that's your misconception.
No one
isn't it?
believes that anymore.
Yeah,
not a single soul.
Anybody who knows anything, bro. Look at his grimace of pain here, as he has to admit that his 2 million subscriber count means nothing. He's in pain. Oh, he's hurt, Joe. Oh, he's hurt. He's rocked.
They don't. The only thing that matters is views.
Yes.
This is
obviously
not a single soul has said otherwise in the last 5 years.
2015 YouTube advice, sire.
Right?
VidIQ. 2015 guide to YouTube.
This is
crazy. By the way, I love how there's not already millions of videos on this topic. Jer's gonna give us the profound insight to it.
Come on.
If you would give me a choice between having 10,000 subscribers or 10,000 views, obviously, and 100 subscribers and 10,000 views, it'd be the views.
Mm-hmm.
What? He's a mongoloid.
Because subscribers are just a number, and if they aren't actually watching your content.
By the way, didn't he use his subs to tap dance on us and go, we have nothing to do?
Well, I have all these subscribers and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, right?
Content. You don't make any money. When I started out doing this, it was crazy Wild Wild West time. Everything was very vertically integrated.
What?
Does he know what the word vertically integrated means?
Vertically integrated. You mean you do everything yourself? Jeremy, I don't know what to tell you, but a lot of YouTubers do everything themselves.
We do all this ourselves.
So guess what he's about to say here? He's going to say the only way you can make it on YouTube is with a big team of at least 5 people.
Okay.
It's just total mental illness. That's actually how you don't make it. That's how you make no profit.
That's how you get felted.
Oh, man.
That's how you get felted.
It was not uncommon for a popular channel in this space to make $75,000 to $100,000 a month.
Okay.
During peak,
people still
Marvel
do that.
insanity. You want to know why everyone was making all those Brie Larson videos? Well, it's because most people were making more.
We know why. We know, we're not. We know why.
It was a grift. By the way, this is his admission that the only reason he did it was for money, and he didn't actually care. He
doesn't care about any of this.
Yeah.
More money than they ever could have imagined, and it truly is a blessing. That was a long time ago.
He made more money than ever. It's a long, long time ago.
Look at him.
Oh my God.
Reminiscing.
Oh no.
Hello from the other side.
It all, my empire of dirt.
The $100,000 months.
Yes.
It's dead.
The dream is dead.
The dream is dead. My hope is gone. There's a hole in my heart, and I'm moving on.
Poor Jer.
Yes, suffer Jer, suffer bitch. Why is he making this video? What was he thinking?
Didn't he tell us his YouTube was going the best last month or something?
I know.
2
this is
months ago.
the best month ever. It's the best month ever. No, bitch.
Buddy, this is great.
Unless you're super huge, right? The space itself has changed so much over the years.
Well, Jer is super huge in girth.
I mean,
Does that count?
Most creators, instead of being vertically integrated, meaning just I have this one channel, I pummel it, I put out 5 videos a day.
See, but what? This is the problem, Jer. We've hit a time on YouTube and online content. People don't want 5 videos a day. Who the if I see a guy upload more than 3 times a day, I unsubscribe. I go, get the out of my feed. You piece of shit. Fuck off.
It's great. 6 videos a day.
6?
6 videos.
I wonder why there are sick of him.
That space is dead. Now you have
It's
to create
dead for
shorts,
you.
whether they're
No!
I hate
No,
shorts
you
too.
idiot. No, shorts are not the path to success, okay? Oh my God.
effort. Whoa, look at these shorts like I do because I hate making shorts and I'm not like a teenage
Well, this is the
TikTok
thing, by the
girl.
way. The way that, like, I love in his mind, it's like a one size fits all. There's only one way, right? Like Old Man Kung Fu, because he thinks 5 videos a day is the secret to success because he copied Tim Pool and he doesn't realize you can do something else. There's plenty of people who like put out one video essay a month that gets millions of views, but they have a Patreon that brings in like consistent income. So they're not completely at the mercy of a algorithm. Because they put out quality content, their audience supports them in that way. You know, like there's many different ways to do things, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Or, they're well-edited shorts. People can do shorts and do well.
Can we stop with, like, no one here who's over the age of 20 cares about shorts. And if we do watch shorts, it's like a brain rot moment that we go, oh, what am I doing? This is
You're
terrible.
on the and you're flicking through the shorts. Like,
But
it
you know,
happens.
yeah.
But the money is very different.
Like, no one watches shorts and feels
wait.
good, by the way.
Hold on, bring it back. So Jer here is admitting the money is very different on shorts. So all of his views are from shorts where you make no money. But somehow he's more successful than ever. Check the Social Blade. Right.
Yeah.
Shorts, people can do shorts and do well, but the money is very different between the two. So when you look at revenue nowadays.
Okay, he's gonna like now explain this like no one is aware of what is happening.
It used to be you could just survive on YouTube alone.
Well, you could.
When I was
You still can. Like, what?
I watch.
There's a lot of people who are making just off AdSense or YouTube memberships. In fact, there's way more options now just on YouTube because there's the membership option, right? So now you can build like your fan club right there, like, and have recurring revenue straight on YouTube in addition to advertisements. Plus, there's streaming with super chats and super stickers and membership drops and stuff like that. Like, what is Jared talking about?
Having months like that on YouTube, it's
I know
important to
Meme
keep
Copium. There was one Irishman living off ad revenue. Jared knows because he flagged him down. I know.
Yep.
In mind, I had 5 full-time staffers, full-time assistant, 3 video editors, and a graphics designer.
But there was no need for any of that. And that's your mistake, was wasting a bunch of revenue on that. There's no need for a channel that puts out 10-minute webcam videos with hardly any editing to even have one editor, let alone 3.
Yeah.
You should have been editing them all yourself because the edit is literally just inserting the ad read in your case. That's it. That's the edit. Like, what are
I know
we doing
Caleb
here?
Hammer has like 20 employees, but remember, he's got like a million channels.
The
He's got
graphic
cameras.
designer, you need a guy for thumbnail. In today's day and age, you do not need somebody for the thumbnail. You can either make it yourself in Photoshop, or you can literally just use AI.
Yeah.
There's no need to pay a graphic designer anymore. That's ridiculous.
But Ash, I did thumbnails back in the day. They took me 10 minutes, maybe.
That's all that they take.
You
like,
remove the background, you fade out the back, add a little background, put some nice font. The end. Like, what are we doing here?
Average salary.
If what you were saying, by the way, is he wanted to feel like he was running a company. It was like a vanity
he
thing.
wants people to call him boss, and sir,
employees.
and
I
he can
pay
order
people. I
around.
pay. Yeah.
It's a real boomer mentality where he needs servants that answer to him to feel like a big man.
Oh, jeez. By the way, Walrus, Jesus.
About $6,500 per person. And I also pay 50% in tax.
Yeah,
so people hear 100 grand
everybody
and they're like,
does.
Whoa, that's a crazy number. Well,
okay, whoa. 50, only 50 grand a month.
No, hold on. hold on.
Only 50 grand a month. Like, what a,
what
I'm
are
broke
we
actually.
talking about, dude?
What are you talking?
That's over. That's over $1 million a year after tax.
That's more than people make a year
Shut
in a month
the fuck
after
up,
tax.
man. Holy shit.
After you pay your staff, that's 60 grand. After you pay your taxes, that's about 30 grand, which is still insane, hold on. Crazy good money.
He said he was paying his staff 40 grand a month.
Wait, no, he didn't. No, I think he meant
that's after.
No, I think he meant after tax.
No. Pay your staff.
No.
That's
he's
crazy.
saying 100 grand. Then you pay your staff, and it's 60 grand. Then you pay your taxes.
$500 per person, and I also pay 50% in tax. So people hear 100 grand and they're like, "Whoa, that's a crazy number." Well, after you pay your staff, that's 60 grand. After you pay your taxes, that's about 30.
Wait. 40 grand. Yeah. You're right. Wait, Ash.
So he's paying a payroll of $1 million or more a year?
But he was paying for 10-minute edits? How much were these guys making? For these 5-minute edits that I could be making in 2 minutes on double time speed?
Actually, my math was off there. 480 grand. It's still crazy, though. It's still crazy.
He got rinsed.
How much?
He got rinsed.
How much is he paying? It's crazy.
Thank you. No, dude, that's insane. So, buddy, the thumbnail guy is being paid $1,000 a thumbnail to sit down and
grand, which is.
And by the way, the thumbnails aren't even good, and the edits were horrible.
Still insane, stupid, crazy good money. That's what like peak YouTube was like for about 1 million subs, kind of thing. Nowadays, it's very different. You have to do shorts which pay almost.
They don't. You don't have to do shorts.
Nothing. Maybe.
I know plenty of YouTubers who make a full-time living not doing shorts at all. You know,
on a 1 million view video, you might make $1,000, $2,000, or something like that. A 1 million view short, you make about $30.
Did you hear that? $30 for a million
per million views. So there's no money in that at all. It's over.
Why even do that? Because it keeps the audience for the full views, I guess. Is what
no, it doesn't. It doesn't translate, especially with what Jer is doing, where he's just stealing other people's content. So then they'll go to his channel expecting that content, and then they just see a bunch of videos about Carmelo Anthony. So it's not going to convert. But the reason he does it is to paper over his numbers so people don't make fun of him. And because it's the only way to generate any sort of revenue at all is to pick up these pennies in the gutter.
It's a numbers game, though. People say, why are you doing so many shorts, Jeremy? Well, because it's a numbers game. Now I get...
Admitting to papering the numbers? I guess that's a choice on the... Right? Like he's admitting to it. He goes, it's a numbers game.
You know, across my multiple channels, about 50 million shorts views a month.
It doesn't matter. So what, $30
$30
times
50? So I take him at his word. We're looking at $1,500.
For all that work?
I'm sorry, sir. $1,500 isn't shit, man.
Wait,
you can't even rent a fucking 1-bedroom apartment in Toronto for that anymore. You know, you can't even get a fucking 1-bedroom apartment anywhere in Ontario for that. Like, I don't know, like...
That's fucking...
It's not a lot, but it helps pay my staff.
Pay your staff? What?
And
what
the
staff
business model
now?
is so different now than
Wait,
when
the $1,500?
But different people have different business models, Jeremy. This is crazy, man. Some people are focused on like the merchandise aspect and selling t-shirts or hats. Other people are live streamers, like trying to push for super chats. Other people are trying to funnel people to Patreon or Gumroad. Like, what are we talking about? Like, not everybody's business model is the exact same.
He's fucking nuts, dude.
I started on YouTube, and the money is much, much, much harder to make. The 100,000.
There's more competition.
Yeah.
But no, there's also a huge, like, there's a much bigger pie now, too. Like,
Bigger,
I don't know.
Bigger audience, more audience than ever to make money, by the way.
There's still people that are making so much money. Like, this is such a mentality. Like, there's so much opportunity out there.
There's more than ever been, by the way. And then also, but here's the thing. What's the difference between Jer and these other people? The other people evolved with the meta. Jer is still stuck in 2016 meta. It doesn't work anymore. The thumbnails, all that, the topics, how he presents it, it's not the meta anymore.
Anyway, we got free Hannah Claire for 5 subs. Foo Baird for a sub. It says, remember a few days ago, he started off his show with a pain shot. Now nothing. Hope the opiates plug his greasy ass up. Poor Heather and the Bull. Punk Monkey says, the moron did a horizontal/perpendicular arm gesture to convey vertical integration. Alert. I'm glad you caught that. Call of the Whales 276 for a sub. Casino Tolerator says, I know why they kept the shipping container. It's the only coffin that'll fit Jer. Rob Van Mam says, is his long hair fake? It looks like it's part of the hat. Can you imagine he had a fraudulent skullet? That'd be greasy. Suffadent, you damn A-logs have rained on my parade. I'm escaping where the Keno Casino can't get me. Splace. Yeah, he's going to Splace, buddy. He's got his like rocket. And Hunch Bomberman says, how does Jer not have a Carmelo Anthony coffee flavor yet? It would be killer.
Oh my God.
Because he says that it's not political.
Roast?
I know.
The darkest of roasts.
The thing is, had he done stuff like that, he would actually sell his coffee. And nobody would care that it's drop ship because it's all like a joke. It's for fun. Which these delusions of grandeur that you're going to take on Folgers, like, it's insane.
Best part of waking up.
Dead now. That's just not going to happen. But what people do is, well, you go wide, like my body, okay?
His body is wide!
I have a Jeremy Hambley channel. I have Quartering Live. I have my live stream revenue. But all of this...
There's no live stream revenue.
I used to work...
Live stream revenue? Like, dude, sir,
it's $100 a week.
You make $7 a show, man. Like, what do you mean?
2 hours, 3 hours a day, when YouTube was crazy good. Now I work about 10 to 12 hours a day.
Okay, so he used to work 2 hours a day and make $100,000 a month, and now he works 12 hours a day and makes less than $10,000 a month. What a king! What a winner, folks! Wow.
And spends it all on everything for his like wife, for Mel, for Chrissy, who's going to be there next week.
Just to make a significant percentage less than what it used to be.
In truth, he puts the same amount of effort
in. But you
in.
go wide. You know, my coffee company.
Wait. How? Okay, never mind.
We do a couple $100,000 in sales a month. Pretty good. Do well on Amazon.
What?
We do a couple $100,000.
$200,000 in sales a month?
He's had a couple 100,000.
Yeah, so 200,000 minimum. You're the most famous coffee company on YouTube?
Sales a month. Pretty good.
It's not X doubt, it's Y, because it's a lie.
Do well on Amazon. We're rolling out to Walmart. I suspect once we're in Walmart, sales will probably double. If at minimum, margins will double because Walmart takes much less than Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
But again, Coffee Break Coffee has employees. It has graphics
fantasy.
team. It has customer service people, which is now me.
No,
but it
so
has,
there is no customer service team. It's just you. You just admitted that. Who is the graphic design team? Like, isn't it the same guy as the thumbnail guy? If you're paying him $6,000 a month, I hope he'd do both the coffee bags and his 4 thumbnails a day, which, by the way, are like mostly recycled.
Wait, Musk Coffee in chat just goes, "This is insane." I know. This video is the craziest video I've seen all year. Why anyone would upload this is like magical.
You know, people I have to pay to run the roasters. People I have to pay to do fulfillment. People I have to pay to put the K-Cups in a K-Cup box. People I have to pay.
S. Nelson goes, I'm crying. This chat is so funny. Welcome to the chat. I know. Everyone in chat's fucking jokes.
To buy the beans. People I have to pay to do advertising. People I have to pay to run my Shopify website. My website.
Shopify website.
You're on Shopify?
I guess that's where he's selling the. I don't know.
But do you pay people for Shopify? Isn't that like integrated? I hate that word.
Does he also have to pay somebody to wipe his ass as well? Fucking like, what are we doing here?
$2-3 grand a month.
$3,000 a month for the Shopify?
Buddy, there's no way. So he's not making any money. Like, he's in the red. Like,
there's no way.
It's none of this makes any sense.
Wait, what? Did we miss something? Let's go back.
To do advertising. People I have to pay to run my Shopify website. My website alone costs about $2-3 grand a month.
Wait, his website
No, it
alone
doesn't cost $3 grand a month to host a basic fucking website. Shut the fuck up,
it's
man.
like $14 for a GoDaddy, like
for the
basic.
domain, like it's such massive.
He has no
amounts of
videos on
traffic.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Any videos he has on it is like routed from YouTube. Let's be
Tell
real.
me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Snarpsta says Jer is high as right now on opiates. He can tell by his relaxed vocal cords. He'd bet his life savings on it because he was an addict 10 years ago. Nexium trafficking victim says, I think Jer is so parasocial. He thinks that the packing and roasting company is his and these numbers are the factories. We got Baronax has subscribed as well.
Thank you guys so fucking much. Really appreciate it, guys. Seriously, thank you.
People get caught up in the numbers and they're like, oh my God.
That's
this
you.
guy...
That's you. What?
Oh my
You bring up the
God.
numbers all. This video is about numbers, by the way. The whole video is a numbers thing.
Hey, he makes $100 grand a month. He must be a billionaire. By the time it's all said and done,
that's what we say. We say that you aren't a millionaire because of this.
But by the way, he's admitted that the days of making $100 grand a month are at an end.
Yeah.
So, but like, if at any point you really truly were making $100,000 a month for years, like you should be set for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
With investments and like retirement savings, like, oh my God.
you know, I make a decent living, a very good living, one that I'm very blessed to have. But it's only because I've then now decided to put in all these extra hours of work, right? So let's use a number. Let's say 50,000 a month, 60,000 a month. You could probably still do that with one channel.
Yes, you can. If you're not Jeremy of the quartering, yeah.
But if you want to make
what
what you used to
does
make,
one need? Like, I'm sorry, this is crazy. Let's continue.
4 or 5 years ago, you need multiple channels. You need to do shorts. You need to do some side business. Whether
Look, you know,
a side business as well.
Side business? What are you talking about?
You need to. Man, a lot of people are living on 30 grand a year.
You know what I mean?
Fuck up, man.
Why would you okay, I'm making 30 grand a month, so I'm gonna get a side business to make 50? You know what I mean? Like, how much money do you need? How big does your yacht have to be?
Or t-shirts or merch or something like that. I've never done well with merch.
Well, yeah,
my
obviously
viewers
not.
generally don't care for the merch I put out, and I think the
Well,
merch
you don't
I put out
have
isn't
any
very good.
fans.
So there's that.
Imagine admitting your merch is
and then no one buys it.
It's
That's so funny, bro.
Family bought most of my t-shirts and stuff like that I sold.
only his family bought his t-shirts. That's sad, bro. It's,
It's,
like when you sell
it's a wild thing.
Cutco, only family buys it.
Dude.
Oh man,
I can't.
what a loser.
I can't believe this is real. This is insane.
For people that want to start out, I just wanted to answer the question kind of first and foremost, but then
Okay. if you're starting out on YouTube, here's my advice. Don't take Quartering's advice.
Yeah.
Ever.
I would say.
Whatever he says, don't do, okay?
Get more into people that want to just start out and are thinking, well, how can I make money on YouTube? Well, here's what I would
first
say.
of all, that's a bad idea. Like, when you start with the premise, how do I make money, instead of how do I make good content, you've already lost, in my opinion. First of all, you have to make something interesting that people actually care about, and then the money will follow. When your whole mindset is, how do I extract money from people, chances are you'll never make a dime. And if you do, you'll just be a miserable, pathetic, grifting piece of shit like this guy who hates his life and everything he has to do because it's not something he's actually passionate about or that anybody's passionate about. It's just a cynical, sad grift.
The path is more difficult than ever. But if you're willing to put in the work, you can still do all right.
And by the way, like, here's the thing too. You guys, if you're going to do a channel, you actually not only have to make good content, but be somewhat passionate about whatever the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah,
or else
you have
you'll
to have,
see, the audience sees.
You have to have the expectation that you're never going to make any money.
Yes.
Because in 99% of cases, you're not going to make any money.
100%.
So you have to be happy doing it, knowing that you may not make any money and you may not ever have any viewers. That's just the truth.
Yep.
There's thousands of channels that are just like pumping out videos into the void. Like when I first started my channel, it was like 4 or 5 months where I would be pumping out like all these videos and they would have like no views, you know, they would have no views. And then I started to get some view and build and build and build. Like it takes a long time and you have to be persistent
and lucky too as well.
Yeah, and you also have to be lucky. As if your only motivation is purely financial, you're never ever gonna make it ever.
I did videos for years for free. I did videos for like 7 years before YouTube paid anyone. Like you had to be part of Machinima or like all those other things to be even paid a penny.
I think it's totally reasonable for any geek off the street to make $5,000 a month on YouTube.
No, it's not. It's not
it's
reasonable
100%
at all.
reasonable. $3,000 to $5,000 a month within a year.
No.
Well, it's possible, but it's very few cases. Like
few there be that find it.
And you have to be like putting in the effort. Like it has to be quality. Like Ashton said, the competition now is.
If you're doing it for extra income, if you stay dedicated. But the way you do that now is so different. When I started it out, it was like find a wave, ride that wave until it's in the ground, and then ride it 10
What do you think Don Flaherty's doing right now, Jer?
Mm-hmm.
He found the wave of felting you. And now he's over 1,000 viewers, like every show, making hundreds, thousands of dollars off of this inside of like 2 months. That's very rare though. That's very rare.
Yep.
But that's how I, started to get traction, like, felting guys that other people were, or, honestly, a lot of the time I was somehow creating the wave with like no viewership. Like,
yeah.
Feet underneath the ground. A la Brie Larson, The Last of Us 2 controversy, Jack Murphy.
By the way, he's taking the most obvious advice. Find a popular topic and jump on it and have it. With Jer.
All these like...
Cobra Chicken Prime for 50 subs!
God damn! Holy shit, bro. I gotta use the bathroom really bad. Do you want to take a 2-second break?
Let's take a quick break
2 seconds.
here. We'll be right back with Jer's money-making scheme.
We'll be right back.
A is for the anus that I from. B is for the butt I like to sit upon. C is for the constipation every day. which I do all the time. F's for the farting that just feels sublime. G's for the gas, H for humongous ass. This is the alphabet of my poo. I's for the indigestion that I chant. J's for the joy when I just my pants. K's for the kids I dropped off at the pool. L's for the large intestines full of stool. M's for the massive dump that I just did. N's for the nasty smell that went with it. O's for the O-ring, and well, P is what's now flowing. This is the alphabet of my poo.
Righty. Let's continue.
Let's get back into it.
Internet trends, you used to just be able to ride them, make your money, then jump on to the next one.
You still
it doesn't really work
You're
like
just
that
terrible at
Wait,
it.
it does work like that. This bricks and minifigs thing, for example.
Yeah, but like with Jer, like that was his only success, was jumping on the Carmelo Anthony thing. Like his two recent genuine successes were hopping on Charlie Kirk's grave and hopping on the Carmelo Anthony case. Those are the only two instances where he had any success in the last year.
You're right.
So this is ridiculous.
He's wrong. You're totally right.
Yeah.
What the
People get bored with stuff. They're inundated with stuff everywhere. So if I was starting a new channel today, right now, what I would be doing is focusing on short form content
just did.
exclusively. Yes.
This is a brand new channel,
Second
quartering
video.
vlog, and you're focusing actually on long form content. And I've noticed a lot of people are doing these vlog channels right now. And I think the reason why is because YouTube is demonetizing channels that are faceless. So the idea, I guess, is if you do a channel with your face in it, just talking with like long watch time, it could do well.
YouTube now, for people, it's so complicated to not be banned or demonetized. Like,
yeah,
YouTube sucks.
It pays pennies compared to long form content. But the level of competition in short form content is much lower.
No, it's
if
not.
You're focused on putting out.
There's the competition on short form is insane. All of the Indian bot farms and stuff.
Not even Indians, even like regular people are like having 80 AI channels that just spam everything. You're right. It's like the craziest time for that.
3 to 5 short form videos a week, one a day. In whatever niche that it is that you like, you will grow. But the way you do it now is very different. Back then, you'd get lucky. YouTube might put you on the homepage. You get a bunch of subscribers. Like during Brie Larson era, I probably gained 500,000 subscribers.
Here's my advice, and this is just the advice that I followed. You have to find a niche. You have to find an area that's not completely oversaturated and just exploit the out of it and service a market that people aren't. That's what you have to do, in my opinion. The key is to, this is just my opinion, but the key is not the amount of viewers that you get, because all of these short form viewers are worthless. The key is getting engaged viewers that are going to follow you because they're invested in you and what you have to say. And then to get them to the point where they're so invested, they're willing to give you money to support the things that you're saying so they can get more of it. That's just my belief on how you build this properly. But what the do I know?
Hey, Cobra Chicken Prime, again, thank you for that massive drop there. I had to piss really bad. That's why I had to run there real quick. But thank you again, man. Appreciate you. No, but Ashton, you're right as well about the people investing or investing in you and following you. But there's also the other way of looking at it where it's like someone was saying Minecraft YouTubers. Like Minecraft videos explode no matter who you are. And you don't even really need a following for that either. Or video games in general, or I don't know. There's multiple paths, is my point. There's not one way to do it. He's acting like shorts is the only way to make money. It's not actually
what he's doing. Yeah.
It's not.
Exactly.
And by the way, when GTA 6 is out, there will be a million GTA 6 channels blowing up too. So
it's like playing in a poker tournament.
Stuff like that.
Oh, here
you win one big hand.
What is this, like the
and then you ride it.
Oh, what? What? What are you?
Hey, Bobby, were you in the pool?
You win one big hand and you ride it? What, till you're like you lose it all? Like, what are you talking about?
You just get blinded out and bled out then? I mean, it's just continue.
Don't knock that over. You know, my big was Brie Larson, then The Last of Us. And then in the down times, you got to survive. You can't keep chasing the same thing.
You have to survive? Like, what kind of mentality is this? Like, Brie Larson stuff's dead. It's
like
over.
A feast or famine mentality. Like,
yeah.
But if people were actually interested in you and what you had to say, they would listen to you talk about anything. Right? There may not be as many people that'll listen to you talk about other stuff, but there will be. But nobody's interested in him, what he has to say, because he sucks.
Over and over again, because your viewers will get bored. We saw this a lot with Johnny Depp. There were a lot of channels that made their bones covering the Johnny Depp trial, but then they forgot what their core was, and now their channels are dead.
Well, he's talking about Rekieta there, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
but that was because of drugs. That was the problem.
Yeah, I mean, Rekieta just stopped covering trials, and like even with this recent Tyler Robinson trial, Rekieta's missed 3 days of the trial so far. It's like he's not even trying because he doesn't have to, because he has a trust fund. He doesn't give a fuck.
He's done.
You can't only cover Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories because that will become 100% of viewership, and when that goes away, all your viewership goes away.
You just come up with the next conspiracy theory. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
All right,
well,
Jerry.
That's the thing about the Brie Larson thing, right? It's like, oh, I can't ride that. Well, you could ride all the woke cringe because it's in the same wheelhouse. It's like us. We cover lolcows. So if one guy starts to fade away, like Ralph's pretty much fading away, right? It branches into like, oh, what about this guy and this guy or this guy or this girl, right? Like,
so you have to remain diverse.
Imagine relying on one story for the rest of your life.
That's something that I think I learned before a lot of other people. Leave that be.
What?
What do you mean? Yes, it was easy to.
But it's just common sense.
But that's not.
But that's his like view of content, is just pooping it out. It's low effort. It's garbage. He just craps it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't. There's no artistry to it. There's no showmanship to it. There's nothing. It's just crap. It's just poo.
A Brie Larson video that would get 100,000 views every single day, but you still had to put out those other random videos that might get 30,000 views or 10,000 or even 5,000 views, because you don't want to oversaturate into one particular thing, because people, their tastes change, and they change faster than they ever have before. Trends that
faster than ever before. What are you talking about? I still watch Final Fantasy videos to this day.
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you talking about?
A core audience that actually cares about something long term, then you don't have to constantly be hopping around to this thing and chasing the latest trend. Like, this is such bad advice.
You know,
this is how you fail, honestly, is being what he is, because you're just a phony grifter.
The last days now, you know, the Brie Larson saga lasted almost a whole year. That would never happen in modern YouTube.
Are you fucking retarded? Is this guy?
Look in the mirror, sire.
No,
you have been getting feasted on for this entire year.
This guy's actually ridiculous.
So if I were starting out, it would be short form content to break in, and then supplement it with long form content to make money.
Okay, here's my advice. If you come into the YouTube game and you start making only shorts, your long form won't do.
You want to know my advice? Don't.
Just don't.
My advice is don't.
They fucking demonetize you for anything. Unless you got
just
a
not
really
fucking
good,
worth it. Like,
unless you're doing it for passion, you want to make videos because you want to make videos, and then the money will follow. You know what I mean? Like the money will come.
Listen,
if it's meant to be.
If you are actually meant to do this, you're going to do it, no matter what I or Jer or anybody says. You will have the talent and the burning desire, and you will make it. You know, like we got Black Jinjo for 5 subs.
Thank you so much, Black Jinjo, and the Kino Grove for a pack it up. Saying the Reckless Ben lawsuit and Jew Luther lawsuits are a year-long sages. He's strung out. He's a strung out druggie.
He meant to say saga, but fucked it up.
Yeah, he spelled everything. Sages and Jew Luther. Did he mean to call Luther Morgan a Jew?
I think it's Friday night. I think Kino Grove may have had a few bevies.
Are you good?
He's good. He's good.
On YouTube, for example,
Love you,
you need to get at
I
least
followed him recently.
4,000 hours of viewed time to reach monetized levels, or 10 million shorts views.
Oh, he meant H3. He meant H3.
But
I thought he meant Luther Morgan.
No, I know he meant H3, but it's Lex Juther, not Jew Luther.
I know, that's why I was confused.
You know, it doesn't, you know, it's all good.
Yeah, it's so funny, dude.
Now you might
Kino Grove admitted he's had a couple
That's
drinks.
so
It's
funny.
all right.
Yo, Kino Grove, that's so funny, bro. I love you, buddy. That's funny.
Juther Morgan there.
Juther Morgan.
Juther Morgan.
I'd say 10 million shorts views. That's impossible. It's really not.
No one say 10 million short views is nothing. It's like garbage.
It's nothing.
It's pennies. It's nothing.
It's not even. Oh man.
The pool you're swimming in with shorts.
It's
I gotta be real,
diarrhea.
guys. How does this video go on for another 11 minutes?
Buddy.
Is that even possible?
I don't know, man. This is crazy.
He's gonna just start looping, isn't he?
Much more vast, where what people see on the YouTube search page when they're looking for long form videos, it's microscopic.
Who the searches for shorts? They're automatic. That's the point of a short. Is you go like this.
It pops into the algorithm like no one's searching out shorts.
Yeah, no one's like.
He doesn't. This is what's crazy is he doesn't even know his business. He doesn't even know how people engage with it.
Right?
It's the same thing with live streaming where he's like, well, why would somebody put a be right back screen with music? I don't understand. It's because he's never watched live streams. It's a live streamer who's never watched a live stream and a guy who makes shorts who's never consumed shorts. And it's a guy who makes political content who's never been interested in politics, who can't even find Iran on a map. And that's just a level of shameless grifting that's unacceptable. Because you don't even care to know the basics. It's the same thing with his like Christian LARP. It's like you don't even know the basics of this religion. Just stop.
Never be another channel that like rises up and does commentary.
Wait, what?
There will never be
another.
Are you insane?
Are you actually in the head? Like
that's actually the dumbest thing I've ever heard this whole night. This whole night.
100% there will be.
Well,
like,
yeah, is that even a question? Like, why were you even discussing this?
Channel that like rises up and does commentary. That space is dead. If you think, well, I want to make a video and be lazy and read news articles like Jeremy.
I almost said the N-word there.
Is this guy all right?
Do you know what I do every morning? I go through my list of people who do gaming news and I watch every video. Like that's my thing. In the morning when I'm working on my game or whatever I'm doing, right? I watch all the videos. But here's the difference. They're entertaining and you could tell they're passionate about what they're talking about. Jer has no passion. That's the thing. No passion at all.
And no talent.
No
It's the even
talent.
bigger
Yeah,
problem.
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even need a fully edited video, by the way. I can have someone just sit there and read me the news about like id Software firing other people. I'm fine with that. But Jer can't do that.
It'd be very hard to make it because just the way the YouTube search algorithm is now. But it would not be hard to reproduce what I do in short form.
What is he talking about?
It's not hard to reproduce anything you do. It's effortless. Oh my God, let's continue.
Let's go back 15 seconds. Why?
Short form content.
There's no point.
Content. You can put it on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
Yeah, he's admitted he's lazy. Yeah, I mean, we were
TikTok, Insta, and Facebook. 3 useless platforms. Useless. Unless you're like Zoomer, OnlyFans bitch. The fuck are we talking about here?
If you're like a female makeup influencer or something like
Exactly.
that, like it's just not the realm of middle-aged men, you know? Anyway.
Right?
YouTube Shorts, you shoot one video, you put it 4 places. You do the same thing with your long form. You embrace all other platforms, not just YouTube because you think that's where the quickest money is. You have to build an entire brand these days.
No, you don't. A whole brand?
A whole brand?
What
are we talking about?
To make a living on YouTube?
Which means you're uploading to BitChute, Gab, X.
No, that's worthless. If you're uploading to BitChute or Gab, you're not going to make it. I'm just going to be real with you. maybe Gab's doing better, but BitChute's finished, you know? Like, oh, man.
Hold your close, 1988, for a pack it up. Thank you. Do you think Phil will continue to follow Jared's game plan of flagging now that he's gotten the same results? Probably. I could see that happening, yeah.
You know,
thanks for the support, man. Hold your close, 1988.
Blue Sky.
Did he just say Blue Sky?
Blue Sky is garbage.
If you post to Blue Sky, your opinion is invalid immediately.
Possible way you can reach people, you have to do that to even have a puncher's chance of making it. And that's the biggest change that I've seen in YouTube over the past 10 years.
By the way, back then, too, it was tough to get big on YouTube as well. It took me 10 years to get any like big views, you know what I mean? It was never super easy. It was always about luck or who you knew.
You can't just put out a video and get 1 million views. That's never going to happen again.
Well, you can.
Wait, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about, man? Oh my God, there's a lot of guys like that. They'll put out one video and it goes viral now. Whether that's totally organic or not, but I'm sure in some instances it is. Like,
well, it's one video hits a hype or a viral moment.
Go viral all the time. Like, this is the whole point of the internet.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, Reckless Ben literally just did that.
Yeah.
In the commentary space, which Jared will tell you will never happen, but it does happen all the time.
Literally.
Unless you're like astroturfed by YouTube or you're a Hollywood celebrity or you have an existing big following somewhere else. The way to really do it is to stay dedicated daily.
No shit.
It doesn't have to be daily. Here's the fucking
daily uploads. I mean, you have to work on it, you know, but
if it's daily, it better be like consistent and I don't know.
Consistent.
There he
every
is.
day. That's why I work every day. I don't take holidays off. I don't take vacations. I don't take any.
What a miserable existence.
It's because you're scared because you're a slave to your grift. He's going to admit that, like the golden handcuffs and stuff. He's going to admit that, I think, in this video. Let's continue.
You just have to work. And view it as a job, but view it as a part-time job.
Well, people in jobs also take vacations too. So work every day, even on holidays. Christmas Eve. What? Christmas. No wonder Heather's fucking some other men.
I don't know, man. I feel like the whole point
Allegedly,
of
in my
this
opinion.
is to not have it be like a 9-to-5 job.
Yeah.
Like the whole point, I don't know. To me, it seems like it's like a fantasy for creatives. that they get to do what they want to do, right? But there's a balance between that idealism and the pragmatism of actually running something that's your livelihood for a living, right? So there's a balance between those things, but you don't want it to be like where you have no ability to ever take time away from this. You're constantly plugged into the internet with no escape. Like, it's a nightmare. Like, it will drive you insane if you're like that. It will.
Now, there's like there's two sides to the coin. There's like, working too hard, you burn yourself out. And then there's the people who get famous and make a lot of money and then like take way too much time off or start partying. That was me. Like, I up back in the day, right? I took it for granted, right? It's a balance. It's a balance, right? It's like anything in life.
Especially when you're starting out.
Like how you and I are just giving like advice now because Jared.
I don't know. We shouldn't. It's just gay giving the advice.
Yeah,
honestly, we gotta just get through this.
Yeah.
We gotta just get.
Don't
through
think
this.
I'm going to quit my job and become a YouTuber or a streamer or whatever. I worked full time and did YouTube full time for years and years before I ever quit my day job. And even then, I still kept clients on the side. I used to run a search marketing agency because, give you a perfect example. Last month on YouTube was my best month in
having enough of this
almost
guy.
a year.
It wasn't.
Wait, what a liar!
Amazing month. The month before that was half of what all my averages were.
That is actually true.
You can have huge spikes and huge valleys on YouTube depending on if you're a trend follower like I am, or a news trend follower, or the key is evergreen content.
Which you've never
Chasing
had.
the news cycle is really hard. It wears you out. It frays your family relationships.
What?
So
doing
now
news content frays your family relationships?
It doesn't have to.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Oh my god.
Well, listen to, and this is where it gets sad, where he just admits like his relationship with his wife is deteriorating because of what he does.
It frays your free time. You're constantly tied to your phone. It's the golden handcuffs.
There it is.
Nobody wants to hear people complain.
But this piece of shit's actually going to sit here and cry about doing everybody's dream job, By the way, like, you don't have to do it the way Jared does it. Jared does it like this because he hates his real life. Because the only place where he's cool and accepted is online. We've heard his rants on this from the past, right? At the Ren Fair, talking about how, like, this is his community and this is all that he has. The reason that Jared put so much time into this and is such a workaholic is because his relationship with his wife has failed. He has no real life friends. He has nothing. He's just a big loser. And so in order to avoid reality, he just keeps staying on the internet. Okay.
Meme Copium goes, no, Jer, they're not golden handcuffs. They're just regular handcuffs because you're broke.
Yeah, no, he's broke. It's not even like he's rich. Like,
you know what I mean? And Jelly King 108 for a pack it up, saying he probably is doing this vlog channel because he can't afford a therapist. Yo, that's so
what it
true.
is.
You should be sitting on the couch, like laying on the couch.
A few people want to put in that work. I remember when Luke Rodowski and I were eating dinner. We're eating dinner with my wife, and Joe Biden stepped down. We had to.
Joe Biden was at dinner with you? What is he talking about?
So he's saying that Joe Biden said he wasn't going to run for president anymore.
Oh, when he stepped down. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. He was like mushmouth there.
Left my wife sitting at the table to go.
Wait.
And step down. We had to leave dinner. Left my wife sitting at the table to go outside and record a video.
No, you didn't need to do that. How much did you make on that video? Like, let's be real, man. You didn't have to do that. And this is the thing, by the way. If your take on that is entirely reliant on being the first person covering it and not on your actual analysis of it, then it's over for you, okay? Like, let's be real, man. Like, one of the most relevant commentators is like Fuentes right now. And half the time he doesn't even show up to his show or is massively late. He's not the first person to talk about something, but because he talks about it in a compelling way or a funny way, people are interested in it. But Jer can't compete in that way. He just can't.